Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Why don't we start with roll call?
Jimenez.
Present.
Torres. Present. Cohen. Ortiz.
Present.
Davis.
Here.
Dwan.
Present.
Candelas.
Here.
Foley. Vatra.
Present.
Kamei.
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Now, if you're able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Today's invocation will be given by Imam Sami Rahman of the Evergreen Islamic Center, and Councilmember Candelas will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. September is my month for invocations, and I have the privilege of showcasing diverse and culturally rich places of worship I represent in Council District 8. These religious institutions play a pivotal role in keeping our communities strong and connected to their roots. The Evergreen Islamic Center does incredible work in our community, from helping Afghan refugees to hosting a free weekly medical clinic. This center has been a pillar for Bay Area Muslim community since 1996. Now I have the honor and privilege of introducing Sami Rahman. Sami Rahman is currently visiting Imam at the Evergreen Islamic Center. He is also the Community Engagement Coordinator at CARE, San Francisco Bay Area. Sami earned his Bachelor of Arts in Islamic Law and Theology and his Master's of Arts in Classical Islamic Texts. His research is in Islamic philosophy and he has studied the broader traditional Islamic sciences both locally and abroad. He has been working with the Bay Area Muslim community for over a decade in the capacity of a speaker, teacher, and writer. At CARE SFBA, Sami aims to educate and empower the broader Muslim community. In his leisure time, he enjoys reading, writing, and translating. That being said, thank you, Sami, for being here. The floor is yours.
So I wrote a little prayer to start us off with. It's in Arabic, but we'll have a running translation. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of God, the universally merciful, the particularly merciful. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Praise be to God, the Lord of all realms and of all peoples. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in wa ala sa'ir al-anbiya'i wal mursaleen. And praise and prayers be to Muhammad and all the prophets and all those godly men and women all together, and salutations on them as well. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhik. O God, to you is praise as is fitting for your majesty, wa li azimi sultanik, and to the magnanimity of your sovereignty. Subhanak Allahumma la ilaha illa ant mulhim al-khair wal-haq. And transcendent be you, O God. There is no deity other than you, and you are the one that inspires good and truth. Wal-ma'na al-adaq, and the finest meanings. Wal-sirat al-awfaq, and the most fitting and appropriate path. Nas'alaka Allahumma an tunhimana bima huwa anfa'u wa awsa'u wa akramu wa ahkam. And we ask you, O God, that you inspire us with what is most beneficial and most expansive for us and the most honorable for us and the most judicious for us. وبما يذكرنا بما فيه أداء لحقوقك ولحقوق عبادك, and that of which reminds us a fulfillment of your right and the right of your servants on this earth. اللهم ذكرنا بما نسينا وعلمنا ما جهلنا. O God, we ask you that you remind us of those things that we forget and that you teach us that which we are ignorant of. واهدنا إلى الصواب واحمنا من العتاب, and guide us to that which is the most appropriate, and protect us from any recompense. يا ربنا زدنا جميعا في خدمتك وفي خدمتك عبادك وإمائك. And O God, we ask you that you increase us all together in your service and the service of your male and female servants. نواصينا بيدك, and our forelocks are within your grasp. وجمل وحسن أحوالنا في الدنيا والآخرة. We ask you to beautify and make excellent our states in this world and the hereafter. وزدنا احتراما واحمنا بحمايتك العظمى ورأفتك العليا ورحمتك الأسمى واحفظنا من أن نضل أو نضل أو نزل أو نزل أو نجهل عليه. And we ask you that you increase us in mutual respect for one another, and you protect us with your encompassing sanctuary and your lofty kindness and your sublime mercy, and that you protect us from being astray or leading others astray, or that we slip, or that we are led, or that we lead others to slip, and that we show ignorance, or that others show ignorance to us. فلا منجأ ولا منجا إلا إليك. So there's no refuge and no escape except to you. وصلواتك وسلامك الأزكيان الأطهران الأنقيان الأسميان الأبركان على جميع رسلك اللهم آمين ثم آمين. And may the choicest prayers and the purest prayers and the finest prayers and the most selective prayers and the most elective prayers be upon the prophets and the messengers and the righteous God, the righteous, and those who show kindness to others amongst mankind. Amen.
Thank you. We're on to ceremonial items, and we will start. Councilor Candelas, if you join me at the podium, we will recognize Mark Spears.
All right. Today's a special day for me because I get to recognize someone who I played on the same basketball courts as growing up here in the city of San Jose, and who I've seen grow into a sports journalist legend. Mark Spears and I played for the same basketball coach, actually, Dennis J. Fernandez, standing right there in the first row. Even though Mark played at Andrew Hill and I played at Evergreen Valley High School a few years apart, we still share a mutual love and respect for the game.
You were all league too?
No, I was not. I wasn't as good either, or tall. Now, obviously, Mark took that love of the game to much greater heights. But as someone on the sidelines, it's been incredible to witness the impact he has made on the sport of basketball. Off the court, Mark wrote for the student newspaper at Andrew Hill High School and carried that passion for journalism to San Jose State, go Spartans, where he wrote for the Spartan Daily. Mark grew up a fan of Spartan athletics, idolizing stars like Ricky Berry, who Mark looked up to and also considered one of the greatest basketball players in the university's history, donning number 34 throughout the career in his honor. So when the time came to pick a school, Mark turned down scholarship opportunities to join his hometown university as a walk-on. Though Mark's path as a basketball player was cut short, as the saying goes, you can take the player out of the game, but you can't take the game out of the player. Mark took his passions and focused on a different game, sports journalism, and he took the game to the highest extent possible. Mark has covered the NBA for more than 2 decades, including more than 18 NBA finals, as well as 18 NBA All-Star games. Mark's biggest goal as a journalist is to capture the Black experience in sports as real and as close as possible. To do this requires an incredible individual who takes the time to understand players and their families. Players deal with so much and often keep their guard up. And when it comes to sharing their pain and personal lives, in Mark's own words, I don't get here if the players don't trust me with their stories. Mark has written thousands of stories for ESPN, Yahoo Sports, and more recently, Anscape, a black media platform focusing on uplifting black identity. He's just released the Conversations projects on Hulu, and let's be real, he's probably writing another story as we speak. These stories are more than just words on a page. They are the difference between someone being able to identify with their hero or not, to see themselves in the shoes of the greats, and to believe in themselves and go further. Mark's writings inspires our own black and brown youth, many of whom come from underprivileged backgrounds and take his words to heart. He has called out the lack of black athletic professionals as head coaches, front office, and ownership positions. He has highlighted LGBTQ+ issues in sports and has written about the importance of women finding their way into leadership positions in the league. Mark has been willing to write about things that other people consider uncomfortable writing. So without further ado, I am proud to recognize Mark Spears for his accomplishments, receiving the 2023 Naismith Hall of Fame Kurt Gowdy Media Award for his contributions to the game of basketball, and his upcoming William Randolph Hearst Award for Excellence in Professional Journalism from our alma mater, San Jose State University. Congratulations, Mark, and thank you for being with us today. Now, I'd like to invite you to share a few words before the mayor presents a commendation to us. Let me raise this up.
Wait, no, I got something for you first. Oh, what's that? Thank you for nominating me for this. Thank you for everything you do for the city. So I actually brought you guys pins. Oh, man. Wow. Basketball Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah, I've done it. Yeah, please, yeah. Throw that on me.
Everybody don't have this.
Yeah, it's awesome. Now I know who gave it to me now, too, so this is great.
So who's in Andrew Hill's district?
What's that, D2? Oh, you can't throw it down.
I got to get to know you, too.
There we go. We'll make the intro. Thank you. Awesome. You want to say a few words? Yeah, please.
No, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. No, the city of San Jose has been basically the foundation of my life. Certainly blessed to have grown up here. You look in the room, this city is diverse. When I travel around the country, it's not like this. So to grow up with brown people, yellow people, white people, I grew up with everybody. So I got to learn about all different races as a kid. But in the same token, San Jose also helped me be proud of my blackness with, Juneteenth festival and going to Emmanuel Baptist Church, and my mom being a member of the San Jose Afro-American Center, and going there and watching Eyes as a Prize as a kid. So, I got to meet great people like Coach Fernandez in high school and junior high at Silverdale Elementary School, a career day, which I hope we keep in all the junior high schools. I learned that I wanted to be a sports writer in the 7th grade, and I wrote Mark Purdy from the San Jose Mercury News, and he gave me a letter telling me what to do from 7th grade through college and to be a sports writer. And if he doesn't send me that letter, I don't think I'm standing here. And so, I'm a product of Hellier Elementary, Silverdale Junior High, Andrew Hill High School, and San Jose State. And so, in making the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame and all the success that I've been able to accomplish over the last 2 months, that doesn't happen without the love and that the city of San Jose has given me. So thank you. One, two, three.
Thank you. Awesome.
All right, Councilmember Dewan, please join me at the podium and we will recognize and proclaim National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend.
Thank you, Mayor. Every September, the International Association of Firefighters honor the sacrifice and accomplishment made by firefighters that have given their lives in the line of duty. The Fallen Firefighter Memorial is located in the shadow of Pikes Peak in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and will take place on September 16, 2023. The IAFF Fallen Firefighter Memorial Weekend will add the name of 572 fallen firefighters from the United States and Canada to the Wall of Honor, including 3 San Jose firefighters. We honor Fire Captain Rick Wardell, Fire Captain Bob Francis, Fire Engineer Scott Fay, for their service to San Jose. We have the honor to light the City Hall in red this week to remember our fallen heroes. Now, therefore, on this 12th day of September 2023, the San Jose City Council does hereby proclaim September 15th through 17th as Fallen Firefighter Memorial Weekend for celebrating the lives, heroism, and accomplishment of our city bravest of the brave. At this time, I'd like to invite Chief Williams to make remarks.
Thank you, Council Member. Appreciate that. We'd first like to thank Mayor Mahan, Councilmember Duan, and members of the Council for this honor today. It is with deep gratitude that I accept this proclamation on behalf of Fire Chief Robert Sopian and the men and women of the San Jose Fire Department, recognizing National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend. This proclamation signifies our community's unwavering support for the brave men and women firefighters and their families. This year, 572 will be enshrined at the National Firefighters Memorial event in Colorado Springs. Their families, along with Chief Sopian and representatives of IFF Local 230, will be present to honor them. This is a time when we come together as a nation to honor and remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty, or as a result of presumptive illness associated with exposure to the hazardous environments and rigors of being a firefighter. Yesterday, we commemorated the 22nd anniversary of September 11th, attacks on the World Trade Center where 343 firefighters, 23 members of the New York Police Department, and 37 Port Authority officers paid the ultimate price in their pursuit to provide for the safety of the public. These individuals exemplified courage, dedication, and selflessness in their service. Our firefighters are not just first responders. They are an integral part of our community, and their dedication and bravery inspires all to be better members of our community. Let us take a moment to remember the fallen heroes and appreciate the brave men and women who continue to serve and ensure the safety of our communities. On behalf of the entire firefighting community, I want to thank the community and council members once again for this honor. Thank you.
I would like to present this proclamation of our fallen firefighters today to our fire department, and I am extremely grateful to the family that stood behind me here. And I do understand, as a retired captain, that our firefighter every single day risk their lives to make sure that our citizen is safe. Thank you.
echo Councilmember Dewan's comments and thank our firefighters and their families for their service and sacrifice and assure them that those sacrifices will not be forgotten. Now, if Council Members Jimenez, Torres, Ortiz, and Candelas would join me at the podium, we would like to recognize and proclaim National Hispanic Heritage Month.
I would also like to invite Vice Mayor Kameh as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and I'd love if representatives of El Comité can join us as well. Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. As a representative for East San Jose, this proclamation is incredibly important as it gives an opportunity to acknowledge the diversity of San Jose and recognize the contributions of our various Hispanic communities. Today, nearly 63 million Hispanics, 18.9% of the United States population, call this great country home and carry with them cherished traditions, incredible cuisine, an undeniable spirit of ingenuity and perseverance. San Jose is both strengthened and unified by our creativity, innovation, and cultural patrimony. Strategically celebrated from September 15th through October 15th, Hispanic Heritage Month captures the Independence Day of many Latin American countries, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Chile, and for those joining us this Friday, Mexico. As we celebrate the various celebrations happening all over, I hope we can take a moment to reflect on the challenges that continue to be faced by our community, including a pay gap felt more strongly by Hispanic women, violence targeting our street vendors, and substandard educational outcomes. With that, it's our great honor to present today's proclamation to El Comité de Fiestas Patrias de San Jose, California. Guided by the vision of Mexican Consul General Alejandra Bolona, El Comité represents a group of elected officials, local leaders, and business owners committed to preserving Mexican traditions and culture in the region. Together, they've been able to elevate the scale and reach of our patrimony. Please help me in recognizing the members. Consul General Alejandra Bolona. Yes, please, round of applause. Jesus Flores, President of Latino Business Foundation. Maria Shabin Hernandez. Tomas Gonzalez. Melicio Banuelos. Rodrigo Navarro Gonzalez. Carlos Merino, and Adolfo Gomez. I'm incredibly thankful for all your dedication to this cause, and I'm looking forward to this Friday's El Grito de Independencia celebration happening here at City Hall from 4 to 10:30 p.m. Now I would like to invite Consul General to share a few words.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here today and receive, on behalf of the Mexican Consulate and also Comité Fiestas Patrias, this recognition. It's very important for us to keep sharing our traditionals with a community that has been very strong and contribute to the development of San Jose City. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to invite Jesus Flores, President of the Latino Business Foundation, to share a few words.
Gracias, Council Member. Hello, my name is Jesus Flores. I have the honor of being the president of the Comité de Fiestas Patrias of San Jose, California. On behalf of our Comité de Fiestas Patrias, I want to thank you all, council members, Mayor Mahan and Vice Mayor Kameh, for this commendation. I want to also give a big thank you to you, Ambassador Alejandra Bolona, Consul General of Mexico in San Jose, as Consul is one of our founders for our Comité de Fiestas Patrias. Our Comité de Fiestas Patrias was formed with the mission to work in collaboration with different entities to preserve the cultural celebrations treasured by the Mexican and Mexican-American communities in San Jose, especially the commemoration of Mexico's national independence, also known as El Grito. Thank you, Ambassador Bologna, for your great leadership. Thank you. We also want to recognize the important support from Council members Omar Torres, Peter Ortiz, Sergio Jimenez, and Domingo Candelas, as well as Mayor Matt Mahan. Your commitment has been essential to our committee. Thank you all for your continued support. And before I end, I want to extend the invitation. Please don't forget to join us this Friday for our big celebration, and let's all join our Consul General from Mexico to say, Viva Mexico! Gracias.
Viva Mexico! Now I'd like to please ask the mayor to present the proclamation to El Comité. Thank you.
Can I ask the council members on the dais to please re-sign in to your voting system?
All right, we are on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? Okay, seeing no hands, we will move on.
I need Nora, Sergio, and David and Councilmember Dwan to re-sign into their voting system. So if you're sitting next to them and they're not sitting there, can you click for Dwan and Cohen?
You want us to click sign in on those screens?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I can't do anything until those are green. So Councilmember Foley, can you sign in Cohen? Can you guys go do it? Thank you. No, it was, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Tony, are we all set? Great. Okay, so I did not see any hands for orders of the day. Let's move on to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Great, thank you. And then we're on to the consent calendar. Are there any items members of the council would like to pull from consent? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I would so move the consent calendar.
Second. Thank you. Let's go to public comment on the consent calendar.
Okay, I want to remind people this is for the consent calendar. Julie Jennings.
Oh, you know, I want to speak on 3.4, so
Okay,
this is
we'll call
not
you.
the right time.
Thank you. Samantha?
I apologize, I didn't mean to press that.
Back to the council.
All right, thank you. Let's vote.
Do we have two absent? Yes. Motion passes with Davis and Dwan absent.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we're on to land use consent, item 10.1, conforming rezoning and site development permit on certain real property located at 575, 591, and 593 North 5th Street. There's no staff presentation, so why don't we go to public comment first?
No, there's no public comment.
Okay, back to the council. Do we have a motion on item 10.1?
Move approval.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Davis and Dwan absent.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we're through both consent calendars and on to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have a report today. This week, San Jose joins more than 160 local government agencies and 120 nonprofit partners across the U.S. to celebrate Welcoming Week. This week recognizes and celebrates the efforts of cities and counties who aim to make their communities more inclusive and welcoming for all people, including immigrants and refugees. Last year, the City of San Jose earned the Certified Welcoming City designation from Welcoming America and continues to strive towards making San Jose more welcoming in all aspects of civic, social, and economic life. San Jose and local community partners will host a series of events to mark the occasion and engage the community throughout the week. Visit the web page or scan the QR code displayed on the screen for a complete list of activities. I would like to extend my gratitude to our mayor, city council, city departments, and community organizations for their continued commitment and focus on making San Jose an inclusive and equitable city. Our collaborative, combined efforts will ensure that all residents, including those from diverse cultures and backgrounds, can live, flourish, and fully contribute here in San Jose. Thank you. That's the end of my report.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, we're on to item 3.3, settlement of NAACP of San Jose, Silicon Valley. Don't believe we have a presentation, do we? Nora, do you want a short statement from our city attorney?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In May 2020, the death of George Floyd at the hands of a Minneapolis police officer jarred the country's collective conscience, sparking protests across the nation. Protests in San Jose occurred over several days. Like those in other cities, they involved very large crowds and behavior that ranged from peaceful protest to violence. The responsibility for public safety during those events fell to San Jose police officers. It is accurate to describe the size of the protests and some of the violent behavior that occurred during them as unprecedented in San Jose. 11 individual claimants who were injured by the department's crowd control efforts joined together in a lawsuit led by the NAACP Silicon Valley and the San Jose Peace and Justice Center. 2 settlement agreements are presented today to resolve that lawsuit in its entirety. One agreement resolves the claim of Michael Acosta, a downtown resident who was struck in the eye with an errant projectile, resulting in the loss of sight and his eye, while he was traversing an area officers were trying to clear due to violent activity. The second agreement resolves all of the remaining claims for each of the individuals who had filed suit and the association's claims for non-monetary remedies. As indicated in our memo, we recommend the approval of the settlements before the council today.
Thank you, Nora. Let's go to public comment.
Caller 4379. Caller 4379, please press star 6 to unmute, or is it star 9? Okay, I'm going to move on to Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I'm in San Jose this week, believe it or not. I'm at a laundromat over on the east side. Thanks for the meeting today. Thanks a lot for this item. I hope there can be a bit more city government staff discussion on this item after public comment. You know, what happened in 2020 was because people want answers. People want to be working towards something that's really important and that we've been working on for a number of years now. It's basically to lessen the use of police and the military-industrial state, and that means technology too. And how can we develop more heart-to-heart health and human services ideas, communication, and dialogue as how to solve our issues. And believe it or not, it takes a lot of practice how to do that well. And we have to learn how to practice ways to do that. The work I do with tech accountability can really lend itself to that very well. And to complement, you know, city government staff, you were working on a lot of issues around equity and things like that before the George Floyd things. So things, and less police overall, and more community policing. So, I mean, there are things there, components there. We should really know how to move forward with these things and talk about these things openly. And they should always be as part of the conversation in our future of how we talk about our police issues. And we shouldn't make this into a new competition or anything. We have a very specific goal to work on public oversight and public participation things to do well and to really shape an important future for us. Good luck how we can do that. I'm sorry what's happened. Good luck how we can talk about this. Thank you.
Call-in user 1.
Yeah, hi, Martha O'Connell. Please be aware that on the phone, I cannot hear either the city manager or the attorney. So I think there's something wrong with those mics. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you, Tony. All right, turning to my colleagues. I don't see any hands. Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Great. Councilor Torres, are you waiting to speak? No. Okay, got it. No problem. Tony, let's vote.
I have one person who hasn't voted, but I don't know who that is.
Okay, can everybody check to make sure your vote you have the little check mark there on your screen? Great.
Motion passes unanimously with all present.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tony. We're on to item 5.1, the California Department of Transportation State Route 87 roadway rehabilitation project, and we're joined by colleagues from Caltrans who will help give a presentation. As they step forward, I just want to say that I've really appreciated the level of collaboration and communication we've had with our partners at Caltrans this year. We have clearly a lot of work to do out there in terms of maintaining and cleaning our highways, addressing encampments and graffiti and other challenges, but the level of communication and collaboration has been very, very strong. Particularly enjoy working with Jack Barba out there on our weekend cleanups, as Councilmember Ortiz and I were just doing this weekend at King and 280. So we appreciate you all taking the time to come in, give us an update on your important work along 87 and make sure our community is kept in the loop. John, do you want to kick us off?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. John Russell, Director of Transportation. I just wanted to, you did a very fine job of introducing the whole topic. Just maybe I'll introduce who we have here. We've got Victor Gautier, the Caltrans Public Information Officer, Scott McCrank, Caltrans Construction Manager, and Francis Mensa, the project manager for the project itself. And yes, we're going to do a short presentation and then have questions if needed. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. We thank you for accommodating us with your busy schedule. A presenter today, like John said, will be myself, the project manager, Scott McCrane, construction manager, and Victor Gautier, public officer. We are here today to first brief you on the ongoing State Route 87 pavement rehab project. Second, to tell you about the proposed 2 56-hour full weekend closures for the north and southbound traffic needed to complete the construction in safe and timely manner. And third, seek your assistance in informing your constituents to complement the robust public information outreach strategies that we have put in place. The presentation will follow this out. After my brief opening remarks, Scott will take you through the planned closures, detour, and benefits, and Victor will then discuss the public information outreach strategies planned for the project. We will then take questions from and comments from you, council members, and the public if somebody needs to ask us questions. So the project overview, I'll give the project overview. It's located on Route 87 in the city of San Jose. Construction began in July 2023, and construction is anticipated to end in March 2025. The total project funding.
Sir,
the total project funding is about $70 million. Out of this, about $15 million is from the SB1 funds, and $55 million is from State Highway Operation Program, Protection Program, which is our SHOP project. As you can see, the project scope will replace the pavement with 20-year life cycle flexible pavement. It will upgrade 20 curb ramps at 6 intersections. It will resurface 2.9 miles of Class 1 bike lane that runs parallel to the main line, and it will enhance corridor safety by replacing the medium concrete barrier that surrounds the light rail, and enhance corridor safety by actually enhancing wet night visibility striping and upgrade drainage facilities. So I'll hand over to.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Scott McCrank, the construction manager. I'll walk you through the full highway closure details. So these closures that we're proposing to do will save a significant amount of time, and we'll be able to do a lot of this paving using these full weekend closures. So there'll be 2 separate weekend closures, as Francis mentioned. They're 56-hour closures in nature. It's important to note that only one direction of 87 will be closed each particular weekend. And so the closures will run between Interstate 280 in the north to State Route 85 in the south, or vice versa, depending on which direction we're going that particular weekend. But the limits are essentially between 280 and 85. We are doing northbound Route 87 on the first weekend, which is scheduled for September 22nd at 9 p.m. and it'll last 56 hours, and we'll reopen northbound 87 on Monday morning, September 25th at 5 a.m., or possibly earlier if we can beat the timing. We'd come back in a few weekends later and work on the southbound direction of 87. So this will be weekend number 2, again, a 56-hour closure. It'll run from 9 p.m. on Friday night, October 20th, to Monday, October 23rd at 5 a.m. Again, 56 hours. So some of the benefits of doing the work this way is the main thing, it improves safety. It's less exposure for workers out there. It's safer for the motoring public too. You're not dealing with a lot of lane closures, trucks coming in and out of work zones. We anticipate that there'll be 30 less shifts out there at night if we do it this way. And in addition, we'll save potentially 3 months off the schedule. And then also just reducing the amount of overall nighttime closures that the public will encounter, and in general, less nighttime work overall. Another key feature is that it'll improve the ride quality of the pavement prior to the winter, so that's always a challenge. With this work, we'll have a good pavement structure through the winter, or entering the winter and through the winter. And then in general, there'll be overall cost savings for the project. So obviously with the full closures, you need a traffic management plan to handle this. So we will be activating, actually the regional CMS boards have been activated as of a couple days ago. So you may see it as you're driving around the freeway. You'll see them talk about the first closure for the weekend of September 22nd. So you'll see that on the board South Bay, and maybe even a little bit beyond the South Bay itself, as they're trying to get drivers in the region to know about the closures. Obviously, we'll have detours that will use state routes. I'll show that on an upcoming slide. Another key feature, another key important point is that we will allow emergency response access at all times. So although the on-ramps will be closed, we'll be able to allow, emergency responders, if they need to and they think it's the best way to get to wherever they need to go, they can come through the closure, and we'll have CHP posted at each of those on-ramps. And so if a responder needs to get through, we can make those arrangements. So I think that is a very important thing to note. We will have a command center that is running, and we can, field calls from city staff if there's things that the city sees that maybe could need modification or improvement. We'll have a command center running, and then we'll also have a big outreach effort, which Victor, my counterpart here, will talk about in a few slides. So this is a quick slide that shows a lot of the PCMS boards, which is portable changeable message signs. They're located around the closure. So this has been given to city staff, but I'll go on to the next slide, which shows the detours, which is probably of more concern. So in this particular first slide, you are seeing the northbound full closures. So we have a couple of alternate detours since 87 essentially kind of bisects the city right there. So you have 101 to the east as a detour, 17 to the west is a detour, and then on the north end, kind of running east and west, you have Interstate 280, and the same on the south end going east to west, you have 85. So as you can see, depending on where you're going, you have different detours that are available to you using those state routes, 280, 101, 85, and 17. So this is for northbound. Again, there'll be separate weekends. So now the next slide shows the southbound, which essentially is the same routes, but obviously the other direction. So we kind of call them clockwise, counterclockwise detours. So whichever way you're going, if there's a state route that can get you from one point of 87 to the other end, assuming that's where you want to go, or if you have some other ultimate destination, the detour will definitely help you get there. So then obviously there's other considerations that we had to take into account, and now that we showed you those detours, we had to look at, can the existing routes 17, 280, 85, and 101 handle the traffic? Our analysis shows that those alternate routes are able to handle the weekend traffic on 87. So those seem like viable detours through our analysis. And it's important to note that there's no closures needed on any city street or any county road. Obviously, we had to consider the impact of the city of San Jose due to the on-ramp closures in that one direction and the detour traffic. Other things to consider were kind of the regional impact to San Jose International Airport, SAP Center, Levi Stadium, and downtown San Jose. So all those things were considered. And then we did have to coordinate, so when I mentioned District 4 here on the slide, that is the Caltrans District 4, not the San Jose District 4. So as you may know, if you watch the news, Bay Area, we have a lot of different closures around the regional Bay Area. So we want to make sure that we're not, overlapping messages or confusing people by having kind of different routes, many different routes closed on the same weekend. So that was another point of consideration. So now I'll turn it over to Victor, who can go over the public outreach.
I'm Victor Gaucher, Public Information Officer with Caltrans for Santa Clara County. As Scott mentioned, we've already begun our outreach efforts a few months ago, also by sharing information with everyone here during city council meetings, as well as last week we had a meeting with the Board of Supervisors. We've also initiated a radio and paid media advertisements and media buys to where we're getting that information regarding the closures, the detours, and all the construction information through the media. We're using technology like geo-targeting so that we make sure the people in the location in the area will get that information. All this information also can be found on our Caltrans website, the project website, where there's also a video on the website that the public can see the general information on what's going to be happening, what are the benefits of the project and the closure. We're also sharing this information on our social media channels, as well as with our partnering agencies, whether it's Nextdoor, they're putting it on their Nextdoor, Facebook, Twitter, and our website as well. There's going to be continued efforts with the traffic advisories where we're sharing that information with the media and the public, and we've also sent out over 22,000 mailers and flyers to different residences and businesses along the project location, sharing that information with Levi Stadium, sharing it with the theaters downtown and the theater districts, as well as with the SAP. We checked all their calendars to see if there were any big games or any Taylor Swift concerts. So we're making sure that every venue in the area has that information for the closure and the times. Next slide. We also have a dedicated website for the project that's going to have the times and the locations for the detours, which is sr87pave.com, so the public can feel free to go to the website to look at any of the updates to see what are the detours. We have a dedicated email address where people can write into us and just let us know their questions or celebrate the progress of the project, and there's going to be a dedicated hotline. I'm going to go ahead and pass it back over to the project manager, Francis.
This is the end of our presentation, and we are welcome to any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you for that very informative presentation and giving us a heads up. It's a large and exciting project. We're going to go to public comment.
Jeffrey?
Oh, sorry, I had my hand raised mistakenly.
Okay, thank you. Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman. I'm now waiting at a bus stop over on the east side. Hopefully I can make it to the council meeting today at some point. This item, it was brought to the County Board of Supervisors, I think a week or two ago. Was it mentioned? I think it was possibly mentioned there is bike trail issues. You can help with bike trails around 87 that I thought was interesting. And if that is the case, thank you. That's taking extra care for an item like this. And it's with that, I had wondered if that would also include some sort of new surveillance and data collection technology that may be involved with such a project. So if it is, just a good reminder of what open public policies can offer the community process, and that really help make things easier. And we're always looking for ways for different projects to describe the technology involved for that to be easier. And good luck if this project can help do that, and ways to do that. Good luck in that effort. Thanks a lot for this item.
Sean?
I might have been zoning out on this part, but I didn't see any mention of how this would affect unhoused people who are living along the freeways and what the contingency plan was for that. I know that Caltrans normally just sweeps people, not necessarily in the kindest way. So I would like to know, since they're going to be doing this well in advance, who they're working with and what how they're going to go ahead and sweep people. Because lately, Caltrans is just working with CHP to wipe people out like every 3 weeks, I think in your district, over and over and over and over and over again. And still they prevail. So I would like to know what their plan is to work with unhoused people to hopefully not just sweep them, but to find some, work with them well in advance before that. And then just on a note about homelessness, I hope you can all read this shirt and what it says, because this is really what I believe, and I think that it's true. And this is also the shirt that I was wearing when SJPD outside of Tostadas targeted me as an organizer of the George Floyd protest. And so began the saga that led to me getting shot and arrested. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you, Tony. Okay. I believe I saw Councilor Jimenez first.
Yeah, thank you for all the information. Appreciate it. I think this touches mainly, well, a few districts, I think, but this is a main artery for many of the residents that I represent in South San Jose to get, including myself, to get to downtown. Just a few questions. One of them that I had written down was related to what Sean said about the homeless encampments. but maybe tied to that, if someone can answer the question, but maybe tied to that is how are you going to interact and maybe, I don't want to say manage or handle, but sort of interact with the homeless individuals on the side of the road. And when we talk about bike lanes, because I think that's primarily where they are, especially up by Branham and you know, are those the bike lanes you're talking about that are going to be resurfaced? And if so, how is that interaction going to happen with the homeless individuals?
Thank you for that question. I'll answer the unsheltered. So we are working with the City of San Jose to where we offer, with the City of San Jose, they do go out and offer services and options. If there are unsheltered in the project area, we've been working with our contact there, giving them many weeks in advance of saying, hey, this is where the project opportunity is. Would you please go out and offer any solutions or any project, any resources? So we are working with the City of San Jose to offer any housing situations or things of that nature to the unsheltered in the locations.
Okay, and then I think they may be in sections that are paved and not paved, and so are you, assuming some folks don't leave for whatever reason, they will be moved in order to pave the new trail? Is that? I know that's a loaded question. But
that's a very good question. Thank you for that. So we definitely, with Caltrans, we have our protocol. No, if there are unsheltered or during a project area, we'll stop until that situation is addressed. So it's not just, we're just moving people right along. There is a protocol, and we're working with the city again to say, hey, what are the resources that you all can provide or that we can provide in order to rectify this particular situation, as well as keep the project moving. But anytime that there is unsheltered on a project location, there's a halt.
Okay, and then right there at the area by Branham and 87, there's some trailheads that go sort of into the neighborhood that lead into that bikeway. Is that going to be paved all up into that trailhead, or?
So I think the bike path is a little bit north of there. There's about 3 miles of bike path that is getting resurfaced as part of this.
Then I guess maybe, can you help us understand which bike paths are going to be resurfaced then? Because maybe I don't.
Yeah, so it looks like it's running pretty much near Almaden Expressway. So I think it's that section to the north of that. It's about 3 miles. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so the area.
It's on the east side of 87.
Okay. Right. This area I'm talking about is the east side, but it's further down. So that area won't be touched as it relates to resurfacing the trail, or?
I believe I believe that point will be that part will be also repaved.
Yeah, it's like in between Capitol Expressway.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, I believe that will be, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. The other question I have is related to, you said you all have been tons of outreach, it seems. The SAP Center, I had that down as one of my questions. You've obviously reached out to them. Although the 87 in front of the airport isn't going to be closed, but it's going to impede sort of getting there. And I need to look at the hours again. Obviously, the airport isn't operating 24 hours a day, but have you been in touch with the airport director and on how it may impact the airport operations?
So we've been in touch with their PIO and their outreach, and we've been providing them with the information regarding the closure, the detours, and the hours. And we've been sending information on a weekly basis. I'm actually going to be doubling those efforts this week as well as next week, just to keep it on everyone's mind, but we have been in touch with their PIOs.
Okay. When you send the information, is anyone responding like, thanks for the information, or?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Cool. Okay, sometimes, and I say that because sometimes the emails are sent assuming someone's looking at it, but okay, thank you. The other question I had is there any reason why we aren't going all the way to 101? I mean, it's not too far down, and so I'm curious why the project area is what it is.
Yeah, this particular project is from 85 to somewhere around Kettner, so that's where the miles is in there.
Is there a particular reason that it's not going past heading and to 101 interchange?
I think that section was
probably the newer section of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking that was the case. Okay. And then the very last question, and I'll tell you that this is a question I ask myself. I suspect I'm not the only one up here, but I also get residents asking me, and you see the edge of your seats. But I'm sure you've heard it before. Is the condition of 87 seems to just be, I don't know what it is, but the roadway, even, I'll point out an exact area actually. As you get on the on-ramp on Capitol Expressway coming north, when you're coming up there, when you're getting onto 87, you actually see a big section of pavement sort of, it almost looks like there's just been a big, like some sort of earthquake that caused the movement of the, why is that? That not that specific section, but just the condition of 87. How is it, is there an explanation for it?
My knowledge of geotechnical engineering, it looks like the water table around there, with the Guadalupe River around that area is very high.
To the mic, sir?
Yeah, the water table is very high. So what we are doing on this project is all the undulating surfaces you are talking about, we are going to densify the area to bring it up to level. So when we pave, and hopefully when it's done, we're not going to have that roller coaster ride on 87 like you see now, and it will be smoother.
But the water table has something to do with the shifting of the roadway, if you will?
I mean, the settlement is probably due to up and down movement of the water table, but you can say that. But we're trying to fix that. It's been a problem for a while.
Okay. And then just the last question. I know I said it was the last question. I don't know if I ran out of time. Very quickly, John, from the City Department of Transportation, I know you know that there's VTAs looking at, or is it Caltrans, but VTA is looking at changing of on-ramp, off-ramp right there at 87 and Capitol Expressway. This isn't going to impact any of that, right?
No, and what you're referring to is right at the Capitol Narvez 87 interchange, which we just got started doing the preliminary work with VTA and Caltrans on that project. So this won't have any impact on that, as that's a future project that will modify that interchange, but this won't have any impact on what we're doing.
Okay, very good. And I'll move approval. Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilor Foley with the second. Thank you, Councilor Jimenez. Councilor Torres.
Great, thank you. You know, Councilmember Jimenez, you can drive past the airport if you want. You know, it's that part of 87 is actually pretty nice, by the way. so the way you see it from the airport to the 101 is hopefully the way we have it from there all the way down to the 85. So speaking about that, for folks coming from the south side and into our downtown, I represent the entertainment district of the city of San Jose. How did we do outreach to our local small businesses? Was that a collaboration between the city and Caltrans, or because for me in particular, I'm just slightly worried that the impacts of small businesses during that weekend.
Thank you for that question. So along with our digital assets that went out through traffic advisories or through social media, like I mentioned earlier, we did around 22 to 23,000 mailers or flyers, project mailers or flyers that were strictly dedicated to the businesses, small businesses and residents around the location of the project area. Using everyday direct mail, you're able to identify the areas that you want to kind of target. And so I alone sent out about 23,000 mailers, really with the emphasis on focusing on some of the businesses in the locations of the project and a little bit outside. And I've also made a lot of phone calls with some of the theaters in the area. Myself and my peer, Jean Calderon, who's with Legislative Affairs, we've reached out to San Jose State. We've made phone calls. We've contacted people through email. It's been just a weekly and daily communication efforts with the small businesses in the area. Was I able to hit 100% of them? You know, maybe 90, but we really did our due diligence on looking at what small businesses, what theaters, what sports arenas would be impacted, and we went out and we targeted and reached out to them.
No, great, thank you for that. And speaking about that, I want to pivot over to the general population. As you may know, the city of San Jose is one of the most diverse cities in the world, as a matter of fact. And so when we do this kind of outreach, we are doing all languages, right? On your social media platforms, on ethnic media, on print ethnic media, you name it, right? On television now, because, I mean, people still watch television.
Right. So our website is going to have the information. It actually should, there's a link that should have it in, I don't know the exact number, but there's multiple languages for the information, the general information for the project on the website, as well as our media buy. I don't know that answer right now. I'd probably have to get back to you about that
Yeah,
one.
no,
But we
that'd
do
be
our
great.
best to try to make sure that, depending on the location that these projects are in, we'll look at the demographics and say, okay, we need Vietnamese or Tagalog or Spanish as well as English.
Great, no, thank you. I think that's incredibly important because the 87 is an artery to our city, and so everybody uses. You'll be surprised on you're traveling on the 87 and you see one of my colleagues on the road or a neighbor or somebody. It's you always see somebody on the 87, the roller coaster ride that it is. But again, it's a major artery into our city, and I'm just super excited that this is happening, especially since our bike lanes are going to be repaved. I used to run when I lived farther down. In District 3, I used to use those bike lanes as a runner, and I could imagine now that they're not in good quality shape, and so this is going to be happening, which is good. So it's really good to have our own Carmageddon, here in San Jose. So hopefully, with everyone working together, it's not really a Carmageddon. I just said it as a joke because the closure of the 405, but whatever. But yeah. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I want to thank our colleagues at Caltrans again for taking the time to come in, and we're very excited about this investment. Hopefully 87 is less of a roller coaster when we're done, but really looking forward to it and appreciate the heads up and you helping to empower us to keep the community informed. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with all present.
Great, thank you, Tony. We're on to item 6.1, long-term renewable energy agreement with PG&E. Let's go to public comment.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you that you brought this back at this time. I hope you can have a good conversation after public comment on it. I need some clarification what you guys were working on in the past few weeks, months on this item now, or at least from August. So, it's really important to me that, if nothing else, I don't know the depth of this issue, how to better understand it, but in the very, very least, in very broad terms, we have a real obligation and purpose that we're moving away from PG&E in our future. And we are moving towards a future of more community focus and community decision making with our energy. And that's the bare facts, and it's just a matter of how we get there and what we do to get there and work towards that. It's up to us and how we want to do that. And good luck how we approach this. And it should be with the intention how to lessen PG&E's influence in our future. And I think that's an important concept. And so thanks for your time and good luck to the future of community deciding our future energy choices, and not just a few within the city manager's department. Thank you.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Lori and the Clean Energy Department for balancing our purchase of clean energy for our customers and for continuing to evaluate how we can expand the portfolio. So I will move approval of this long-term renewable energy agreement.
Second.
Great, thank you. All right, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with all present.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're on to item 6.2, San Jose Building Reach Code Administrative Update. There's a staff presentation. Once you all are settled in, feel free to jump in.
Thank you. Carrie Romanow, Director of Environmental Services. I'm joined with Julie Benavente, our Deputy Director leading Climate Smart. So we just have a short presentation today. This is one of the many things we're doing to meet our carbon neutral by 2030 objective. Recall in 2018 when Climate Smart San Jose was adopted, it was a collaborative effort with our community, businesses, and city staff. And so as we move through the many tasks we need to do to reduce our carbon footprint as a city, each small step does make a big difference. Julie will talk a little bit about that, but also recall that the framing of Climate Smart includes financial considerations with an overall objective to make our communities' lives better by improving the environment and by doing the actions that they said that they would support. And with that, I'll turn it over to Julie.
Thanks, Carrie. So today we'll have an overview on the building standards and REACH codes, as well as some background on the city's previous building REACH code. Talk a little bit about what we're proposing for this readoption, along with some minor administrative updates and also next steps. As a quick primer, the California Building Energy Efficiency Standards, or Efficiency Standards, and the California Green Building Standards, or CalGreen, are set by the California Energy Commission. These standards are typically increase energy conservation and reduce energy costs in buildings and are adopted every 3 years. Building REACH codes increase building code requirements above the current efficiency standards and can be adopted at any time by a jurisdiction as long as they meet cost effectiveness standards set by the California Energy Commission. The city first adopted a building REACH code in 2019. It became effective in 2020. That REACH code required solar and electrification readiness and incentivized all electric buildings, and it also required increased electric vehicle readiness and equipment installation for all building types, all new construction. Due to the 3-year building code cycle, the city readopted its EV installation requirements in 2022, and they became effective in 2023. However, at that time, cost-effectiveness studies were not available yet to support the readoption of the other 2019 building REACH code components. And that's why we're returning to council today, because those cost-effectiveness studies are now available, and we're seeking to readopt the remaining 2019 building REACH code components. In order to determine what still needed to be included in the REACH code adoption that we're bringing today, we evaluated what's already included in the 2022 efficiency standards. Those standards now require PV installation in high-rise multifamily and certain non-residential new construction. They also require pre-wiring for future electrification in single-family and low and high-rise multifamily, as well as increased energy efficiency across all building types. So we had some of those components in our previous REACH code. We no longer need to cover those with the REACH code. Therefore, the proposed REACH code only includes readoption of the following components: solar readiness requirements for high-rise multifamily and non-residential construction, electric readiness requirements for non-residential construction, and updated energy efficiency requirements for all new construction in order to incentivize all electric buildings. These align with the previous 2019 REACH code and also align with the 2022 efficiency standards. And I'll go over these in the presentation. So in terms of solar readiness, this simply remains to provide reserved roof space or solar zone for the future installation of solar panels. Since the 2019 REACH code extended solar ready requirements for all buildings, that we're proposing that the REACH code maintain that same requirement. Electric readiness refers to the installation of an electrical circuit that's capable of powering an electric appliance, making the building ready for future electrification if that building is currently designed for a gas appliance. Since the 2022 efficiency standards already required electric readiness for single-family and accessory dwelling units, the proposed REACH code only covers single-family and multifamily buildings to require a designated external location for future heat pump equipment so that they're heat pump ready for the future. And that's in alignment with the draft 2025 efficiency standards. And then for non-residential new construction, the proposed REACH code includes electric readiness requirements, but allows more design flexibility than the previous REACH code. regarding the specific power requirements, considering that there's a wide variety of non-residential systems that must be accommodated. Similar to the 2019 REACH code, the proposed REACH code also requires higher energy performance buildings. And this means higher, what are called compliance margins, in order to reduce emissions from the building. Compliance margins refer to how a proposed building performs compared to a standard building constructed to minimum code requirements. And so higher compliance margins are more easily achieved in a REACH code by specifying all electric appliances, and that's how all electric buildings are incentivized through the REACH code. As part of the 2022 efficiency standards, the CEC added metrics for buildings to use to show compliance with efficiency standards, and the proposed REACH code uses the source energy metric that's in those standards, as it represents a more complete picture of a building's energy efficiency. The table shown here shows the compliance margins required in the proposed REACH code. These margins represent the maximum values found to be cost-effective or the existing thresholds under the 2019 San Jose REACH code, whichever was lower. Small and medium retail, groceries, schools, and banks are exempted because these buildings are already required to have heat pumps per the 2022 efficiency standards. And industrial manufacturing is also excluded in cost-effectiveness studies and the REACH code because of their highly variable process loads. In addition to readopting the 2019 REACH code components that I've talked about, where they're not already covered by the 2022 standards, we're proposing administrative updates to clarify and align the REACH code with 2022 standards, and that includes a couple of new definitions, as well as removing some definitions that we had in the previous REACH code, as they're no longer mentioned in the proposed REACH code, and also proposing not to include prescriptive requirements for mixed fuel buildings from the 2019 San Jose code in order to simplify and allow flexibility for the new construction projects. There are a number of significant benefits for our community, as we talked about when we first adopted the REACH code in 2019, by including these standards for new construction, and that includes greenhouse gas emissions in line with the city's Climate Smart Plan, as well as the city's carbon neutrality by 2030 goals, financial benefits related to lower cost electric construction as deemed by the California Energy Commission's cost effectiveness analysis, and support for public health by decreasing air pollution, emissions, and exposure related to natural gas usage. Staff recommends Council approve the proposed REACH code and authorize submittal to the California Energy Commission for its approval as required by law. If approved, the REACH code will be effective as of October 1st, 2023. We'll go to questions.
Great, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Call-in user 1.
Yeah, hi, Martha O'Connell. I have a concern about outreach to the community when these kind of issues are discussed. I was at the meeting last week, and I can tell you there were approximately 18 people, and that's really not representative of the city of San Jose. And it was people from groups with a political agenda who made speeches, quite frankly. I was one of the only people that I would say with no axe to grind. I was just there speaking up and explaining that we need bundled parking so that seniors and the disabled can have access to a charging station or a receptacle. But once again, when the city is having departments do outreach, I think it's really helpful to drill down on how many people were actually there, because the turnout is usually abysmal. Thank you.
Carlos?
Oh, I apologize. I think that was an accident.
Okay, Paul?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I agree with Martha O'Connell's statement. Is insufficient and inadequate considering the logistics of this project and its economic impact on vulnerable communities. Now, councilmen for District 5 and District 3 are real silent on these issues. Okay, and I want to hear from them. I want to hear from them challenge the city staff on how they were going to create a subsidy, because when you install this new electrical infrastructure, the landlords are going to increase the rents. Why are you not saying that was already fully articulated in the beginning of this process? So what you're doing, and you have a responsibility to do that. You have a moral, ethical, and legal responsibility for the office that you hold, District 3 and District 5, to push back on.
Rocio?
Hi, this is Rocio Molina with Catalyze SV. I want to commend the city staff and the previous speakers in their attention to ensuring that the community are involved in this process and are aware of what's going on. I want to highlight the need for really conscious community engagement in various neighborhoods across San Jose to inform residents of the impact that these changes may have on their projects, on their communities. I think we want to ensure that the information is accessible to various populations, and that means being out in the community, creating opportunities for them to learn and engage with the topic past just a webpage, and giving adequate advance notice. We recommend at least 30 days for invitations to community members for events and meetings. And so we'd love to be of service and continue a conversation about effective outreach if necessary. Thank you so much.
Back to council.
Great, thank you, Tony. Councilor Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I just want to say this work as part of the overall climate smart picture is some of the most important work we do for our kids and grandkids, so I want to thank you for that. I have a question. So, and I wasn't here when the city adopted the original REACH codes. The REACH codes require electric appliances, but not electric furnaces at this point. Is that the distinction?
So the city has its REACH code, but it also has its natural gas infrastructure prohibition, which requires all electric construction. So they basically supplement each other. So if there's an exemption from the natural gas infrastructure prohibition, then it falls back to the REACH code. So in that case, when it's on the REACH code, which I haven't seen any, exemptions from that, from requiring the electric construction. So, but if it does go to mixed fuel, then that's where this portion of the REACH code would apply.
Okay.
And it does not require all electric appliances unless that's in code. It just requires electric readiness.
Oh, it doesn't require.
It incentivizes all electric construction in the sense of, as I mentioned in the presentation, in order to meet the compliance margins that are required in there, these are energy efficiency compliance margins. They would need to, if they have all electric construction, then it would more easily meet that. So that's why it incentivizes it to a high degree, but it doesn't require directly.
So new construction of multifamily housing and commercial still can have exemptions that allow for natural gas installation or natural gas service?
So if they met any of the exemptions allowed in the natural gas infrastructure prohibition, but like I was mentioning, I haven't seen.
So I think I can help out a little bit.
Yeah.
So no, someone would have to apply for an exemption. And so what the elements we put into the REACH code do is they say if that exemption is granted, then you must be
electric ready. But otherwise, buildings are mostly
Yes.
natural gas free, and this electric readiness is not an issue. This
Yes.
electric readiness is for any minimal or actually none so far, you said, buildings that are getting exemptions from the natural gas infrastructure ban or not having the
And Julie, about how many exemptions have we processed?
I don't know of any exemptions that have come through on the natural gas ban. I think, I don't know of any that were approved, no.
So it's not being applied very often, but this would say that if you do get the exemption, you must be electric ready for the next cycle when they're being replaced. Because the state will eventually be banning these appliances anyway, and we want to make sure that buildings are ready. Okay.
Yes.
And I just want to also point out, for the sake of, I think, some listeners and others, that these REACH codes apply to new construction and have nothing to do with existing construction, with existing buildings. So there's no impact on existing residents or buildings that already are there. This is for anything new. And in fact, going all electric should be cheaper because you don't have to install a natural gas line in part of the construction. So this is not adding to cost of construction in San Jose. With that, I will move approval of the staff recommendation for the administrative update to the REACH codes.
Do we have a second? Councilor Ortiz. Thank you. Thanks for making those clarifications for the public, Councilor Cohen. Appreciate that. Sorry, Councilor Member Ortiz, you're up next.
I think Councilmember Cohen already essentially said it. These are for new developments, new buildings, not impacting everyday families in East Side and other working class neighborhoods. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Kameh?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your work. I think this is important work. I'm also thinking that it's something that we ought to circle back to, simply because although this current situation is for new construction, there are certainly efforts that, out there that are sort of closing in on trying to electrify many things. And I know that a particular interest to me was the effects of having gas stoves versus having an electric stove. And the physical hazards are real. And in communities of color, a lot of times they're drastically affected by it, including, promoting, creating asthma amongst vulnerable people. And so I think that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District put out their ruling. They would like to see things converted by 2027. That is around the corner. And although we are not mandating, I think that it's becoming much more evident that we need to prepare and we need to really think about how all of that gets done. So I know it's not part of today, but I'm also thinking about tomorrow and how it affects many, many, many people out in the community. I know that during my office hours, I'm getting asked about it and what is the City of San Jose doing? This is a first part, but I also think that overall we have to start thinking now, because it's going to take time to be able to do a lot of the conversions. So I urge you to, sort of think about what are some of those things. I know that I've talked to the clean energy staff and, how are we going to get all of this electrical sort of capacity up? So that's on my mind too. And I just feel that we need to be a little bit more proactive and be clear with the community as to what does this mean and how does it affect me in my area, right, in San Jose. So I guess I don't really have a question, but I just want to kind of plant that seed so that, that those are some of the things that I'm being asked and I have on my mind as we move forward with trying to decarbonize many of our things in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It is definitely an exciting time in this arena, and we're actually, we've calendared a special session in December focused solely on building electrification and talking about all of the topics, now that we know what's on your mind, we'll add all of those topics into the agenda. And we also have been working on some projects in advance of that, because you're right, that deadline is right around the corner. And we want our community to be ready to take advantage of all the rebates and incentives out there, and also build the appropriate workforce. So we look forward to hearing more from you all in that December timeline. And we are also happy to help out in any of your office hours. If there's materials or staff that we can provide to help educate the community, we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Jimenez absent.
Great, thank you. Okay, item 7.1 will not be heard before 4 p.m., so we're going to skip down to item 8.1, which is the purchase and sale agreement for properties extending the Five Wounds Trail from East William Street to the proposed Little Portugal BART station, which is very exciting. Why don't we start? We don't have a presentation, so we'll start with public comment.
Joan Rivas here in person.
She's making her way down.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Joan Rivas Cosby, and I'm here on behalf of the Friends of Five Wounds Trail. I've been copied on some of the written comments and letters of support. I can't say it any better than has already been said, the good reasons for this easement to be approved. But I just kind of wanted to give you a personal face and tell you, in 2002, in the days of Strong Neighborhoods Initiative, our community voted to make this development of an abandoned railroad right-of-way a top 10 priority. So for more than 20 years, this is something that we've been pushing for. And the Friends of Five Wounds Trail has been active for maybe 13 years, advocating for stewardship by the community of the trail and to keep attention on it. So I am here in support of the easement, and I appreciate the staff work on it, and thank you very much.
Well,
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I'm now here at council itself. For this item, it seems important to remind that there will be forms of surveillance technology on the future of this sort of trail, and that cities like Davis, near Sacramento, I've said this for years now, have always done a really good job in their trail surveillance tech practices. That they're kind of the example for the state. That when I mention it to your city government people, they know what I'm talking about. They always take visits to understand it better. So just to remind yourselves of its good practices here, we need to understand accountability for issues of trails and surveillance tech that will be used, and that this can be a safe conversation. Thanks for letting me describe it here at this time. Thank you.
Bill, followed by Paul.
Hi, my name is Bill Rankin. I'm president of Save Our Trails, a Santa Clara County Trails Advocacy Group. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I am also a member of the Coyote Meadows Coalition. I am here to urge support of the easement granted by VTA for the old railroad right-of-way that is designated as the future Five Wounds Trail. San Jose has one of the best trail systems in the country, and the Five Wounds Trail is a critical connection in the city. Starting in Coyote Meadows, where Five Wounds Trail meets the future Three Creeks Trail and intersects with Coyote Creek Trail and the Bay Area Ridge Trail. It is also a direct connection to the future BART at 28th Street and is another critical connection for the city. I urge your support for this. Thank you very much.
Ally?
Hello, my name is Allie Victorine, and I am the Coyote Meadows Coalition lead. Coyote Meadows is at the junction of the future Five Wounds Trail, the current Coyote Creek Trail, and the planned Three Creeks Trail, the eastern section. I'm here to support the purchase and sale agreement of the Five Wounds Trail, and also to remind you of the future of turning the property that is known as the Story Road landfill that we call Coyote Meadows into an urban open space so that the citizens of San Jose and residents of the Bay Area can come and enjoy our beautiful area and beautiful open space. So thank you for your support on the Five Wounds Trail and all of our other trails and Coyote Meadows.
Paul, followed by Catherine. Paul? Okay, I'm going to move on to Catherine.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council and all the departments. I support the other groups. It seems like this is a really critical intersection of multiple trails, and completing that link will create a network out of these separate trails. And the proximity to BART is very strategic as well. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Great, thank you. Appreciate all the public comment. Agree with those who commented. We, as I understand it, don't have a staff presentation, but we have staff here to answer questions. Is that right? Okay, great. So I will turn to Councilmember Torres to begin.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So I actually want to give my personal thanks to Joan Rivas Cosby, along with Dr. Christensen, who is a personal mentor of myself, and David Vieira for being longtime advocates for the Five Wounds Trail. So I remember those community meetings right out of college as a community activity worker for our Strong Neighborhoods Initiative program, and they excited me then, and I'm excited now as we are slowly inching our way to making this a reality. So again, major kudos to our beloved community out there. I also want to give a major shout out to Nancy Klein and Kevin for continuing to push, especially when there's other intergovernment agencies involved. As you may all know, that could hinder us, and it has, but we continue to push with advocates like our community and yourself and elected officials who believe in this project. And so we want to make the city of San Jose a walkable city, especially in the eastern part of our city where our trails do not connect. And so this is a good first step, so thank you. Wait, sorry, I want a motion to approve item 8.1.
Second.
Okay, great. Looks like all the hands went down. I guess you summarized it for everyone.
Actually,
Councilor Candelas, you want to jump in? Yeah, go ahead.
This new system is messing with my emotions. I want to. This item has been a long time coming. I've had the privilege of serving on the Friends of Five Wounds Trail before getting appointed to the council since college. I was a student representative with Communiversity, thanks to Dr. Terry Christensen, who talked me into joining this trail advocacy board. I think what's important, yes, David, Joan Rivas Cosby, Imelda Rodriguez, who's integral part of this. Dr. Terry Christensen has been the motor behind this advocating, and in addition to the community, former District 3 council member Sam Liccardo, former mayor Sam Liccardo, was a big advocate for this trail. Give him kudos. Councilmember Raul Perales, huge kudos for him for helping push this along as well. and obviously my former boss, Jim Bell, who was a tireless advocate, and I know plenty of other people that we could be naming, but I think it's important to remember that community-driven projects like this should be at the forefront of what we as policymakers advocate for when we come to work every day, because this gap, this acquisition took more than 6 years. And so, with that being said, there's still a lot of work to do. I want to thank staff for their tireless effort and for answering our phone calls when we're calling to say, where is this? When is it coming to the council? When is it coming to VTA? When is it coming to the respective body? So I'm happy to support this, and I'm super excited to be moving forward and hopefully eventually taking the trail from District 8 all the way to the future BART station and connecting through the Five Wounds Trail.
Great. Thanks, council member. Tony, I think we're ready to vote.
Motion passes unanimously with all present.
Great. Okay, so we're still not at 4 p.m., which means we will not take up 7.1. We are on to 3.4, approval of the terms of agreements with a few of our bargaining units. We do have a presentation, so why don't we start there?
And actually, I think I'm going to kick it off, Mayor.
Sure.
Wait for staff to get into place. Okay.
City Manager McGuire, can you move the microphone closer to your mouth?
Here.
Yes, her audio's still weird.
Can you hear me? Does that work?
I can hear you, but your audio is definitely different.
This particular one? On this particular one might. So we just pulled this more forward, so maybe that's helpful.
Yeah, and I think they're going to bring you a separate mic because your audio quality, it looks like there's something wrong with it.
Okay. It's going to be a little hard to hold the mic. Okay, does that better? I think so. Okay. So thank you, Mayor and City Council. We're on item 3.4. We are very pleased to bring you agreements on successor memoranda of agreements, otherwise known as MOAs. I'm using a lot of acronyms here. Reached with the Association of Engineers and Architects, IFPTE Local 21, or otherwise known as AEA, the Association of Maintenance Supervisory Personnel, IFPT Local 21, AMSP, the City Association of Management Personnel, IFPT Local 21, otherwise known as CAMP, and the Municipal Employees Federation, AFSCME Local 101, otherwise known as MEF. These are each 3-year agreements through June 30th, 2026, which will provide stability to our workforce. These agreements include several items that are important for all parties and will be beneficial to our city departments and employees, such as wage increases, changes to city-paid parental leave, and other benefits. AEA, AMSP, CAMP, and MEF each notified us that their respective agreements have been ratified by their membership. We are also very pleased that the city has also come into agreements with AEA, AMSP, CAMP, MEF, and the Association of Building, Mechanical, and Electrical Inspectors, known as ABMEI, the Association of Legal Professionals, known as ALP, the Peace Officer Park Ranger Association, known as POPRA, and the San Jose Police Dispatchers Association, known as SJPDA, to amend the terms of their contracts through June 30th, 2026 as well. In addition to the unions I've already mentioned, we have also reached agreement with the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 3, known as OE3, and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 332, known as IBEW, to amend the terms of their MOAs related to the observance of Lunar New Year. These agreements will enable the city to observe Lunar New Year beginning in 2024. There were many people involved in reaching these agreements, and I would like to sincerely thank Jennifer Shembri, Elsa Cordova, and Bill Gold from the City Manager's Office of Employee Relations, as well as all the staff from each of the union negotiating teams. Jennifer Shembry will highlight the names for each team in her presentation in a moment. I'd also like to especially thank the City Council for their support and guidance through this long and challenging process. It is important to note that the ongoing costs for these agreements before you today exceed the amounts included in the city's 2023-24 adopted budget and assumed in the city's general fund 5-year forecast. Therefore, to ensure the general fund remains in balance in the current year, we are recommending some small budget reductions as part of today's actions. And I know any budget reductions are difficult, but we do need to keep our budget in balance today. The next general fund 5-year forecast, which will be released in February 2024, will factor in the additional costs associated with these agreements, which will give us a clearer picture of the overall long-term budgetary impact. However, please know that the actual and expected cost impacts from the compensation increases included here are anticipated to put negative pressure specifically on the 24-25 and 25-26 general fund budget development processes, as these costs were not contemplated in those years. Absent any improvement in projected economic conditions, estimates for other revenue sources and/or expenditure costs, general fund shortfalls may occur that would likely require additional service reductions to keep the general fund in balance in those years. Every year, we must establish our budget priorities to address critical issues. Together, we have made a decision that workforce stability and the recruitment and retention of staff is critically important and remains a high priority for the city. However, because community needs and expectations to expand various services already exceeds the city's limited budgetary capacity, and because we are structurally out of balance in the general fund, the City Council is anticipated to engage in difficult budgetary trade-off considerations for the foreseeable future. If budget reductions are necessary, however, as always, the administration would bring forward a budgetary strategy to best meet the priorities of the City Council and minimize any service impacts to the community to the greatest extent feasible. I will now turn it over to Jennifer Shembry, our Employee Relations Director and Human Resources Director, and Jim Shannon, our Budget Director, who will go over the agreements and budget impacts in more detail. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Jennifer Shembry, Director of Human Resources and Employee Relations. With me today is Jim Shannon, the Budget Director, and Bonnie Duong, the Assistant Budget Director. As the city manager indicated, we had quite a few people involved in these agreements, and we would like to thank the union negotiating teams, which are listed here on the slide. For MEF, that's John Tucker, Cindy Harlan, Dan Gibson, Rachel Atkins, Austin Carell, Nick Rivetto, Ben Martinez, Kevin Johnson, Juliet Lycon, and David Parker. For IFPTE, that's Liz Kamya, Ramonda Celestine, Krista De La Torre, Jesse Perez, Moses Arroyo, Sean Archer, Julie Jennings, Kat Estrada, David Nurhood, Florin Lapoustier, Jim Bittner, and Eric Johnson. We also want to thank Mary Sinceri with SJPDA, Jeremy Kabaking with POPRA and OE3, Tara Chaffee with ALP, and Frank Krusco and Longview with IBEW. In addition, we had other members of the city negotiating team throughout the process, Burke Dunphy, who was our labor consultant, Elsa Cordova, Bill Gold, Ricky Nguyen, Jim Shannon, Bonnie Duong, Catherine Brown, Jeff Provenzano, Jenny Choi, and Hal Spangenberg. As background, the city's collective bargaining agreements with AEA, AMSP, CAMP, and MEF expired on June 30th, 2023, and we commenced negotiations in March of 2023. On June 19th, we reached impasse and participated in mediation through the months of July and August, facilitated by a state mediator. And on August 15th, the city reached overall tentative agreements on the terms contained in an MOA with AEA, AMSP, CAMP, and MEF. We subsequently modified the agreements reached with several of the bargaining units in June, and those unions are ABMEI, ALP, POPRA, and SJPDA. And that again amended the terms of their respective MOAs regarding compensation and the city paid parental leave. And then just recently we reached agreement with OE3 and IBEW, who do have closed contracts, but the agreement we reached with them was related to Lunar New Year, and that allows us to recognize Lunar New Year in 2024. So that means that all bargaining units have agreed to that. I'm going to go over some other key provisions of the agreement, and these are just the key provisions. There is a lot more contained in the memo. So the terms of the agreement are July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026, so a 3-year term. For fiscal year 23-24, it is a 6% pensionable base wage increase effective September 17th. For the unions that we reached agreement with in June, with a 5% pensionable general wage increase, this includes an additional 1% to reach a total of 6%, also effective September 17th. For fiscal year 24-25, there will be a 4% pensionable base pay increase effective the first pay period, and then another 1% in January of 2025. And then for fiscal year 25-26, a 3.5% pensionable base wage increase. And if the revised 5-year forecast that's included as part of the 25-26 proposed operating budget includes a $10 million surplus or more, the general wage increase would be 4%. Other key provisions, this includes making the paid parental leave program permanent and increasing the maximum total hours of paid time off to 320 hours. In addition to, employees will be allowed to use a maximum total of 120 hours of their available sick leave. Lunar New Year, as I mentioned previously, Lunar New Year will be observed as a city-observed holiday, and New Year's Eve Day will no longer be a city-observed holiday. That will be effective in 2024, and employees will be given either an additional 8 hours of executive leave or an additional 8 hours of personal leave to observe a personal holiday that is not observed by the city. These agreements also include certification pays for both police dispatchers and fire dispatchers in the amount of 3.75%. And we have expanded our employee assistance program to our part-time unbenefited employees. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim to talk about the budgetary implications.
Thanks, Jennifer. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The 23-24 total ongoing cost for the compensation and benefit increases before the council today is about $28.7 million amongst all of the funds, and of which that $13.8 million is in the general fund. We have, as part of the recommendation today, we have $11 million that we're bringing forward from the salaries and benefits reserve, which is all of the funding that was set aside for compensation increases for these bargaining groups, along with the bulk of what we had set aside for salary adjustments for specific classifications for a total of $11 million, which leaves us a general fund shortfall to solve here today of $2.8 million. And the reason why we need to bring forward budget adjustments, as Jennifer had mentioned earlier, we're guided by City Council Policy 1-18 to make sure that any ongoing costs are supported by the appropriate level of ongoing revenues to support those costs. So because these are ongoing costs, because these costs continue as the budgeted positions will be continuing also, we have to have $2.8 million worth of ongoing reductions in the 23-24 fiscal year. And so those are summarized here. Talked about in much more detail in the memorandum, and as Jennifer said, reducing the budget is never an easy process. It's always difficult conversations and something we take very, very seriously. We are also, though, under a pretty unusual time frame. Normally, when we do budget reductions, we're typically doing that as part of the proposed budget development process. But in this expedited time frame, we were trying to identify as much as we could that would have no service impacts to minimal service impacts. We did have a few items that are going to have some service impacts that are listed here. So just really briefly, under the no service impacts, we have an appropriation, a citywide expenses appropriation called sick leave payments upon retirement, which is a line item to pay Tier 1 employees their vacation payouts when they retire. That number has been previous years, that number was $5 million. We had already reduced it to $4 million in the 23-24 budget. We think just kind of by looking at where the actuals are trending, we can probably get that down by another $650,000. A little bit of reduction for the PRNS water budget. Again, kind of looking at where some of the actuals to budget have been recently. Banking services, there's a portion of the city card service fees that are applied across all the funds. The general fund contribution could be less, probably by about $100,000. The next category of some minimal to no service impacts does include some vacancy eliminations of 9.56 positions. This is something that we do as part of every budget process. We look at our vacant positions. In this expedited time frame, we do have a few that we think we can bring forward because these positions, these 9.56, have not been backfilled in a meaningful way. The service impacts we think will be also minimal. It does include some school crossing guard positions, about half of the 8 that are currently vacant. We're recommending to delete those, as we currently have 23 out of 120 valid intersections that are currently not staffed, so there won't be any service reduction from these school crossing guard eliminations, but that capacity will be reduced on an ongoing basis. We have a little bit of reduction here for our general vehicle fleet replacements. We do have a backlog of $12.5 million, at least $12.5 million of our general fleet. Although we did in the adopted budget have a pretty big chunk of funding available to buy down some of that. This would reduce that on an ongoing basis from about $2 million to $1.75 million. And then we do have a couple of items that have service impacts here. Again, we were guided by looking at manager's budget addendum number 21, which was prepared for the City Council as part of the most recent budget process to consider general fund trade-offs. Also looking at items that were recently funded in the general fund on an ongoing basis, but had been expanded previously with American Rescue Plan funds. And so one of these items here is the reduction for the placemaking, the Viva Chi and the Viva Parks program, taking the Viva Chi from 3 events a year to 2 on an ongoing basis, and Viva Parks from 100 events to 75 on an ongoing basis. And then the elimination of the recently established City Council District Outdoor Activation Citywide Expenditures appropriation, again, something that was significantly enhanced as part of the Abierto program with American Rescue Plan funds to help stimulate sort of the outdoor activation of public spaces. So then the future funding for this would again revert back to council office budgets or requests as part of the June budget message process. And so what that does, in sum, takes us to the $2.8 million needed to close the shortfall in 23-24 with these agreements. And then looking ahead for the future budgetary implications, again, as Jennifer had mentioned, the additional actual and expected cost impacts from these agreements are expected to put additional pressure in the general fund for the next couple of fiscal years at least. Absent any other improvement to our economic conditions, we could be looking at double-digit general fund shortfalls, although we're going to relook at everything as part of our next 5-year forecast that will be released at the end of February. And so nothing is going to stay static, but we do expect this to put some more negative pressure on a going forward basis. But because community needs and expectations to expand various services already exceed what the city's limited general fund capacity is, we in fact really face a sort of a service level structural shortfall when you look at it from a practical perspective of what the community expects to receive and what we can afford to pay for. And so regardless of sort of exactly, we're going to have some tough budget discussions for the foreseeable future. But with that, we are at the end here, and I wanted to put our recommendation slide up there to summarize the recommendations, and we'll be available for any questions the council has.
Great. Thank you to the team for the presentation here, and to both negotiators as well as those representing the bargaining units. Appreciate the process and that we are at this point. I'll save the rest of my comments for after public comment. Tony, I know we have both in person and online.
Yes.
I'll turn it over to you.
In person, I have James Reber, followed by Justin Imamura, Jeremy Corrales, and Laura, I can't read.
Never been restored. What's particularly troubling to me about these programs, that these programs address those of us in our society who have the least access to any programs. They're uplifting, they're celebratory, and they invite the smallest, the poorest, the most needy among us. And that's the first shot just seems a little less than fair, less than smart. Placemaking is the future of Parks and Recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon, Council. My name is Justin Ibamuran, and born and raised here in San Jose. Most of you know about my organization, Trash Box, cleans up the community. Today I'm here to talk about the placemaking program and all the amazing things that they've done since the beginning. Their team has helped with food distribution during the pandemic and was tasked to lead a brand new program, San Jose Al Fresco, which helps small businesses move outdoors during the pandemic. They met with hundreds of local businesses and assisted them by connecting them with grants and even helping them secure barricades to help keep their patrons and staff safe while working outdoors. As that was happening, they were also tasked with bringing the San Jose Swim program back on board after most of the staff left or were reassigned during the pandemic. Then, as if that wasn't enough, they were also tasked to lead the San Jose Abierto program for 2 years, which helped out many local art organizations and individual artists with funding to help them during a time when entertainment and the arts were the first to close and the last to open during the pandemic. All of those programs were outside of what the placemaking program is actually supposed to be doing, which is activating and reimagining public space. The team of 6 event coordinators, 1 analyst, and a group of passionate part-time rec leaders are the ones that keep our community connected through events like Viva Calle that just happened on Sunday, brought over 100,000 attendees, 100+ Viva Parks events, which hosts paint nights, movie nights, craft nights, even yoga in the park. All these programs are necessary to revitalize and build community within our city, and I'm here to show support and love for the placemaking program that does so much for our community with that small and mighty team. I'm here to support Councilmember Foley, Cohen Jimenez's memo that supports the current internal staff while encouraging other ways to generate funding for Viva Calle through sponsorships.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down D, Monica, and Jerry. So that's D, Monica, and Jerry. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Corrales. I am with Parks and Recreation. I've been an employee here with the City of San Jose now for almost a decade, and I've been a resident of San Jose my entire life. It's really disheartening having to fight so hard to make a livable wage and to be able to live here in this city that I call my home. But it's even more discouraging knowing that we're trying to cut programming that enriches the lives of residents here in San Jose, and programs that I have personally have enriched my life as well. So I'm here to oppose cutting any Viva Parks, Viva Calle funding. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Zachinsky. I lead DOT's Emerging Mobility Team, and I'm a member of IFPTE Local 21. I urge you to approve the tentative agreements reached with the bargaining team with the proposed amendments by Council Members Jimenez, Foley, and Cohen. I came to work for the city 15 years ago, just as the Great Recession hit. Jobs and salaries and benefits were cut, and the city's pension plan was reduced. And large numbers of employees began to leave the city. Over time, that torrent has slowed, but staff turnover continues to be high, and vacancies are also high. That has an impact on employees, and by extension, the city. A public works colleague recently had a baby. He took 1 week of paternity leave because he manages several portfolios like others in his unit. There's no one to back him up when he's out of the office. He felt it would require fewer hours away from his family if he returned to work quickly than it would be if he had to dig himself out of the hole after a longer absence. He's exceedingly responsible and hardworking, but doing his job shouldn't be at the expense of his family. It's a false dichotomy to say that paying city employees more will undermine essential services such as libraries, community centers, and streets. Without such dedicated workers, the city would need to cut services. A recently published Working Partnerships white paper and the joint memo proves that no cuts are needed to fund investments in recruitment and retention of staff. These investments are essential to our ability to continue to deliver the quality of services the city's residents deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dee. I'm a crime and intelligence analyst for the police department, proud member of MEF. I first want to thank those who not only understand us, but but are truly standing by our side and fighting for what's right. Thank you. While I'm fortunate, our job title, Crime and Intelligence Analyst, reached the list to conduct this salary study, there's a part of me that sadly believes you'll prolong the process and state that there's no budgetary funds at the time. I want to be clear. We'll keep fighting until we're compensated at a competitive market rate, and until you realign our job classification to finally be part of the city's analyst series, as we should have been years ago. We already started our salary study, and guess what? The city of Mountain View recently received an increase, and now we are behind them by 67%. If you don't believe us, look at these numbers. If nothing changes, we will continuously be behind every other city in the Bay Area. The foundation you are building will collapse if you keep trying to guilt trip us by saying it's our fault. Services will be cut. The city will gain numerous benefits by putting employees first. Now is your chance to ratify this agreement, support your hardworking, passionate employees, and now is the chance to thrive together and build something better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Sarah, Blair, and Mary.
So we want to say that she had requested ASL services 2 weeks ago, and she came here and they're not here, and so she has not been able to follow the meeting. We've been trying to get people down here, and so she's gonna speak, but it's been very challenging, and we're very disappointed in the city for not providing accessible meeting to her. Yeah.
And just to confirm, that was sent to the clerk's office, the request?
I didn't see it, but I'll go through and check with my staff.
Thank you, Tony. And we'll certainly strive to make sure we never miss that. Why don't you go ahead?
So Monica would like to say, also tell them technically you can't interpret for me since it's not legal. So next time, please provide a certified sign language interpreter if someone requests one. It's hard to share voices or concerns if there is no interpreter. We need to do better. We don't want to see our city of San Jose collapse. We can't limit ourselves. Do better.
As a San Jose City employee and Vice President of IFF, Local 230 San Jose Firefighters, I am adamant that San Jose residents deserve high-quality, timely city services. I urge all City Council members to vote in support of the tentative agreement before you to strengthen some of the most important city services and to recognize the importance of retaining our city workers who deserve a much-needed raise. Keeping a high level of service demands that the city of San Jose is able to fill vacancies and be a competitive employer. Yet today, the city has hundreds of unfilled positions due to largely inadequate compensation and failure to retain skilled workers, leaving residents without the services they deserve. It is a false choice to suggest that giving a modest raise to city workers puts services at risk. And shame on Mayor Matt Mahan for stoking fears and division through making false claims that residents will experience service cuts as a result of these agreements. Thanks to proposal by council members Foley, Cohen, and Jimenez, we know we can both invest in our city workers and retain much needed city services, including keeping funding for programs like Via Calle, Via Parks, and our crossing guards, which the city staff initially proposed to cut. I would like to thank the vast majority of members on this council who supported the tentative agreement for doing the hard work to find solutions to the community's challenges by listening to the workers and to the community. I would encourage the mayor to quit trying to divide the community and to work with his colleagues, to listen to working families and find solutions to our community's problems rather than sowing fear and distrust. I urge the council to support the tentative agreement and the memo for council members Foley, Cohen, and Jimenez. These tentative agreements represent a major victory in the fight.
Thank you. We have 3 speaker cards left. First, Sarah, Blair Beekman, and Mary Morse.
Okay, Blair, just before you begin, I want to just remind everyone who's commenting of our public comment norms. Number 1, please direct all of your comments to the council body as a whole. Do not single out individual council members. Second, in the interest of efficiency, we ask that people do jazz hands or whatever you want to do that's silent, but we don't do applause and cheering because it slows us down, and we want to hear from every member of the public, no matter what side of the issue they're on. Go ahead, Blair. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. I'm less experienced about and knowledgeable about these issues, but nonetheless, I hope you can have patience with my comments on this. You know, I feel I've been talking often that I think 2024 and 25 are years that we, as a community, as a city, can expect some really important, good projects and work to be taking place. And I mean, I've been really hopeful in what to expect in that. And I would, as much as I respect the public comment here today, and I'm learning from the public comment here today, you know, it's been my feeling that, you know, that these rate increases could take place at a bit slower pace, like a 2 or 3% over more years, and develop some sort of practices like that as a way to guarantee that our good projects that we're all hoping for in 24 and 25 go well and do well. And if you guys here at Union are saying that we can still do that, I'm trying my hardest to trust you, and I want to trust you, and I want to, you know, I want to believe in what you need is a bit more money for yourselves, but I don't want projects to be hurt. And so good luck on working on this and working this out. And especially now that we have to work on this, I hope you don't have to cut projects like Via Calle, which is so amazingly important to ourselves about how we think of ourselves. And it works, I mean, that actually Via Calle in Guadalupe, Mexico was the original ideas of Vision Zero, part of that process. So it's that important that good luck how to keep up Via Calle things. And boy, just working it out. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 1 additional speaker card for Yadira.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Abroff. I'm an Associate Transportation Specialist and a member of IFPTE Local 21. Last time I stood up here before you, I was 27 weeks pregnant, and I described the importance of paid parental leave to city employees. Today, I stand here now 32 weeks pregnant, and I urge you to adopt the tentative agreement which provides 8 weeks of paid parental leave to city employees. This agreement is a tremendous step in the right direction in providing working parents the support they need in the fragile early months of a newborn's life. Please do what you know is right and vote to approve this agreement for San Jose employees, families, and for the betterment of the city overall. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Mary Morse. I'm a Senior Environmental Program Manager with the Environmental Services Department, and it's been my honor to serve the environment in the City of San Jose for over 24 years. I'm here today to implore you to approve the negotiated union contracts. My teams, my colleagues, and myself have felt both frustration and relief with this contract. It's a step in the right direction, and we know that it is one step in a long road ahead of us, but we're ready to walk that road. This contract, despite its negative press and anti-worker vitriol, gives us hope. It gives us the space that we need to focus on the services that we provide to the city. I also implore you to use your ingenuity to make the budget work without slashing needed services, these valued services. And I also ask you to engage with us, city workers, to help find solutions. Are we not the capital of Silicon Valley? Cutting high-profile services like Viva Calle isn't exactly innovative, and blaming workers certainly isn't new. A fair contract does not threaten city services. Hundreds and hundreds of vacancies threaten city services. Regressive budget decisions threaten city services. We can and should work together to serve our city. Our residents, businesses, and environment deserve our best. Please vote to approve the contract and let us get back to work. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Yadira Ibanez. As a proud resident of San Jose, I stand before you today to express my unwavering support for the continuation of two invaluable programs that have deeply enriched our community, Viva Gaia SJ and Viva Parks. Viva Gaia SJ, with its car-free streets, brings our diverse community together. It provides a platform for people of all ages, backgrounds, to connect, exercise, and enjoy our beautiful city in a safe and healthy manner. Cutting the budget for Viva Gaia SJ would deprive us of these precious moments of unity and wellness. Viva Parks has transformed our green spaces into vibrant hubs of activity, community engagement, and provide valuable resources. The staff behind these programs work tirelessly to create these spaces and events, ensuring that we have opportunities to gather, celebrate, and learn from one another. Today, I urge our city leaders to recognize the profound significance of Viva Gaia SJ and Viva Parks. These programs aren't just expenses, they're investments in our community physical and mental well-being. They foster a sense of belonging, health, and culture that is priceless. Thank you for your time.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Deborah Grabell. I'm the Executive Director of IFPTE Local 21, and I'm very proud to stand here on behalf of our members to thank the council members that put in the work to come to a tentative agreement with our membership and the people who serve the city as a whole. I also want to urge support of Councilmember Foley, Jimenez, and Cohen's amendment. And I'm sorry, Mayor Mahan, if that's a violation of your rule by saying the people who have put an amendment. But I also wanted to share a valuable lesson I learned when I was growing up. As one of 7 children, my parents told me over and over again to watch people's actions, not their words. And so it is one thing to say that you value staff and then have press conferences where you try to pit them against the community. It is one thing to say that you value staff and think that they deserve a raise, but then only support raises that would allow them to still only continue to live in their cars while they staff our zoos, and you're aware of this. It is one thing to say that you value staff and then hold a town hall meeting where you try to pit the community against them. And that is unacceptable behavior from anybody in leadership, and thousands of city workers are hearing that. They're not hearing that you say that you value them and then you have press conferences where you try to pit them against the people that they're serving every day. That is not true leadership, and that is not appropriate, and California and San Jose can be better than this, and I'm very proud of all of the people who work in San Jose who've been here for years, not for the newcomers who have now decided that they should no longer be valued in actions. I'm very proud of our members who every day continue to work here despite what is being said from the top leader of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
You know, usually I like going last because I feel like I've got a good closer, but damn, she was on point. I just want to say that the reason to me that you have so many vacancies is because you don't value employees. And I think that that does come from the top down. I have plenty of people that I know that work in City Hall or work for the city that are no longer there, and they have left because they don't feel valued. They feel harassed, they feel demeaned, and that comes from the top down. And I really don't think that this is what you guys stand for. I don't think you stand for it in your offices or committees that you represent or anything like that. So I feel that you should do better. You have to do better. This is a great proposal, and your proposal is great, and we should back that. And everyone keeps they're not mentioning the crossing guards. We need those crossing guards. Many of us went to school with crossing guards who saved us, especially from people who drive like me. Just kidding. All the cops here, just ignore that. But anyway, it is shameful to have 1,000 openings. And the reason you do is because people don't want to work here anymore. They don't feel valued, they don't feel respected. And that starts with the mayor and it goes all the way down. Because if you see one person getting away with it at the top, it goes all the way down. I can do it too. So please respect your workers, ratify this, support the amendment, and show that you care for people, you care for parks, you care for crossing guards. And please hold the mayor in check.
Okay, we're going to move to the Zoom speakers, but before I do that, I wanted to note that the request for an ASL interpreter was received by a union representative and not forwarded to me. If you do need, we have Spanish and Vietnamese interpreters at every meeting online and in person for city council and council committee meetings. But if you need interpretation in any other language, including ASL, you need to contact the city clerk's office, and that information is on the agenda. And I apologize
that request was not sent to your office.
It was not sent to my office.
Email for your office, is it simple and something we can share?
Yeah, yes, city.clerk.
City.
So city.clerk@sanjoseca.gov. And that is also on the agenda. And I really do strive to get interpretation when it's been requested. So I just wanted to let people know.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Now we're going to move on to Jeffrey, followed by Julie.
Hi, Mayor and members of the council. Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Working Partnerships USA. I just want to extend my profound gratitude. This city could not function without dedicated city workers. This city could not function without the leadership that we've seen from the supermajority of this city council, who decided to work together to find a solution to recognize the needs of workers and the needs of residents to be able to have the strong services we deserve, services that are not being delivered now because of the enormous rates of vacancies and the inability of our city to retain qualified, skilled workers. I'd like to express first let's celebrate the victory here. 8 weeks of paid family leave, moving from a situation where workers would have to make difficult choices about how long they would be able to spend with their new children. As a new father myself, I think really just want to extend profound thanks to the council for supporting that. Certainly the wage increases are really important, and that is really a significant victory that wouldn't be possible without all the leadership on council. I would encourage council to support the memo from council members Cohen, Foley, and Jimenez, who very rightfully saw, certainly the staff did great work in putting together this approach in the negotiations, but we shouldn't have to make this false choice between services and supporting the workers who deliver services. And I think the very smart approach laid out in that memo, I hope will be unanimously supported on this council. All the things that you hear today, support for Viva Calle, support for crossing guards, support for workers, we can do all these things, and you have a very smart approach laid out. And I hope that folks do the right thing and not use this as an opportunity for grandstanding, but to use it as an opportunity for governance. Thank you so much.
Julie, followed by Abigail.
My name is Julie Jennings, and I am a recreation superintendent in PRNS, overseeing the capital budget and president of camp in IFPTE. I want to sincerely thank all the council members who supported us with the tentative agreements that were reached through the bargaining process, thus averting a strike. It is time to come together and work as a team to staff up and retain city employees so we can provide the services that are required to run the city. I urge a cooperative and conciliatory tone and not one of impending cuts and political positioning from members that intend to vote against this agreement. Sometimes it is reflective to look upon your words towards the residents and city employees, where your father or mother would be proud of you or disappointed. Please do not be swayed by threats of cuts to priority programs when simple solutions are available, such as supporting the memo put forward by council members Cohen, Foley, and Jimenez. Thank you very much.
Abigail, followed by Mary.
Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor. My name is Abigail Heinzen, and I'm the Advocacy Manager at Veggielution in East San Jose. Veggielution is located in a city park, Emma Prush Farm Park, and we understand firsthand the importance of free, accessible, green and open spaces that center on community building and connection. These places are where neighbors meet to build community across barriers, talk with one another about issues important to them, and enjoy the outdoors for free in San Jose. City parks and open streets events are vital to creating a sense of belonging and deeper community across the city. Viva Calle and Viva Parks create free outdoor celebrations that offer resources, activities, and opportunities for physical activity for community members. At Viva Calle, thousands of residents come out and support local businesses along the route. It's a chance for people to engage with community-based organizations that offer essential resources, city council members, small food vendors, and to try a new form of exercise. Likewise, Viva Parks events in under-resourced communities bring neighbors together to increase belonging, critical in this time of reemergence after 3 years of pandemic isolation. Similar programs in other cities have documented the positive impacts of their open streets events. Ciclavia, the Viva Calle equivalent in LA, reports that 50% of participants would be inactive on that day if not for the event. Local businesses along LA routes see sales increases by as much as 57%, and local crime has reduced by 40% on days when there is a route active. These same benefits exist on our own Viva Calle and Viva Parks events if we choose to keep them going. The Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services Department is always on the chopping block because it doesn't have its own dedicated fund in the city budget like most other departments. We ask you to please preserve Viva Calle and Viva Parks programs that are so important to the community. And this is without jeopardizing the agreements made with city workers. Thank you.
Mary Helen Doherty, followed by Cindy.
Mary Helen Doherty, resident of District 3, and as a supporter of Viva Calle and Viva Parks, both projects that create an opportunity for San Jose residents to enjoy the outdoors, I request that you identify sources of funding cuts other than from the Parks and Recreation Department. Because Viva Calle last Sunday was such a joyful day on the streets of San Jose, we need more of this, not less. Keep building community connections and breaking down barriers, support and preserve Viva Calle and Viva Parks, and support and approve the memo from council members Cohen, Foley, and Jimenez. Thank you very much.
Cindy, followed by Natasha.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Cindy Harlan. I have worked for the City of San Jose for 15 years. I am a proud member of ASME MEF Local 101 and current union president. This was not my first contract negotiations with the city, but rather my fourth. This year negotiations was by far the most contentious. I want to thank council members for accepting the tentative agreement and thus averting a strike. I was honestly disheartened by the immediate media response by Mayor Mahan, and that he publicly stated he was against the tentative agreement, and also publicly stated council members did not do their job. All I can say is shame on you, Mayor. You could have taken the opportunity to mend fences and build a rapport with labor, but instead you chose to pit city workers against citizens of San Jose. This agreement is a step in ensuring that essential services like public safety, parks, libraries, public works are adequately staffed to meet the needs of San Jose residents. Know that while we have reached a tentative agreement, our work doesn't stop here. Labor will now focus on the upcoming open council seats and will come full force in the next mayoral election. Labor will back and support a mayor who supports, appreciates, and invests in our valuable city workers. Please vote to accept this tentative agreement. Thank you.
Natasha, followed by Carlos.
Hello, Mayor Mahan and City Council members, and I'm looking at you all through a tiny Zoom screen from maternity leave, and it's really too bad that I've seen some council members and the mayor walk out and they're not here to hear me. I've been waiting for hours right now, rocking a baby in my arms to feel heard. My name is Natasha Otto, like I said, and I'm a local 21 member and I work in DOT. I'm calling today to just comment on the abhorrent rhetoric I've heard coming from a certain someone that has pitted city employees against the general public. presenting residents with a false dilemma of paying workers more or losing beloved programs such as Viva Calle, or life and death needs like crossing guards is just terrible. I hope our residents can see through the political posturing. We can get creative, we can be bold, we can find this money elsewhere, as is outlined in the memo. I love my job and I love being a public servant working for the people of San Jose, but I hate feeling resentful that a certain someone does not support their workers. It's terrible to work in an environment where you don't feel supported by your boss, where they talk poorly about you to others, and they make threats that leave you feeling unsafe or unsupported in the workplace. I turned on Cron 4 this morning and heard my boss, a quote from my boss's Twitter, just complaining about us. That felt really, really bad. It has been really tough feeling underinvested in after years of going above and beyond for the city of San Jose in a department that has been systematically understaffed. Council members, you have heard loud and clear. Your city employees have not felt supported. We are fledgling. We cannot thrive. Please, please, please pass this contract. We need it. We depend on it. Thank you.
Carlos, followed by William.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Murillo. I'm an engineer here at the San Jose Airport. I've been here for almost 5 years. I'm a proud member of IFPTE Local 21. I am a San Jose native, born and raised here. I feel deeply honored to be able to serve this community, my community. Being able to speak to you today, I'm reminded of the incredible privilege and responsibility that comes with serving our remarkable community. My colleagues and I know that the residents of San Jose deserve the highest of quality and timely services. We now have an agreement that helps move us in the right direction. The divisive rhetoric by the mayor is false, and research published by Working Partnerships proves that the city can afford this deal and that San Jose has the resources to make San Jose work for everyone. To the residents listening, do not be swayed by threats of cuts. Do not fear. City workers are fighting to improve the services you and your neighbors need. To council members who have supported us, I urge you to continue to stand with us by voting to approve the tentative agreements. Lastly, city staff supports the proposed amendments from council members Cohen, Foley, and Jimenez, which prove that no cuts to the city services are necessary to fund investments in recruitment and retention of staff. Thank you.
William, followed by Melanie.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Che. I'm the president of the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members. I'm addressing you today to express significant concerns regarding the fiscal decisions recently undertaken by this council. Specifically, the majority vote last month to approve salary increases that are fiscally unsustainable. As a direct consequence, we are now faced with the grim reality of reducing essential city services, a situation that could have been avoided with prudent planning and responsible governance. I urge you to act judiciously and with the view to the long-term health of our city's finances. The decisions you make have lasting implications for all of us, particularly the hardworking residents of San Jose who place their trust in your stewardship. I strongly encourage this council to revisit and reconsider the recently ratified agreement. It's not just a fiscal responsibility, but also a moral one to represent the best interests of the community you serve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Before I call the next speaker, I just want to remind that speakers' comments should be addressed to the full body. Requests to engage the mayor, council members, or staff in conversation will not be honored. Melanie, followed by Kathy.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Melanie Helmke, and I work for the city at SJPD in the OSSD office, as well as live here in the city of San Jose. I, as well as my coworkers, worked through COVID in a department that was open 24/7. We also worked through the riots. Due to the shield on our uniforms during the riots and COVID, we had been recorded, followed, yelled at, threatened. Yet we remained loyal to this city and remained a city worker. My work week is often a 6-day week, up to 14 hours a day. I deal with sex offenders, violent criminals, and drug addicts. This is due to the short staffing that the city faces. Yet with all of my overtime and my loyalty to the city, I still struggle financially to remain here in San Jose. We continue to hear talk of how there needs to be fairness, and we hear of all these threats of cutting our already short-staffed, overworked, and underpaid services. You can't cut what you don't have the staff for. I would love to know what is considered fair for our loyalty and hard work, because not one of you could survive on the paychecks we are making. I ask you to please ratify this contract and do right by your workers and show us that you truly care about us. Thank you.
Kathy, followed by Catherine Hedges. Kathy Fuchs.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Manager and City Council members. My name is Kathy Fuchs, and I'm in District 1 and a longtime member of San Jose. Last month, a majority of the council voted to spend money that San Jose does not have. They voted for raises that we were told again and again were unsustainable. We could have offered our workers a generous raise without compromising city services. We could have come up with a deal that was fair to everyone. This deal wasn't. As a city, we cannot become accustomed to a deficit spending, especially when we have a backlog of critical city projects that we have yet to even pay for. We cannot spend what we do not have. I am not happy with the cuts, but we also can't be adding to our deficit. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Catherine online, followed by Nora in person. So Nora, go ahead and come on down. Go ahead, Catherine.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I was glad to hear that an agreement with the union had been reached, a tentative agreement to avert a strike. I was very dismayed at the press release arguing against the tentative agreement, and absolutely, I can't say anything polite here. When a friend of mine emailed me to let me know that the next proposal was, well, if we're going to have to pay the workers that much, we're going to have to cancel Viva Calle. Negotiating by threatening to take away major public goods is not legitimate negotiation. That's just pitting the public against the workers, and we are all on the same team. We all want San Jose to be the best it can be. The city workers need to be making a livable wage. They need to have respectful management all the way up to the highest offices in the city, and the public will benefit by having better service if everything is fully staffed, and the public doesn't have to give up things like Viva Calle, Viva Parks, all these other programs people have mentioned. We had 100,000 attendance at Viva Calle. Who on earth thinks that canceling it is a reasonable idea? It's like we're trying to punish the public or make the public hate the union because the union wants to get better pay for its workers, and have people hate the workers, and workers get enough abuse from the public as it is. So please use the memo from Ortiz, Cohen, and Foley to find a solution for it.
Nora, followed by Jenny online.
Hi, my name is Nara Baker, and I'm an assistant arborist in the Department of Transportation. I'm a proud member of IFPTE Local 21 and a renter in District 3. As a member of the city's new and growing forestry program, I'm hopeful to spend many more years of my career working for the city of San Jose to address critical climate issues, grow our urban forest, and serve our communities while also supporting community programs such as Viva Calle and Viva Parks. One of my near future goals is to host a tree planting day during a Viva Calle event so that the thousands of attendees that participate in the event have the opportunity to engage in the transformational tree planting efforts that we are embarking upon. City services and supporting city workers cannot exist without one another. I'd like to thank the council members who have given their unwavering support to us over the past several months. The proposed amendment from council members Jimenez, Foley, and Cohen prove that no cuts to city services are necessary to fund investments in recruitment and retention of staff. We urge all council members and the mayor to support the workers who make this city run. Please don't believe the threats and read the facts put together by Working Partnerships USA that confirm the feasibility of this historic contract. City workers will continue to work with the community forever and always, despite the toxic rhetoric being spread. Thank you.
Jenny, followed by Mila. Jenny, followed by Mila.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the City Council. My name is Jenny Zhao. I am a San Jose resident. Today, I speak because I'm very concerned about reopening our budget, which was supposed to be final months ago. It sets a very bad example for any future budget discussions. As a responsive adult, we all need to manage our family budget. My number one rule is only spend the money we have. And I believe you all are doing the same thing for your families. Today, I urge you to do the same thing for our city and our residents. Please reconsider this agreement in front of you because we do not have that kind of money to spend. By voting for this agreement, it means only one thing, that we will have to cut some city services. The money has to come from somewhere. There is no magic around it. Please keep your residents and the critical city services in mind and make the responsible decisions today. Thank you for your time.
Mila, followed by Lisa.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Mila, and I am a District 3 resident and a member of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I thank you for retaining climate smart funding in this agreement, and I urge you to retain full funding for San Jose's Climate Smart program in future city budgets. This program is essential for San Jose to take responsibility for preventing and mitigating the effects of climate change. Without it, we are unlikely to stay true to the city's net zero by 2030 goal, and to fail at achieving that goal is to invite further droughts, fires, and extreme storms that will cause irrevocable damage for decades to come. And also, from a purely fiscal perspective, the Climate Smart Office is responsible for seeking many necessary sustainability and resiliency grants offered at the state and federal level, making possible improvements to our city that would otherwise be left on the table. Investing in Climate Smart means investing in a livable future, the only kind that we can afford. Further, I encourage you to adopt the Cohen, Foley, and Jimenez memo. City parks are essential to climate resiliency, and programs that engage residents, especially out of cars, are important for building a sustainable community. When I picture my hometown of San Jose 20, 50 years from now, the Climate Smart program is a determining factor in the very atmosphere I and my peers will inhabit. Please maintain Climate Smart funding in all forthcoming city budgets. We don't have time to lose. Thank you.
Lisa, followed by Dia.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Charpentier. Congratulations on this agreement. I am in support of increasing staff salaries and benefits. I'm a mom, a District 10 resident, and a participant in the Climate Smart Go Green teams. Thank you for not considering decreasing funding for or eliminating funding for Climate Smart San Jose. And please do not consider decreasing or eliminating funding for this valuable program in the future. We are currently living through a climate emergency brought on by short-term avaricious thinking and actions. The Climate Smart program is our city's best hope to mend the harm brought by centuries of living incongruently with nature and one another. As we have seen during this meeting today, Climate Smart educates San Jose residents about the climate warming crisis and its connected weather and fire calamities. It empowers citizens to implement solutions to mitigate climate change, and it helps neighbors to become more resilient when disasters occur. Climate Smart enables our city to apply for climate mitigation grants. It helps extend climate justice, and it organizes climate stakeholders to do the best climate work for our city. In sum, Climate Smart is the climate conscience of our city. Please demonstrate your commitment to climate resilience by honoring this request. I'd also like to show my support for Viva Calle and for parks. Thank you.
Dia, followed by Moni.
Good afternoon. My name is Dia Prashant, and I'm a sophomore at Evergreen Valley High School. I'm also a member of the Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action and a proud resident of San Jose District 8. I'm here today to urge you to preserve the Climate Smart budget, and I also wanted to recognize that I really do appreciate that the Climate Smart budget was not included in the list of things that, the list of proposed budget cuts. In 6th grade, my back-to-school season was shadowed by smoke and ash from this SCU complex fire. I remember packing my bags and being ready to evacuate as the fire was about 5 miles away from my house. I wasn't allowed to go outside most days, and the days that I would go outside to see my street covered in smoky gray ash. This is why climate matters to me. No kid should be forced to stay inside because of the constant wildfires, which are getting more and more severe because of climate change. The city of San Jose set a goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030, and we should be actively working towards achieving this goal, not just when we have a spare bit of change to contribute. Climate funding has in the past proven to be one of the top things that gets ignored in favor of infrastructure or other things, and although they are important, we should not be putting climate funding on the back burner. Studies conducted have shown that the longer we wait, the more expensive climate change will be to fix. The Office of Management and Budget found that extreme weather events cost about $120 billion worth of damage a year in the US. Putting climate last is going to eventually cost us more than it ever would have to work on fixing it right now. For these reasons, I strongly urge you to continue to preserve the Climate Smart budget. Thank you.
Moni, followed by Aurelia.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I urge you today to adopt the proposal set forth, including the memorandum submitted by Council Members Cohen, Foley, and Jimenez to preserve Viva Calle and Viva Parks funding. Moreover, as a member of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, I want to thank you for keeping funding cuts for Climate Smart San Jose out of this proposal and urge you to continue to do this into the future. The Climate Smart program is essential for climate resilience, protection, and justice. I have had direct experience with this program, and I have found it to be an incredibly effective tool for climate action and community engagement. This is, of course, particularly important to me as a young person. I'm in 9th grade. My future and those of millions of other people will be directly impacted by the decisions you make today and going forward. The financial damage of catastrophic climate change has been shown to be geometrically greater than the relatively minor expenses of strong climate action now in countless studies by climatologists and economists around the world. So additionally, it's fiscally irresponsible not to act on climate change. Moreover, it will be very, very difficult to reach our proposed goals of net neutrality by 2030 without this program. I'm not the only one who wants you to preserve full funding for Climate Smart. On June 12, 2023, you received a letter from 109 residents and 10 local organizations to this effect. Cutting Climate Smart funding now, as we witness daily catastrophic effects of climate change, is really a terrible idea. Please demonstrate your commitment to a livable future for my generation, including your kids as well, by honoring this request now and in the future. Thank you.
Aurelia, followed by Giovanna. Aurelia, you unmuted for a second, but you remuted yourself. Okay, I'm going to move on to Giovanna, followed by Alyssa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, council members, for not only putting this report together, but also standing by the city workers. I definitely believe that everyone deserves equitable pay. But reason why I called in today is because I was pretty taken aback when in sitting at a PRNS meeting, and I want to make it clear that I am a commissioner, but I'm here on my own accord speaking for myself. But when I was heard of, when we were told and informed about these cuts, it's a shame to see these cuts being placed on communities that we continuously say are underserved. And I hope moving forward, we can also move away from that term underserved because that is completely in our control. If we feel that communities are underserved, let's start serving them and stop falling back on terms that should no longer be used. Now, in terms of the parks, I would love to continue to see parks activated. I love to see community members just walking out into the parks to use them with their families, to take part in the activities like Viva Calle. And as I heard someone else mention, let's become innovative. If we have these events, we are calling in other people to come out and also spend money. I mean, this is to really bring up the economy, especially now with the, let's see here, Raging Waters being closed. I know Great America in the next 9 years or so is also going to be closed. So I feel that it's very inherent that we just continue to keep these events open for communities to come together and enjoy their time. But once again, thank you all for your time, and I look forward to future meetings where we can hopefully celebrate our wins.
Alyssa, followed by call-in user 1.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So hi, my name is Alyssa. I work for the police department, and I'm a proud director and member of MEF. I would like to thank the council for supporting your workers by coming to this tentative agreement with us and averting a strike. I urge council to ratify this contract as fair and equitable wages as well as paid parental leave are absolutely essential to your City of San Jose workers. As city workers, we work for the city, for the public, and we work hard for you guys every single day. Don't let politics divide us. We can have fair pay and city services at the same time. The two are not mutually exclusive. The community deserves more. You guys deserve fully staffed departments and programs. City employees also deserve more. They deserve time with their family. They deserve more than 1 week with their babies. They deserve to be able to keep up with inflation, to be able to have a decent quality of life that they can pay for. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. And I really hope that we can ratify this contract and come together because we are all on one team.
Call-in user 1, followed by Jan.
Yeah, hi, Martha O'Connell. I have been listening to these budget meetings for over 30 years, and it's the same thing year after year after year. People want to give this raise, which I think is too much in too short of a period of time, and yet there are claims that this will not result in any cuts. That is simply delusional. Mayor Chuck Reed went through this whole thing. Former council member Pete Constant warned the city about unfunded liabilities in retirement pensions, and you're going down the same route today, and no matter what the minority of us say, you're going to pass this thing. And I would just like to comment that the mayor has a fatal flaw, and that is that he understands economics 101. Thank you.
Jan, followed by Kristen.
Hello, and thank you for having me here. I wanted to say to Mr. Mayor and City Council that as you move forward with this process, please preserve the budget for Viva Calle and Viva Parks. I was one of those 100,000 people in San Jose on Sunday experiencing Viva Calle San Jose, and it was a marvelous, just marvelous fun, marvelous sense of community. More than that, however, is the undeniable positive impact that these programs have on our community, especially those who are underserved, and that is incredibly important. Please protect those programs, and I thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Kristen, followed by Donna.
Hi, my name is Kristen Ingram. I'm a resident of District 6. San Jose's parks, and especially the Viva Calle Open Streets events, are a community treasure. Children gain confidence rolling and walking on protected streets during these events, and learn to celebrate diversity by watching residents of all ages and backgrounds come together through the freedom and joy of riding safely together. All participants are reminded of how fun it can be to use a climate-friendly transportation, such as riding a bike. San Jose needs more free events like Viva Calle, and also well-maintained public green spaces where residents can recreate safely and strengthen their sense of civic pride. I urge the council to seek other funding options rather than cutting funds for parks and programs like Viva Calle. Thank you.
Donna, followed by Erica.
Hi, I'm Donna Kattengell. I'm a crime and intelligence analyst and proud MEF member. I'm speaking today to thank those of you who approve of the tentative union contract. Your support is acknowledged and very appreciated. Approving this contract is the right thing to do for both employees and the city as a whole. Mayor Mahan has publicly stated he disagrees with the contract. He's manipulated and tried to turn citizens against employees by claiming severe cuts to city services if employees are paid adequately. The proposed amendments from Council members Jimenez, Foley, and Cohen prove that no cuts to city services are necessary to fund investments in recruitment and retention of staff. I want the mayor to acknowledge.
Okay, Donna,
that
you need to address your comments to the council.
Okay, I would like everyone there to please acknowledge that employees are not the enemy of the citizens. The employees are the citizens, and as a citizen, I want nothing more than the most efficient and plentiful community services possible for myself and everyone in San Jose. The way to do that is not to vilify the people who keep this city running. The way to improve community services is to stop ignoring the fact that people don't want to work in positions with wages well below other jurisdictions. No matter how many times it's claimed that we're competitively paid, I am an analyst. I analyzed neighboring agency wages regarding my own job position. And just to give you an example, I currently make 67% less than my counterpart at City of Mountain View. I make less than all of the surrounding agencies in this area. I make less than half of what someone else doing my same job makes in a neighboring city. If you don't see a problem there, I don't know what will open your eyes.
Erica, followed by Samantha.
Hello, good evening. My name is Erica Pinto, and I'm with SPUR, where we believe that community and individual well-being are healthiest when our society and our cities meaningfully work toward achieving equity, sustainability, and prosperity. The new agreement before you today ensures increased economic prosperity and well-being for city workers, and it should not require reducing city resources for pivotal services and enriching programs like Viva Calle and Viva Parks that recognize the profound significance of parks and placemaking in shaping the identity and resilience of our city. We have been a part of a broad base of interested stakeholders and organizations who have spoken and written into council to express our firm belief that funding for parks and placemaking should be protected in the city's budget. Preserving our parks and placemaking efforts is an investment in the future. Today, PRNS is looking at a projected 33% budget cut and is the only department seeing core program cuts. The funding for this department directly delivers critical community and neighborhood services that contribute to the health and well-being of the nearly 1 million people who call San Jose home. The pandemic demonstrated the indispensable offerings that parks and public spaces bring to the community. Parks and public space services are essential services, not simply nice-to-haves. These programs and resources have shown that active park and street usage make our cities safer by inviting people to connect and enjoy public space together And it has also contributed to the economic vitality of our neighborhoods by inviting new life into San Jose's diverse neighborhoods and businesses. We support a stronger labor agreement for city workers, and we believe that it is possible to do this without first looking to reduce funding for our Parks Department. Let us work together to ensure that the city of San Jose is known for both innovative programs and for fairly compensating the city workers who make this possible. Thank you.
Samantha, followed by David.
Hello, council members. This is Samantha, a citizen of San Jose, speaking on behalf of Viva Calle SJ and Viva Park's budget change. I'd like to voice my concern on how this is detrimental to thousands of San Jose residents. The staff and community have made Viva Calle and Viva Park's events an everlasting memory, and this will change in the budget as it is going to dishearten thousands of residents, especially in the instance that some of these events are in underserved areas, which those underserved residents may not be able to speak today due to being at work and it being business hours, which this will affect them and their families the most. I find it ironic how the mayor is entertaining to cut these events, yet has a booth at every event supporting and representing himself. Thank you to the Viva Calle and Viva Park staff for all of your hard work these past few years that I've been in attendance. I wish this organization would have started way back when. Thank you.
David, followed by Diana.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is David Parker. I'm a director steward with MEF 101, and I was happy to serve on the negotiating team this year. I want to thank the council members who were positive in our negotiations and supported us in our vision and what we had to bring to the table. I also appreciate all the council members who are willing to listen to our members' stories, and what our members needed from the council. I'm urging the council to support the memo written by council members Jimenez, Cohen, and Foley. This negotiation has gone on way too long. Our members are still ready to strike. They don't want to, but they will. And we are looking for your support right now. Thank you.
Diana, followed by caller 4379.
Hello, this is Diana Crumity with the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, calling in support of the tentative agreement for city workers to be able to make a livable and respectable wage, and the memo from Councilmember Cohen, Foley, and Jimenez. I encourage council to find an alternate source of funding cuts to achieve their budget reallocation goals that don't make it harder for everyone to safely enjoy the outdoors. As supporters of Vision Zero and Safe Streets, we know that Viva Calle centers the safety of its residents above all else and encourages us to envision our streets as safe spaces that are not just safe but enjoyable. Viva Calle is beloved by the community. One of the things the city might consider is reducing the police requirements for Viva Calle, as the cost is anywhere from $60,000 to $80,000. It's worth looking at the legitimate need for a police presence and whether the requirements match up with the need. Viva Calle means community. Viva Calle transforms our streets into vibrant places where people of all backgrounds and ages gather to celebrate. Viva Calle means health and wellness. With its car-free streets, Viva Calle encourages physical activity and promotes healthy lifestyle. Viva Calle means inclusivity. This event welcomes everyone, regardless of your age, background, or ability. It's a day when we break down barriers and embrace our diversity. Viva Calle means local business support. Viva Calle showcases the talents of local artists, businesses, entrepreneurs, and by attending this, we can continue to grow the success of our local economy. Viva Calle means supporting our neighbors and our local business. And of course, it means fun and joy. Above all else, Viva Calle is about having fun and letting loose and just enjoying our city's culture. It's a day of laughing, music, dancing, just pure fun. But most of all together, Viva Calle promotes active lifestyles and fosters social connections, inspires environmental awareness, strengthens community bonds, creates long-lasting memories, and supports health and well-being.
Caller 4379, followed by Juan.
Hi, I'm a bit congested. Sorry if I'm hard to understand. So I did a quick analysis of the city pay plans from 2008 to 2023 and compared the increases in minimum hourly pay by classification and bargaining groups. And here's a small sample from the data. The mayor's hourly rate increased from 70% from 2008 to 2023. That went from $127,000 in annual pay to $216,000. A police officer went up 70% as well. A maintenance worker 1 went up 43%, an events coordinator 23%, engineer 1 24%, senior analyst 23%, even the budget director 29%, communications technician 26%. Clearly, there have been some inequities in the level of raises received by different employee groups over the years, and these raises for civilian employees are long overdue. I think it's a shame that a false dilemma is being presented of choosing between raises or beloved park programs. I don't recall anyone on the dais talking about fiscal responsibility and affordability the last time POA contracts came up for discussion. I actually support Councilmember Dewan's memo, which suggests a short-term fix this fiscal year for Viva Calle and Viva Parks, and suggests to prioritize the events for continued ongoing funding in the next budget conversation for complete transparency. I don't think the other council members' memo goes far enough, as it still suggests cuts to Viva Parks and Viva Calle. Thank you.
Juan, followed by Aaron.
Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Juan Estrada and I'm on staff with Green Foothills. You've received letters from many organizations asking that you not cut Viva Calle and Viva Parks funding. That includes Spur, Guadalupe River Park Conservancy, Save the Bay, Green Foothills, the San Jose Parks Foundation, Greenbelt Alliance, Tropicana Lanai Neighborhood Association, Citizens for Fiscal Responsibility, Vegilution, the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, Asian Law Alliance, Sacred Heart Community Service, Latinas Contra Cancer, Chastahanchit Park Neighborhood Association, San Jose Conservation Corps, Loaves and Fishes, the San Jose All District Leadership Group, and even the San Jose Parks and Recreation Commission. You've also received public comment from about 400 community members asking you to protect funding for parks, Viva Calle and Viva Parks. In these times of San Jose's evolving urbanization, preserving our parks and placemaking efforts is an investment in the future. The city's Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services Department and its workers manage over 200 parks, 50 community centers, as well as over 61 miles of trails. The funding for this department directly delivers critical community and neighborhood services that contribute to the health and well-being of the nearly 1 million people who call San Jose home. Additionally, open green spaces are a testament to our commitment to sustainability, providing essential habitats for wildlife and native plants, purifying the air we breathe, and mitigating the effects of climate change. The pandemic demonstrated the indispensable offerings that parks and public spaces bring to the community. Parks and public spaces are essential services. By ensuring parks, public spaces, and related services are well maintained and their staffing adequately funded, we create an inclusive environment that fosters a sense of belonging and unity. Now is the time to protect our essential parks and public services like Viva Calle and Viva Parks. Thank you.
Aaron, followed by Carrie.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Erin Pang. I grew up in San Jose and still have family living there. And I'm currently a policy associate with Save the Bay, a nonprofit working to ensure that San Jose and all Bay Area cities are ready for the impacts of climate change. As part of a broad base of stakeholders that you've received letters from, Save the Bay strongly opposes cuts to the already struggling parks budget. Parks and open space are essential parts of a thriving, climate-resilient city, and parks, recreation, and neighborhood services programs are critical for building community connection, a sense of home, and providing for the mental health of residents. Additionally, parks are essential for keeping communities cool during heat waves and providing for the biodiversity that we need for our survival and for encouraging economic growth. Please make sure to protect Viva Calle and Viva Parks, which are essential outdoor community programs. Parks are always on the chopping block, but these are well-loved and deeply impactful investments in the citizens of San Jose. Please recognize the importance of public parks and programs and protect our parks funding. Thank you.
Carrie, followed by Brian.
Hello, council members. My name is Kari Crawford. I am here with Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, as well as I am a resident of San Jose. And I am here to support the ratification of the union contract and the memo by council members Cohen, Foley, and Jimenez. I want to first thank the council for deciding not to cut funding for Climate Smart SJ, which is essential in a world where regular citizens have no say over the actions of polluting industries, and so must turn to the one place where we do have a say, our local, state, and federal governments. It is of the utmost importance that we continue to fund Climate Smart SJ and programs like it to ensure that future generations indeed have a future. However, I also want to say we must also address people who need stability in the present. I saw the article on San Jose Spotlight, and I have to say, I may be young, but I wasn't born yesterday. It really is a false dichotomy to say that giving city workers fair treatment and a living wage must come at the expense of city services and public events like Viva Calle. In one of the richest cities in the richest country in the world, it is correctly absurd to think that there is not enough to have both. I will not single out members of the council, but I would like to see a similar conduct from members of the council by not singling out unions in order to stigmatize their right to collectively bargain with threats to withhold great opportunities for us to enjoy our environment and our diverse community like Viva Calle. From residents like me and my baby brother and my family, please do not withhold events like that from us. I urge the council to support city workers' well-being, support climate, and support equity by ratifying the union contract and the memo by Cohen, Jimenez, and Foley. Thank you for your time.
Brian, followed by Mike.
Thank you. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. Tough stuff. I actually believe everybody on the dais, the mayor and the people, the council people are doing the best they can with what they see as reality. So no disparaging there. Also for the city workers, it's often contentious. Money is often contentious. What's not contentious if we don't deal with climate change I don't have children, and I've said this before, but I want to see your children make it. And I'm not talking about making it in a better world, to make it, period. If the climate keeps changing, there won't be a world. It's a fact, not a, I spent a lot of time debating this subject and read thousands of pages and hundreds of studies, and it's can't deny it. And money won't mean anything, extra pay won't mean anything. There just won't be a planet where only one species, and we are not the primary species on this planet. We are a little pale blue dot, and all of us, no matter what your religious, philosophical, political traditions, all live here too. As for the workers being called out, they don't get paid very well for the stuff they have to put up with, even from people like me who call and whine all the time. But they just can't even live here. There's firemen and policemen living in trailers. From what, maybe it's not as bad now, but it's like, and they're pulling in on my retirement, I make about 45, a little less than that, $1,000 a year. And I make it because I live like a pauper, which I don't mind, but other people have families. It's not easy is all I'm trying to say. Thank you for letting me talk. Have a good day.
Mike, followed by Cheryl.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Mike Kraus. I'm a resident of District 4. I'm the president of the Penitencia Neighborhood Association. And I'd just like to make the point, as a taxpayer for the city of San Jose, I do not want any city services to be cut at the expense of settling at a higher than budgeted allowable wage increase for city employees. My comment is not directed at the city employees union, but rather at fiscal accountability. The city of San Jose does not have the budget, must live within its means, just like any household needs to live within its budget. I urge the council to reconsider their agreement. Thank you very much.
Cheryl, followed by Myra.
Hi, yeah, this is Cheryl. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, my comment is really related to the process. I don't understand, it doesn't make sense that we're here in September, right? This budget thing started, I don't know, early in the year, right? So how can we be spending the whole year on this budget, basically? And I realize that our budget director has recommended to cut Viva Calle, okay? But what I see here is the memo from Cohen and Jimenez and somebody else, Foley. It's got $200,000 in it for Viva Calle. And there is a whole attachment K that's got a lot more money. I mean, we're talking, I think, millions of dollars here. This is not all Viva Calle. So there's a whole list from the budget director recommended budget adjustments. Viva Calle shows $313,000. I don't think this whole thing is about $313,000. So what I really recommend is before we finalize our budget, we should do the negotiations. The labor contracts should already be negotiated. Even if they go into effect later in the year, why would you know that you've got millions of dollars out there that are potentially on the table and go finalize your budget, knowing that you might have to come back and then now you've got everybody here in these meetings, everybody's upset, all kinds of time wasted. Why would you not find a way to negotiate your contracts before the budget's finalized, even if they come in later? Just this whole process, the way it's done, is what has led to all these problems. Something needs to be reevaluated in this process. You don't spend all these months and then go back and say, we're going to open it. Finalize what you need to spend before you finish finalizing your budget. Thank you.
Myra, followed by Victoria.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mayra Pelagio, and I am a community organizer with the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition. And I want to speak briefly to advocate for the well-deserved tentative agreement that will provide the city workers with a livable and thriving wage to ensure our city is well-staffed and sustainable in the long term. I want to also advocate for Viva Calle and Viva Parks. And from my work in East San Jose, I see how the car dependency has limited neighbors from going out into the streets and enjoying the environment in and around their communities. I have seen the difference that Viva Calle and Viva Parks have made in the lives of community members whom for the first time get the opportunity to bike and walk freely on their streets that often feel so inaccessible and unsafe, as well as enjoying the open spaces around their neighborhoods. Viva Calle and Viva Park promote active lifestyles, foster social connections, inspires environmental awareness, strengthens community bonds, creates lasting memories, and supports health and well-being. These are outstanding programs that should be prioritized. I urge the Council to find alternative sources of cuts to maintain these community resources. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Victoria, followed by Anthony.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Victoria Partida. I am the president of the Tropicana Lanai Neighborhood Association in District 7, and I'm here today to ask you not to cut from the PRNS budget. In communities like mine, where we have zero access to open spaces, we depend on parks in other districts. For us, we depend on those parks in Districts 8 and District 5. The activation of those other parks is very important to us. When I or my neighbors visit those other parks in District 5 or 8, we want to be able to go to clean parks. I've seen such a positive change at Welsh Park since Viva Park started. I no longer have to worry about people sleeping in the playground where my 8-year-old son wants to play. Furthermore, we just had a pandemic where we saw what not having access to public spaces can do. Please think about the cuts that you're proposing and how it affects communities like mine. Thank you. Have a good day.
Anthony, followed by Belinda.
Hello, council members. Thank you so much for hosting this public comment. My name is Anthony Montes, and I'm a resident of District 10. I wanted to first congratulate the council for the deal that you struck with the union. I think it's ambitious. I think it's well deserved. I think that I would like the people who serve our communities to be able to afford to live in our communities. And frankly, even the raise probably wouldn't even allow them to do that. So on their own, individually. So I just want to say I support that. Absolutely needs to be something that gets passed and that we commit ourselves to actually providing a living wage and a living salary for our people. Now, I understand that that means you're going to have to make, cuts in other areas. And I absolutely understand that. But don't do it for Viva Calle, don't do it for the parks. In San Jose and in Silicon Valley, there are so many young people who feel isolated, who don't have a sense of belonging or community. And Viva Calle and all the Viva Parks and all the other programming that Parks and Recreation does allows our young people to actually have a place to convene and to and for young parents to bring their children to a low cost activity. It's so hard to be a parent. It's so hard to be a young person these days. And these programs do a lot for community building. So I want to also say Doan's memo is definitely preferred. It's a stopgap, but it ensures that we don't make cuts until we really understand where we can. All right, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Belinda, followed by Jordan.
Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor. My name is Belinda Espino, and I'm a biologist and lifelong resident of San Jose. I want to share my support for Viva Calle. I was out on Sunday and can attest that this has to be one of San Jose's most popular events. The event shows that the environment and healthy communities are core values of this great city. Open street events are important, and I hope they are continued. Please protect this program. One note on Viva Calle that has to be fixed is the amount of cleanup that happens at the hubs. Please keep these events, but also make sure they're managed in a way that leaves the streets clean and works with the neighborhood hubs. Thank you.
Jordan, followed by Nora.
Good afternoon, Jordan Moldau, District 3. I support workers and their hard-earned raises. Approve the agreement. It's time to offer competitive wages that make it less difficult for workers to afford to work here. Some say it's irresponsible to approve these raises because we didn't budget for it. I was at a budget town hall where a union rep pointed out that the budget needed to account for fairer wages, but this comment was dismissed. It's unfortunate that we lost the budget before contract negotiations and later blame workers for unbalancing the budget. Perhaps the city needs to find some way of simultaneously negotiating a budget and union contracts. We clearly already have a budget deficit, but before this agreement, this deficit was being dumped onto the paychecks of our workers. Today, we aren't creating any new deficit when we approve these contracts. We're merely moving a deficit from our workers and back into the city balance sheet where it belongs. I oppose reduction of PRNS positions and Viva Calle funding. I am eager to hear alternative proposals from more level-headed council members and staff. The memo from Cohen et al. Is better than the original, but still insufficient. It sounds like our frontline workers know where underused funds are located in the budget. Let's listen to them. If we need to save money on Viva Calle, perhaps we can do so by paying fewer overtime officers to work the event and paying less SJPD overtime in general for events that realistically do not require constant on-site supervision from armed officers. Viva Calle and other PRNS programs are what makes San Jose residents healthier, both physically and mentally, and happier. When we talk about revitalizing the city, this is the best way to do it. Don't squander a great thing. Thank you.
Nora, followed by Fred.
¿Me escuchan?
Hold on just a
Hello?
second.
¿Me escuchan?
Can you
Hello?
switch
Buenas tardes.
the audio?
Mi nombre es Mónica.
Hold on.
¿Me escuchan?
Oiga, un momento, por favor, mientras que agarramos a alguien para que traduzca.
Oh, ok, gracias.
Por nada.
Thank you. Do you have it? Okay, I think we can hear the translator now, so go ahead.
Bien, pienso que podemos escuchar al intérprete en este momento. Adelante.
Sí, gracias. Buenas tardes, alcaldes y miembros concejales presentes. Mi nombre es Nora Morales. Soy parte de Estatal Workers Council y miembro de la Unión USWW. Estoy aquí para apoyar el acuerdo de tentativo de la ciudad con sus sindicatos de negociación. También apoyo el memorándum de los concejales Foley, Cohen y Jiménez. Como residente de San José, estoy convencida de que mis vecinos y yo merecemos servicios municipales oportunos y de alta calidad. Y hoy estoy aquí para instar a todos los concejales de la ciudad de San José a votar a favor de los acuerdos provisionales alcanzados con las uniones de negociación más grandes de la ciudad como una forma de fortalecer y retener nuestros servicios municipales más importantes y reconocer la importancia de retener a nuestros trabajadores municipales que merecen un aumento muy necesario. Mantener un alto nivel de servicio exige que la ciudad de San José puede cubrir vacantes y ser un empleador competitivo. Muchas gracias.
Okay, the interpreter, I don't know if you were interpreting simultaneously. We didn't hear you. So before we go to the next speaker, can the interpreter tell us what she just said? And I'm still not hearing you. Suslev, did you move?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. Yes. Yes, my name is Nora Morales, and I represent the Mimbro U.S. Coalition for Public Workers. And I, as a member, I'm here to support and represent all the public workers of the city of San Jose to be able to accept the negotiations and promote this contract to be expelled, to be approved for them. The livable wages and retention of city employees, it is inherent and definitely has to be maintained to be able to fight against the vacancies that we currently have right now in the city. I urge the council to approve this tentative agreement.
Thank you. Fred, followed by Min.
Fred, seguido por Min.
So I need you guys to switch it back. Okay, go ahead, Fred. Fred Brew. Okay, I'm going to move on to Min Tran, followed by John. And Min, you're not.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear Mayor, City Councils, and the resident of San Jose. My name is Min Tran, District 7 residents. Why I feel sympathy for all the employees and to get a raise and they deserve. However, only if we can afford it. We talk about cut this, cut that, and but we never speak about to increase the level of efficiency that we have to work with the city. So I oppose the contract and also opposing the cut. I suggest that we increase the rate to a reasonable percent that we can afford. And we must work harder to increase the efficiency to save the money. And then we need to find a way to increase the revenues. Last but not least, and then we giving more raises to the deserved city staff and employees. That being said, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak, and I hope that everything works out all right for the city of San Jose as a whole. Thank you very much.
John, followed by ZM.
Good afternoon. My name is John Linthicum, and I've been a resident in District 1 for over 50 years. I can appreciate the complexity of the issues in front of you today. I understand the concern of labor and how difficult it is to make ends meet in any job, be it public or private in our city. On the other hand, I also understand the value of the programs that we hear may be cut due to these pay increases. As drivers become increasingly distracted, to be everywhere all at once, crossing guards are a visible reminder to slow down and take caution around our schools. Finally, the third leg of the stool is keeping a balanced budget. I appreciate the city, like the households in it, must live within our means via a balanced budget. Thank you for your time and service.
ZM followed by Paul.
Good afternoon, everyone. A true leader would want to try to build the best team, one who is fearless and resourceful in finding and retaining the best talents out there. And that's your City of San Jose employees. Attending numerous leadership trainings, leaders are always known to be first among equals and should have the humility to treat others as equals. And your job is to bring all the components together and make San Jose whole. City workers who are still here sacrifice a lot in order to serve the city and its constituents. So instead of creating a divide, how about work hand in hand together? Together with the senior staff of the Crime Analysis Unit of San Jose Police Department, we try every single day to motivate and inspire our crime analysts, to provide them the tools they need so that they'll do their best every time. But honestly, as a senior crime and intelligence analyst, I fear that with the openings of Mountain View and Santa Clara, with the 30,000 to 50,000 increase, I might lose one of them or maybe two of them one of these days. So I urge you, dear City Council, be first among equals. We are your co-workers who are also serving the city of San Jose. Thank you very much.
Paul followed by Giovanni.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Paul, first of all, I'd like to
Paul, your audio is breaking up. We can hear you, but it's very choppy. Okay, Paul, we're going to move on. We have 3 or 4 hands left if you want to restart your device and raise your hand again. Giovanni, followed by Brad.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Giovanni and I'm a resident in District 3. I'm calling in to speak in strong support of the memo put forth by Council Members Foley, Cohen, and Jimenez. But I also wanted to express my deep disappointment with the anti-union and anti-fair wage rhetoric that's being amplified by some in this room and on council. Long wait times for city services and programs falling short of their promise on paper are common complaints in the city. But I want to take a moment to ask the question why this might be. It should be obvious, but the key to making any policy reality is to have enough city employees to implement those policies. Yet today, 1 in 10 city jobs go unfilled. The reason is simple. San Jose is one of the most expensive cities to live in the United States, and the average salary of a city employee is $52,000 a year. By promoting a narrative to our residents that our city employees do not deserve to live in the place they serve, you further prime people to lose faith in the ability of local government, you all, to function because of ongoing vacancies. And you prime residents to lose faith that local government can actually do big things. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that local government is ineffective because it does not have all the parts it needs to run. I hope the mayor and council recognize that their words really matter about this. I want the city to succeed and I want the city to do big things. That requires a full roster of employees that should be able to reap the benefits of the seeds they're sowing to make our city better. Thank you for your consideration.
Fred, followed by Juliana.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Fred Brew, and I've been a resident of San Jose for over 30 years. I am also a former Teamsters member. I am an advocate of unions and believe in their right to have a collective voice. However, I am asking the City Council to reconsider the latest proposed settlement on the table for the city employees. Pay raises over 14% over the next 3 years is simply untenable given the city's fiscal status. Members of the City Council know this, and they know that there will have to be substantial cuts in future city services if this contract proposal is approved. More importantly, the union's proposed raises should have been taken into account in the recent budget discussions. What's happening now undermines the agreed upon settled city budget. Please act and vote responsibly on this proposal. Residents of San Jose are keenly aware of the fact that future cuts in services will be unavoidable, and we are watching this issue. Thank you very much.
Juliana, followed by Jason.
My name is Juliana Park, and I'm calling in today as myself and as a proud resident of San Jose's Japantown in District 3. Hearing about the threats to service cuts, as well as cuts to some of the most enriching programs in our community, like Viva Calle, that take place right outside my home regularly, is deeply concerning, to say the very least. As a non-tech worker with a college degree and a competitive wage, I am still considered a low-income resident here in San Jose. I myself do not know if I can continue to afford to live here, so I truly empathize with and uplift all city workers fighting to protect their tentative agreements and fighting to simply survive with a livable wage. This contract, if ratified by council, has the potential to be a historic step in the right direction. The proposed amendments from council members Jimenez, Foley, and Cohen prove that no cuts to city services are necessary to fund investments in the recruitment and retention of committed staff. Lastly, I urge you all to vote to approve the aforementioned memo and to approve the tentative agreements before you today.
Jason, followed by Mary.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jason Day. I'm born and raised in District 10, a former resident of District 9, and a current resident of District 6. I am also fortunately and unfortunately a employee of City of San Jose. I urge you to continue to stand with us by voting to approve the tentative agreements, moving this agreement forward so that it will be our new contract as a step in the right direction for us to recruit and retain committed city workers for our city's future. I'm scared being part of the city that we are having a race to the bottom currently with the lack of salaries and falling way behind the other cities around us. They're snatching all of our great talent, and we are left with having to retrain new staff, and I'm afraid that it is probably having a detrimental effect on the services that we provide our citizens in San Jose. I want to avoid that as much as possible. I love the city. I know a lot of the staff also love the city and wish that they could live in San Jose. And so I encourage you to please approve this tentative agreement, and let's keep moving in the right direction to provide San Jose with amazing service, provide them an amazing city to live in, and continue to provide services and expand on Viva Calle and other Parks and Rec services as well. So thank you very much.
Mary, followed by Brad.
Hi, yes, I'm Mary Rubin. I have been at the city working for the city for close to 30 years. The first 7 years were as a contract employee. I was young and I didn't know any better. Now, of course, I'm older and I do know better. In 2010, wages were cut. Since then, we've only seen incremental cost of living wages. Incremental cost of living increases. I just want to point out that what we're talking about today are not raises. They are cost of living increases. And like one of my colleagues said earlier, I certainly have been feeling over the years underinvested in and undersupported. These conditions absolutely contribute to our employees going to other municipalities. When people leave, there is a significant loss of institutional knowledge. As an example, I worked on one capital improvement project where over the 5 years it took to complete, we lost 4 project managers to other municipalities. The project was absolutely compromised by these transitions. There is a value to investing in labor, and there is value to continuity. San Jose is a center of innovation. We've heard it before. Many of us believe it. We can make this contract work, support workers, and do this without cutting valuable services. I urge you to vote yes on this tentative agreement. Thank you.
Brad, followed by Loopy.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Brad, and I was born and raised in San Jose. This item is very personal to me because I used to be a recreation leader, which helped get me through college, and I really appreciated the opportunity. The pandemic demonstrated the indispensable offerings that parks and public places brings to the community. Parks and public spaces are essential services, not simply nice to haves. These programs and resources have shown that active park and street usage makes our city safer by inviting people to connect and enjoy public spaces together. Please vote to preserve Viva Parks, Viva Calle, and make sure that it's fully staffed. Thank you so much.
Loopy.
Hello, my name is Lupe Rodardi Velasquez. I'm a senior analyst in the Environmental Services Department. I'm a proud member of IPFTE Local Union 21. I have been a recruiter with the City of San Jose for the past 12 years, and I have firsthand experience with the city's hiring and retention issues, which are affecting the safety and services to both the San Jose community and city employees. I am also a San Jose resident and live in District 2. As a city employee, I take pride in serving this community. My colleagues and I believe San Jose residents deserve high quality, timely city services. I urge all San Jose City Council members to vote in support of the tentative agreements reached with the city's bargaining team and its largest bargaining units. We have finally come to an agreement that will play a key step in helping restore the city of San Jose as a competitive employer of choice and help alleviate the urgent staffing crisis that undermines the delivery of high-quality public services to residents. While divisive threats to service cuts have been made by the mayor, a white paper published by Working Partnerships show research that proves that the city can afford this deal. San Jose has the resources to make San Jose work for everyone. Our tentative agreement represents a major victory in our fight for fully funded public services. Winning strong contracts with competitive wages and better working conditions puts our membership and San Jose residents on a path to fully staffed services we deserve. The proposed amendments from City Council members Jimenez, Foley, and Cohen provide that no cuts to city services are necessary to fund investments in recruitment and retention to staff.
Back to the council.
Great, thank you, Tony. I want to thank everybody from the public who spoke, including those who may not agree with my concerns about these contracts. I want to also thank everybody who spoke to the value of Viva Calle and park activations, which I strongly agree with. And I want to just start by clarifying a point on that. Jim, can you share with the council and the public how it is that Viva Calle was put forward as a potential cut, just kind of where that came from? I think there's an assumption that I or other council members had it out for Viva Calle, which I think we all deeply love and appreciate and want to try to keep. So where did that come from and why was that put forward?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. When we first looked to see what reductions we could make without service reductions, as well as to anything that was sort of very minor. We still had a little bit of a shortfall that we had to fill. So we were guided first by looking at manager's budget addendum number 21, which was a MBA put forward as part of the budget process a few months back, where we were, as an administration, putting together reductions for city council's consideration should they want to fund other things that were in the proposed budget or have other trade-offs that different than what the city manager's proposed budget had recommended. And so we were looking and so the Viva Calle reduction from 3 to 2 and the and a Viva Parks reduction from I think 100 to 50 was was one of those items in MBA 2021 that we was one of the options there. We're also looking at things that had been funded in the general, on either a one-time basis in the general fund or on a one-time basis and or expanded in the American Rescue Plan Fund that hadn't really been funded on an ongoing basis prior. So trying not to hit long-established ongoing programs, but some of the more recent that had been folded into the general fund. So Viva Calle, the reduction from 3 to 2 and the modified reduction from 100 to 75 sort of fit that criteria, although again, not an ideal scenario. And also wanted to just point out, we have very limited time to be able to come up with these. If we're in the proposed budget process, we're probably looking at maybe a different suite of things where we where the budget office and the entire city departments are more queued up to be able to handle some of that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I just want to be clear, that did not come from, certainly not something I suggested, nor actually any member of the council, just to be clear, that was part of a menu of cuts that you, within the city manager's office, brought forward to help us get into balance, which is something we have to do every year. And I assume, this probably doesn't need to be answered, but there's a lot of talk of threats. I assume there was no threat implied, that we're not trying to punish anyone with you bringing forward suggestions to try to balance the budget.
Correct.
Okay, just want to be clear about some of the rhetoric here. Look, I want to say a few things just to clarify the record, ask a few questions just to make sure we have some of the information out and that we're working from the same fact base, and then turn it over to my colleagues. I know a number of my colleagues have hands up, and we have a couple of thoughtful memos from colleagues that I appreciate, so we'll get to that. I want to thank our city workers and be very clear about something that I've said consistently throughout this negotiation process, which I think kicked off back in, was it February, March maybe? Was it March timeframe? We have incredible workers who have been through a lot, especially during the pandemic. And I recognize, I think everyone in this council recognizes that the cost of living here is incredibly high. We've faced significant inflation in the last couple of years, and it is hard for people to make ends meet, which is why we need to offer generous raises. I don't think there's any debate about that. I also think, and I think you'll probably find, I don't want to really speak for my colleagues here, but I think unanimous support for the value of expanding paid parental leave. I think we all see great value in that. The point that I have raised, and I just want to reemphasize here, and then I'll ask a few questions, is that while there is no intention of demonizing workers or labor unions, and in fact, I think our bargaining units were incredibly effective at representing the interests of workers. I've said that consistently as well. There's no demonization of anyone's right to organize or the effectiveness of our bargaining units. I think they did a fantastic job through this process. My concern, and I continue to have this concern, is that with no intention on any of our parts to pit workers against residents or wage increases against service cuts, we do have a finite budget, and we always face trade-offs. And what I'm asking us to do and pushing for is ideally to get to a common fact base. We have a lot of different conflicting data being cited, not all of which is accurate. I've heard a lot of repetition of this notion that there's no need to cut anything with these raises, and I think it's abundantly clear that not only do we have to make some trade-offs this year, which I think frankly are not going to be too painful, thankfully, I think that with our current projections and the best information we have available, it is very likely that we're looking at much more significant trade-offs in order to be in balance in years 2 and 3. And I think we should be explicit about that. That's not to blame anyone. That's not to say that there's any bad intent. That's, so I want to just make that very clear, because I think there may be an attempt by some to expand the rhetoric here to something that I certainly have not been saying. But I do want us to be explicit about the trade-offs and about the numbers. Let me ask a few questions here. Jim, just to knock out a few kind of general points here. One thing that is outside of the year-to-year budget, but we should be mindful of when we're making these fiscal decisions, is just the nature of large obligations and unfunded obligations that we have. One is deferred maintenance on infrastructure. This year, we worked very hard to get $12 million into the budget to make some modest investments in some of our cherished institutions, like the Museum of Art and the Tech and others. Where does our deferred maintenance backlog stand today, just to put that in perspective for folks?
Yeah, so the last time so the city calculates sort of a citywide of our public infrastructure, what the deferred backlog is to rehabilitate that infrastructure. The last time was done was in April of 2022, so I'll be coming forward again next April. That was at about 1.7 billion. And an additional about 92 million on an ongoing basis to have things not get worse.
Okay. So about 1.7 billion, which despite our best attempts in this budget, we're barely scratching the surface of. In fact, most years we fall farther behind because we're not able to get it into our operating budget. And then I see Roberto here. Roberto, if you could just tell us at the moment, and if you can come down. I've got a question for you and a follow-up. Feel free to come down to the podium or jump in the box if you'd like. Well, first question is just around where are we in terms of our total unfunded actuarial liability at this point?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members. The total liability from the retirement standpoint for the federated plan, which is the plan impacted by the bargaining units under these agreements, is about $2 billion.
That's for federated?
Federated, correct.
Okay. And then police and fire?
Police and fire is about $1.2 billion.
Okay, so 3.2 billion there. Okay, and I'll come back to your birth. And then, Jim, in this last budget, which we worked very hard to try to get into better structural balance, how many programs do we have that appear to be an ongoing need, but were funded on a one-time basis? And can you give a few examples of those?
Yeah, so again, that's one of the key priorities is to try to get to a more structural balance. That's why the city manager talked about how sort of we're structurally sort of out of balance from a service level perspective. So about $20 million roughly is some of the programs that had been funded on a one-time basis in the 2023 budget that probably the council and the community would expect to be considered to continue as an ongoing program. So those are things like some of the Beautify San Jose program, a portion of it. I have a list here. We have things like the police sworn backfill reserve of about $5 million. The portion of the Beautify San Jose program, some of the new things that we added this year, like the waterways program, the Beautify Your Block, the gateways program, that totals up around $6 million. So we have a handful of things like maybe the cultural support for to backfill for some of the arts and cultural grant funding at $1 million. So sort of a smattering of programs that we would need to consider. I think some child and youth services also in there for about $1.5 million. So a smattering of programs that will need to be evaluated as part of the next budget process in whatever shape the city's budget is in.
Okay, so about 20 million in the current budget that is only funded on a one-time basis, that with a deficit we would not have an obvious way to pay for. That includes some of the beautification projects, police hire ahead, arts and culture funding, and some children youth programming and climate smart services. That if we have a deficit.
Yeah, climate smart as well, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, totaling 20 million, all right. And then given that these raises were higher than what we projected when we passed the budget, because we passed a balanced budget that projected raises that were even higher than what we normally project will be raises, how far out of balance does this take us? I think for this year we said it was 2.8 million we have to resolve, and then just for these contracts for the next 2 fiscal years, what's your projection?
For 24-25, it would be about another, so looking at it on an ongoing basis, it would be roughly $4 million. And then for 25-26, it would be about a 1.7 to about $2 million.
Okay, and that's for this. That's for these
for what
bargaining
the council's
units,
considering
for what
today.
we're considering today.
Yeah.
Can you also tell us, and I want to be clear, just hypothetically, because we don't know, but hypothetically, if the other unions whose contracts come up in years 2 and 3 were to settle just at the same level, just hypothetically to get a ballpark sense, what would happen to those projected deficits in years 2 and 3?
Yeah, so in that hypothetical scenario, assuming everything stays static, which, just to caveat it all, nothing
Right,
is gonna stay
it's our
static.
best
Right,
understanding.
we're gonna relook at the economic assumptions, we're gonna relook at where all the expenditures are throughout the organization. That would probably grow, to be around roughly 9 million, give or take $1 million in 24-25, and 13 million, give or take $1 million in 25-26.
Okay, so in addition to the amount for this year, we're looking, that would be another 22 million, 9 plus 13.
If everything
ongoing.
stays the same, which it won't.
Okay. It won't, sure.
It won't.
Could be better or worse, in fact. That's
It could go both
the
ways,
idea
for
with
sure.
a projection, yeah.
For sure.
Okay. So 22 plus the 20-something in current one-time funded programming. And then Roberto, just back to you for a moment, because I think this is something that gets underappreciated. Can you give us a ballpark estimate of, given that the retirement board's projections is a 3% increase each year, but this is substantially higher, which isn't all bad. I mean, for the record, I wish we could give our workers an even higher, I wish we could afford to give an even higher raise, but just given what we are considering here, what would be a ballpark sense of the impact on the UAL, the unfunded liability? And I want to follow up with asking when that is likely to hit the general fund and kind of what sort of impact we're talking about.
All right. So again, I just want to caveat my comments before I start with a couple of things. Any numbers that I may share with you today are just estimates. And obviously, estimates are based on assumptions that change over time. Also, the boards actually will be working with the boards for the next 4 months so that we can have more specific numbers. And lastly, these are related to the federated pension plan based on this agreement. So the assumption by the boards on wage increases over time is 3% a year. Given the increases that are suggested here, we estimate, again, this is back of the envelope, we estimate the total impact on the unfunded liability about $60 million. And I can't speak to the impact to the general fund. The budget director will understand that much better than I do. But I can say that that would require, starting with the fiscal year 24-25, about an increase of $4 to $5 million of unfunded liability payments.
Okay. And that's just for federated?
Correct.
So just for federated, that's a $60 million projected potential, of course, with your caveats.
Yes.
$60 million increase in the UAL, which in 24-25 would begin adding about $4 to $5 million in requirements on the general fund.
Correct.
If that's how it turns out,
and
that's a
please,
projection.
Mayor and council members, one more comment. This is, again, based, assuming everything else equal, meaning all the other assumptions are met, which we know on a year in, a year out basis, that's not the case.
And Mayor, if I could, as the Retirement Services Director said, it was $4 to $5 million across all federated. That's roughly $2 million or so in the general fund.
Yeah,
So it's
which
not-
raises another point I want to get to quickly as I try to wind down and just get a few more facts out there from our experts here. I appreciate that. So that does not take into account police and fire because we don't have new contracts
Correct,
there.
yes.
But that would presumably be another consideration if, as we said, hypothetically, those contracts were to come in at the same level in the years ahead. Jim, you just raised a really important point, which is that I've only been focusing on the impacts of essentially these contracts in the general fund. What is the impact? One of the areas of greatest concern we hear from residents has to do with fees, the cost of various utilities and other fee-based programs. What do you think the likely impact is, and what types of programs are likely to be impacted by raises at this magnitude?
Yeah, so for that question, we, as part of all the fees that the services that the city provides that are reimbursed by fees, rates, or charges, we do have various methodologies to calculate sort of what that cost is, and then what the rate needs to be. It's governed by state law and city municipal code. So to the extent that staff costs are part of those fees and charges, which of course they certainly are, those would be all impacted by the rates of the increased employee compensation costs. So everything from water and sewer and your garbage bill to things like a building permit or any other miscellaneous permit you might have. So we're not recommending any sort of rate increases as part of this process here. I think when we looked at the different funds, there was a sufficient funding to be able to pay for that in 23-24, but those costs will be evaluated and factored into the 24-25 fees and charges process. And so, so that would be, 6% and an effective 4.5%. So 10.5% effective roughly for the 24-25 fees and charges discussion.
Okay, and those services are things like water, sewer, building permits, inspections?
Yeah,
quite a range.
Event permit, yeah. I mean, so any sort of permit that you would get, yeah, would be qualifying for that.
Okay. Okay. And then Jennifer, just quick questions for you in terms of vacancies. Are our vacancy rates significantly higher than other cities?
No, they're not. When we look at Bay Area agencies, our vacancy rate is typically on the lower end.
Our vacancy rates are on the lower end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And in terms of hiring, can you tell us about hiring this year over the last 5 years? Are we struggling to hire folks?
We actually hired more this fiscal year than we have in the last five fiscal years. So we hired about 1,300 employees this fiscal year.
Okay. More than in the last 5 years, 1,300 employees were hired. Does that mean, though, that we have a really high turnover rate? Can you tell us about voluntary resignations? Are we seeing people just cycle in and out of these roles?
So we do have resignations. If you actually look at last fiscal year compared to this fiscal year, it has gone down pretty significantly, though.
The number has gone down?
Yes.
Jennifer, do you want to add to that?
Can I speak? I think you have to turn it on. He's going to use this one. Okay, thank you. So actually, I was just looking at that, and our full-time voluntary resignations have been reduced by 27% year over year from 21-22 compared to 22-23. So, has been good news for us.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Okay. So look, I think there's a lot to like in these agreements. I agreed with probably 85-90% of what was offered there, particularly parental leave and much of the raises. And I want to try to take some of the emotion out of this conversation and reaffirm that I value and respect our workforce and the work they do every day and understand how hard it is to survive with the cost of living here. I also think our unions did a phenomenal job of representing their members. That being said, I also think it's important that we are honest about the math. And there have been a lot of numbers thrown around, including some very inaccurate ones, that I think we need as a city to be able to agree there are facts and there's truth, and raises that are not within our projections or in line with our revenue does require trade-offs. And we need to be very honest with ourselves and our community that we're looking at some offsets that are not too painful this year, but I think if the projections hold and we don't get lucky, could be very painful over the next couple of years. I think it's too much risk to take on. I think we could have gone most of the way, but not as far as we did, which is why personally, in good conscience, I'm not able to vote for these agreements, because I think that they put us in a likely deficit position, a multi-million, probably $20 million plus deficit position over the next couple of years, that is going to make the cuts that people are upset about today, that have been suggested, not by me, but by our budget office, park activations in Viva Calle, feel like the tip of the iceberg. And that worries me. It worries me that our community doesn't fully understand the math or the trade-off that we're setting up here. One of our public speakers referenced in 2010 wages being cut and workers being laid off. It is precisely my desire to avoid a situation where we would have to cut wages or lay people off, that is why I'm concerned just looking at the math. Purely looking at the math. So I want to just be clear about that. I suspect, I'm almost certain, these contracts will be approved, but I think they go too far, and I think they put us in a very precarious position, and I hope the projections are wrong, I hope I'm wrong, and that we are not in a position of having to reduce wages or lay people off in the future. But I think we are gambling with resident services and workers' job security by overextending ourselves with these agreements. Councilmember Foley, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all of the members of the public who were here in person and who called in to express their concerns on either side of the budget or contract negotiation issue. I also want to thank the hardworking budget office who has been tireless since you think your job is done in June, but it's never done in June, and particularly this year it wasn't done in June. And also Jennifer and your team and all the negotiations that occurred. We are here because we have a tentative contract agreement that we've agreed to move forward to the full council in a general session today. But that agreement, which I believe is fair and right to approve for the employees, it's right to show that we respect the employees, that they ought to be earning the wages that they deserve. But it does come with a cost down the line, and we're here to negotiate and settle that differential today. I make these decisions with my eyes wide open. My eyes wide open that today the cuts are not going to be that hard and difficult. And I have a memo along with Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Cohen that I will be moving in a few minutes that will eliminate some of the stress and concerns about Viva Calle and Viva Parks. But I know that this year it's easy because it's 2.8 million that we're trying to make up the deficit technically with some of the other things that you've done, Jim. But next year I acknowledge that it's going to be more difficult than that. It is right, the mayor's right to have us focus on those future years, but we all are looking at this year today, and that's what we're voting on today, although the contract negotiation has a 3-year term, and that's why we need to look at that and be concerned about that. I've been on the school board in a really tough time in 2006 or 7, 8, 9 when we were cutting everything we possibly could, and it was painful. We were laying off staff, we were reducing services. It was not easy, but I went in there with my eyes wide open, and I go in with this with my eyes wide open too. I know cuts are going to have to be made. Where they come, I don't know. Hopefully, we can keep them as far away from resident services as possible, but there's going to be some impact, and we're going to have to look at some of the things that I would call pet projects. I may have pet projects in my district that may be in jeopardy, and we're going to have to look at those things. We're going to have to, everything needs to be on the table in the next few years, next year at least. We don't know what the economic climate is going to be, but approving this contract is critical. We in the council offices, we depend on our staffs, on the members of the Department of Transportation, Public Works, PRNS, all of you. I know I'm not naming all of your departments, but every department to get the work done that our residents require. So it's important that our employees are happy because you're going to take care of our residents. And when our residents are taken care of, then we're doing our job up here around the dais, and that's really important. Our job is to make the city of San Jose the best livable, most livable city in the country, and we can do that with the right staff. And yes, we have to have a balanced budget. Yes, we need to be fiscally conservative and fiscally responsible, but we can do both. It's not a yes, it's not an either or, it's a yes and. So I know the times are going to be difficult in the future. I know I know that. I know we're all going to be here next year, and it's going to be painful. We've heard a little bit about Viva Calle and Viva Parks. Trust me, my friends and colleagues, it's not going to be anything like this in next year. It will be much more difficult as we make a difficult decision. But the reason we're here right now to look at this budget is because we didn't have these contract negotiations completed in June. So we balanced a budget based on that. You put aside, Jim, a reserve. The budget office put aside a reserve for some negotiations, not all of it, but you had an estimate. So you set that aside and knew that you'd be able to use that. Now we have to make up the difference to balance the budget, and that's why we're back today. I'm going to move the recommendation to adopt the agreements, the contract negotiations, and then also my memo. But before I do that, I just have a few more things I want to say. Sorry about that. You know, I have the podium, so I'm just going to take it. I really appreciate your efforts to keep the cuts as far away from resident services as much as possible. And if we look at the chart that you created on page 4, it shows just that. The one area, and the reason for the memo that I put together with Councilmember Jimenez and Cohen was because we wanted to find a way to come up with $200,000 to offset the cost of the cuts you were proposing to be made to the staffing that implements Viva Calle and Viva Parks. And so your proposal initially included 2.5 FTEs. We're proposing to maintain the 0.5 cut of the employee FTE. We understand no one's in that position at the time, and that the other two positions total about 200,000. So to offset that, and when I'm looking at this budget, we look at this budget to not just increase expenses, we have to, or cost, we have to look at ways that we're going to balance the budget. So if we're going to reduce your proposal by 200,000, that means we have to find 200,000 savings. And so the 200,000 savings that we're proposing in the memo is really skin in the game from the council offices. We're all, if they agree to reduce our council budget by $10,000 each. We have, for those in the public, we have $1 million budget that we get to run our offices. So that's a $10,000 budget. That also includes $100,000 for the mayor. So that totals $200,000. That offsets the additional $200,000 that we're asking to save by not cutting the two positions with Viva Calle or by PRNS. I'd also we heard loud and clear how important Viva Calle and Viva Parks are, and we all love our parks. I love my parks in District 9, and we try to keep them as good in condition as we possibly can, but and we activate them a little bit too. And the Viva Parks, we have, there's a current budget of 100 that you're reducing to 75. Of that, each council office has a few Viva Parks. I think my district had 2 Viva Parks and 2 Viva Paints. So that's 4. I think everybody gets 4, and then there's a bunch left over to be spread around. I don't know how they're spread out, but they're allocated on an equity basis, and the districts that need, that should benefit more from those. We try to fund things as much as we can, but reducing it from 100 to 25 still will allow a lot of Viva Parks to occur throughout the city, particularly in the areas that could benefit from more Viva Parks. So the other thing I want to encourage the placemaking team, and I see John is sitting here. The amended budget includes just 2 Viva Parks, and I would encourage John and your team to consider a 3rd Viva Park, Viva Calle, sorry, thank you. But to consider going to corporations and funders for grants and other sources to help fund those and offset. So this is a challenge to the PRNS department to seek contributions and donations to see that Viva Calle, a third Viva Calle, can continue on. And I'm confident that you can raise part of those funds, hopefully other parts of it. The Viva Calle has an intrinsic value to the businesses nearby of over $1 million, and that results in some income tax or sales tax revenue. We can't really get those numbers, or we weren't able to get those numbers closely, but we know that $1 million from a Viva Calle generates some return to the city of San Jose. Okay, one more thing, and then I'll make the motion and move on. I want to talk about crossing guards. I'm the chair of Vision Zero, so our children being safe on our streets is really a big deal for me. I was going to use other language, but I'm going to be polite. It's really a big deal that we do what we can to provide crossing guards for all of the intersections that qualify. But the reason our memo does not really address crossing guards is because there's a bigger issue as to why those positions are not getting filled. And at Vision Zero, we're going to talk about what that might be, but some of it has to do with how the crossing guards apply for the jobs and who the crossing guards are. You know, mostly these crossing guards are retired people, and now they have to, okay, I'm a Luddite, they have to take their documents and upload them to, they have to scan them, upload them, and then send them on to the police department. A lot of seniors may throw up their hands. So we have to figure out a way that we're going to get people who want to be crossing guards more access without making it more difficult for them. So that's the challenge to the police department, and maybe HR, Jennifer, we can work on ways to make that a little bit easier. So crossing guards important, safety of at our streets is important, and because I'm Vision Zero chair, I'm going to invite you to the next Vision Zero meeting, which is the end of the month, and we're going to talk about crossing guards. So show up for that, please. Okay, I've done my part. I've done what I can. I just want you to know that I don't take this decision lightly at all. I know the financial impact to the city, and I know the effect on our employees. And I know that when we pass this budget, when I get into the elevator with the employees, that they may smile at me instead of turning their backs on me and ignoring me, because we are all in this together to make this city a better place, and we need everybody to be marching in that direction. So with that, I will move, the long-awaited, I will move my memo with Councilmember Cohen and Jimenez that addresses the reduction in the council offices in the mayor's budget, the retention of the 2 staff positions at PRNS, et cetera, et cetera. I don't need to read the rest of it. And that also includes the approval of the staff recommendation and adopting the contract agreements.
Second. Thank you, Council Member. Jennifer, did you have a question?
Just need to be turned on. Thank you. I just need to be turned on since we're having technical difficulties. Thank you, Councilmember Foley. I do have a clarifying question for the record. Given that this memo that you're moving forward with Councilmember Cohen and Councilmember Jimenez is adding these positions back, and we're adding 200,000 back to that proposal. Is the priority to restore Viva Calle or Viva Parks? I think it's going to be important for the record so we represent it correctly and follow through correctly with the council's intent of that 200K.
The memo is to restore the positions to support Viva Calle and Viva Parks. It does not address adding back in a third Viva Calle, and it does not address increasing the number of Viva Parks. Does that answer your question? No.
No.
It didn't.
Because I understand that we're going to add the 2 positions, but we're trying to understand from a priority of the city council, is it the use of those positions? Is that I know and I understand we need to fundraise more for Viva Calle, but is the intent that the priority is to try to reestablish that third Viva Calle event, or some portion of those 25 Viva Parks events that have been cut? Because we want to make sure we're following properly of what the intent is here.
Well,
I hope I'm making sense.
I have two answers.
Okay.
I have two answers, and Councilmember Cohen may have a different answer. I like the idea of adding back in a third Viva Calle, but I want to challenge PRNS to find grants and funding to offset the cost. So perhaps we can fund the position and leave it up to the discretion of the department and you to make sure that it fulfills the need of really this is about activation. So if we can activate our parks and activate our community, then I offer you that discretion to figure out the best way to do that. And I'll let my co-authors weigh in.
Yeah, happy to do that. I do want to just understand, if we add the two roles, do we know what capacity that allows us to have?
Yes.
Or how much we're short in terms of still being able to do the third Viva Calle?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Jim. Can you?
Yeah, so I think, from our understanding of the resources, I think there's about, so that would provide the staffing back, I think, for the third Viva Calle. In theory, I think you're still probably about $200,000 short of the non-personal equipment funding that the department would be looking for. So that would be the challenge for the raising of the revenue to be able to get to that piece.
So we need to fundraise about
if
$200,000.
If I can add, so a Viva Calle event's probably more like $350,000 in non-personal on top of the 200 you're suggesting here for the personnel. That's what we'd have to be challenged to go out and fundraise through grants and donations and so on. That's actually a model we had before the pandemic. We were trying to add Viva Calles. We had only had one when I came into this position a little over 5 years ago. We added two. We went out and grabbed grants and fundraising. That was sort of how we were building it, but then going through the pandemic, all that changed. And so here we are today. The Viva Parks, though, we were thinking it was 75 Viva Parks and add the Viva Calle is what your action would do today. Right, you stay at the 75 cut, you add the Viva Calle, we go fundraise the 350 or so K to have that third Viva Calle. Is that your
That's correct.
intent? Okay.
Thank you for reinterpreting what I said.
That's what we needed. That's
Okay,
exactly
thank
what we
you.
needed for the record.
Thank
you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Foley. I appreciate you recognizing the fiscal trade-offs we face and the attempt of the effort, I should say, of the memo co-authored with Councilmember Cohen and Jimenez to put as much of the burden as possible on the council budgets. I will note it disproportionately impacts mine, but I won't complain anymore about that.
Okay, I wasn't going to say this, but I'll mention it now. The Arbierto funds are from our council office, so that's $25,000 each council office. That doesn't affect
That
your
I don't even
office.
get a penny of.
So
All right.
the
We'll
percentages
yeah.
are.
Yeah.
I
All
don't
right.
want to negotiate.
We'll
I don't
keep,
want to
yeah,
argue
I'm
with you right
not
now, but-
actually suggesting we change it. I
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
that.
No,
Okay.
I appreciate
So-
where you're coming from on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on to Councilor Cohen next.
Okay, I was just going to start with that last point because our memo does explicitly, I think in item 1B3 does, I think, specify that Viva Calle comes back first. And I think one of the things that we were thinking is we know there's economic benefit from Viva Calle, and you could use that economic benefit as well that the city gains from it to help offset the cost as well. I mean, yes, the businesses get there, but there's some revenue that the city gains from having that third Viva Calle as well. So we should figure that out and apply that towards having that third Viva Calle. But I don't want to get into that discussion now. I want to just go back and sort of talk about my more general comments first. First, I want to thank the city's negotiating team and the bargaining unit negotiating teams for the hard work to get us to this point. This was not easy, and sometimes negotiations get very difficult, and I know this was one of those times, but I'm glad we've gotten to this point where we're beyond that. What we did here collectively as a council was push beyond our comfort zone, but it's important, I believe, that our employees feel valued and are compensated as well as possible, especially after we've come out of several very difficult years that have demanded so much of everybody. We knew that whatever final agreement we came to, we would be dealing with budget cuts in the year ahead. and I'll get back to that, but I first want to thank my colleagues, Councilmembers Foley and Jimenez, for working on the memo that we introduced on this item. I think it's important that the council members and mayor's office have skin in the game as we move forward, and we shouldn't reflexively cut parks as our first budget balancing action, which seems to always be the thing we do. So I'm happy that we're moving forward with this memo. I also want to just express my opinion that our memo and the discussion of all the cuts that we're doing right now are one-time cuts for this year to get through this year's $2.8 million deficit. And I'm not necessarily under an expectation that we're saying here today that this is ongoing, because we're going to have a holistic discussion about our budget next year, which may adjust these things up and down as we deal with whatever deficit we have next year. So it should be on the table that this, whatever cuts we're doing in our memo or that came forward may change next year. Some of them we might decide as a council to put back while we cut other things. So that's my expectation. It may not be everybody's expectation. Now, I want to be very honest about the numbers here. This is a really important point. So I have a question, Jim. If we had settled on the 5-4-3 offer that has been publicized as an offer that I know the mayor has said he was willing to do, we would still, is it true that we would still have been facing a multi-million-dollar cuts next year in our budget, the 24-25 budget?
If all things stayed the same, yeah, we would have a little bit. So we wouldn't have a shortfall in the current year, but it would be a small shortfall in the following year. So the following couple of years, so roughly 3 and 2.
Roughly $3 million and $2 million is what it would have been if we had, with these particular agreements.
Sorry, I'm sorry. With those particular agreements, it would be closer to about $2 to $3 million in 24-25, and then nothing in 25-26.
Okay, and we also had a hypothetical raised by the mayor of if we settle with other units next year at the same level we just settled, what the deficit would be in 24-25 and 25-26. So do you have that number based on the 5-4-3 for us, as well as what we're settling on, so that we can really see the difference of what it is we're talking about today?
Yeah, we ran so many scenarios. So looking at, if we were, again, in that hypothetical situation, under the city's former last best and final offer, that 5-4-3, it would have been roughly $6 million in 24-25, and roughly $7 million or so in 25-26, which is the answer I gave earlier, I think was about a $9 or so million and a $13 or so million.
So there's definitely, what we're doing with this agreement is an increase in those deficits we may be facing. But I want it to be very clear that it was not a choice of no deficit versus that large deficit we talked about before, but different amounts of deficit that we would be dealing with. So we were going to be having conversation, assuming all else stays the same, and we're all optimistic about the economy, or that revenues will come in different, or other things will happen. But assuming that your projections are accurate for next year, and there's no reason to believe they aren't, we were going to be having conversations about budget cuts in 24-25, even at the 5-4-3 level. And I just want that to be very clear to everybody that's listening to the conversation, that it's a little unfair that the council is being shown or being claimed to have been irresponsible and causing a deficit that otherwise wouldn't exist. Now, magnitude is changing, but was not a zero versus that level. So I just wanted to be clear about that. I did hear some messaging during the public comment and other emails we've gotten that this agreement is inconsistent with the balanced budget we passed in June. And I just want to address that one as well. We very much knew that what we were doing when we passed a budget in the middle of June was a budget in the middle of negotiations. When budgets are passed in the middle of negotiations, we are knowing that we're going to have to come back and make adjustments once the negotiations are done. This is something that happens all the time in agencies that negotiate with their unions. So we passed a budget with the best information available at the time, but knew that there was likely to be an adjustment made. So I just want to also be clear about that. This is not unusual that a budget is passed and that we then go back and have to adjust it after the agreement is made. We, unfortunately, were unable to come to an agreement in June, so we had to pass a budget with the information we knew at the time. So I just want to kind of wrap up with an overall philosophy point about being part of this governance team of this council. And we discussed this at our governance retreat a couple weeks ago. it means often standing together even when we disagree with the collective decisions of the council. Obviously, we shouldn't always vote the same way. I mean, we disagree on things, and we always have policy discussions here in council where we vote differently. But labor negotiations are a different situation. Negotiations are done confidentially because of the nature of the back and forth between the negotiating team of the city and the negotiating team of the labor unions. And I've done this now for 16 years as a school board member and as a city council member. We've had very difficult discussions with almost every year. I've been in a situation where one or more of those contract discussions were very difficult. I know that the discussions we have in closed session are often very difficult discussions about the trade-offs and consequences of however far we push our contract negotiations. There's no expectation that all of us agree whether those trade-offs are acceptable or not. We'll all land differently on that, and you know, we can't talk about what we said in there, but it's clear we all did land differently on that. We didn't all have the same opinion, and we all evolved over time as we had that conversation. But the labor negotiation itself is based on the will of the majority of the council, giving the direction of the majority of the council to the labor negotiator to then go and settle with the bargaining unit. And once an offer is made and accepted by the bargaining unit and their membership, it is particularly important that we collectively show that we respect the process and that we respect our employees, even if we might not have agreed with the direction that the majority of the council gave in that closed session. So I think it's really important that we vote for the contract that has been accepted by various employees units, the employee groups. That's our way of expressing the respect that we have for that process and for the people who work for us in the city of San Jose. So I'll just wrap up my comments there. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you so much. And, you know, I really want to thank everyone who has been involved in this whole process, you know, to get to today. It has been not an easy process. As a freshman council member, it's been a tremendous learning experience, even though I've gone through other negotiations in other offices that I've held. So, you know, I want to thank the employees, the management team, my council colleagues, and the community for their participation in this whole process. As I said, it's not easy. You know, we're looking at trying to balance our trade-offs and consequences. And, you know, I appreciate that my colleagues have tried to come up with some other solutions in addition to what staff has presented to us. I'd like to ask the maker of the motion if they would be willing to add a small amendment, small friendly amendment to the crossing guards, because I think that in the spirit of looking at solutions, I know that we're all very, very much in tune to prioritizing public safety, and there has been many years of vacancies, and I would like to propose that the staff go back and take a look at a potential pilot and work with perhaps utilization or recruit high school seniors with the flexibility of, you know, having them become eligible to be crossing guards. They have late starts in the morning, and, you know, it could fit in their schedules, in addition to your looking at the potential of making it easier to apply, just really focusing on how can we fill some of these positions. And so if you're willing to add, taking a look at the possibility of that being a potential option as a pilot.
Vice Mayor, I appreciate the intent of the motion, but I don't think it's a friendly amendment to the motion that's on the table. I think it's a separate item, and it's absolutely something that we should be looking at. So maybe we can just direct staff to look at creative ways to hire crossing guards. And that was the point of my comments, that it is not easy to hire crossing guards or who even qualifies for a crossing guard right now. So we're talking about the budget. So if you're suggesting let's increase the number of crossing guards, then I'm not opposed to that, but I'd want to hear what's the offsetting revenue for it, where we're going to find the money.
I don't think I'm asking for any kind of additions or anything like that. The issue at hand is that right now we have vacancies, because these are positions where you only have 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the afternoon.
Right.
And so because we've had continuous vacancies, one of the things that I'm requesting is for staff to go back and take a look as to whether or not it is possible to pilot using senior high school students who might be able to fill that role as crossing guards.
Yeah,
So it doesn't
I mean,
add
I'm not
anything
opposed
to
to
the
that. I'm just
budget.
not sure this is the vehicle for it, because I think we can have this conversation in Vision Zero when we talk about the crossing guards and modifying the hiring process and who can qualify for that. Would you accept that if we, because tomorrow we're working on our agenda for Vision Zero, if we include that in the Vision Zero focus when we do discuss crossing guards?
That would be terrific.
Okay.
That would be terrific.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that.
Because I agree with you in the importance of crossing guards. I just want to put it in the right space that it'll get acted on and come back to us.
That's fine.
And I think Vision Zero is a good place to start.
That would be acceptable to me. I think that as we look at why is it that a lot of, these positions like crossing guards remain vacant on a continuous basis, or perhaps we can come up with a different way of looking at how do we fill some of these positions.
Yeah.
And I guess that was really my intent. So that would certainly be acceptable, and I'd really appreciate that.
Great.
And with that, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Ortiz.
Hello. All right. Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to start with a few questions. I think they could be directed to Jennifer as well as Jim Shannon. So in the operating budget that we passed earlier this year, there was language used regarding the HR department stating the city has over 900 vacancies. I'm sure it's probably changed since then, and that we're having significant challenges attracting applicants as well as external applicants. Hearing what Jennifer just said in response to the mayor's questions shortly ago, how has this changed? It's like almost over a couple of months.
Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz, for the question. I don't have that operating budget in front of me, so I would need to go pull it up and look. But I think there's certain classifications we are absolutely having challenges. So some of the classifications of people that were here. Overall, the mayor was asking me questions kind of overall on a citywide basis. We have hired 1,300 employees, and so from a citywide overall perspective, our overall vacancy rate, and those are the questions I was answering, but when you get down to kind of specific classifications, there are some we're having a lot more challenges than others.
Exactly, and I would go as far to say that a citywide percentage doesn't really tell us the whole story on how these vacancies could impact everyday services to our residents. I would ask Jim if you have any thoughts on the language you used and why you used that language in the budget.
Well, actually, I'd like to jump in. Sorry, Jim. Just to add on to what Jennifer said. Despite the fact that we have a 12% vacancy factor, which is lower than some of our surrounding jurisdictions, as Jennifer pointed out, it's still too high. And so we'd like to get below 10. So I just want to, I don't want to act like that our current vacancy level is acceptable. We still have recruitment and retention issues that we need to work on in this organization, if that helps.
Absolutely. You use kind of very, I would say emotional, like saying we need to address this vacancy. Would you say there's a vacancy problem, Jim?
I mean, I think the conversation that we've had with the vacancies has been pretty self-evident. I think that what Jennifer and Shembury have been saying is that we have sort of the lower vacancy rate when we look around from other jurisdictions. I think that it's been pretty clear from the administration's point of view that the level of vacancies has not been acceptable, and we've had a lot of focus on that over the couple of years. I don't recall that language. If we wrote it, I'm sure we did.
My office could send it to you.
We wrote that back in April. But Clearly that was the reason why we had so many investments in the HR department for hiring and recruiting and retention. We're piloting a centralization hiring program run out of the HR department to help those departments that have high vacancies. So clearly that was a big focus of the budget process.
Okay, thank you. I guess next question's for Jennifer. I want to deep dive into some of these departments and their vacancy rates. Do we have the number of PRNS's vacancy rate at hand?
I don't, but I can pull it up really quickly.
Okay, that would have been very important to have in this conversation. What about Public Works?
I can pull it up very quickly by department.
Okay. Well, from what I'm reading, and it could be some time ago, that PRNS has over 100 vacancies. Is that true? Okay, if PRNS has over 100 vacancies. Then we have, let's see here, Environmental Services that have 89 vacancies. Public Works that has 107 vacancies. All of those vacancies impact the services that we provide to our residents every day. And that's kind of getting around this misinformation that's being spread by some individuals on this council. You could have data and point to it and say that it could say anything, but it's important that we compare apples to oranges, right? I mean, apples to apples, not apples just to oranges. And I think that's what we've been doing. I have a question for our city manager. There's been statements out, whether it's at rallies or press conferences, that there may be impacts to quality of service when it comes to police and fire services. I wanted to ask you, given that you were formerly the budget director, when's the last time we'd had to make a decision to cut back on first responder hiring or cuts to the budget of the police or fire department?
So, we faced a decade of deficits that got really bad towards the 2008, 2009, 2010, and we were facing $85 million to $125 million deficits. At that point is when we really started to have to affect our police and fire services. There was no other way to get around it, and we were facing extraordinarily serious cuts at that point. But that was a last resort type of cut, given the magnitude. And we were facing, over those 10 years, we probably cut $650 to $700 million out of the budget.
Okay. And sorry, I missed it earlier. You said around 100 back in the day when you were... Well,
we had 3 years. We had it got progressively worse, towards the last 3 years of those 10 years where we had, if I recall, somewhere around $85 million deficit. We had like a $115 and $120 million deficit consecutively, and it was during those years where we really we had done some stuff around the edges and done some civilianization and did things, but when we really had to start affecting our sworn positions in a meaningful way was at the very tail end of the 10 years.
So it's safe to say that would be something reserved for the extreme, essentially.
We would do everything to avoid those service cuts that our community absolutely relies on. So we try to make our recommendations to you as invisible and as least impact to our community as possible. That's our job, and we would continue to do so, which I think I mentioned in my opening comments and in the memo.
Absolutely.
But we will try to minimize the service impacts. Back in those days, it was at the level of maybe even having to turn off streetlights. It was really, really, really tough. Also, we would be putting in, depending on what this forecast looks like, I just want to, for the record, say that, if it was necessary, we would, put cost control measures in. We would be putting in a hiring freeze. We would be doing things to have the least disruption to our community as possible.
Would you say, so what is our current deficit as of right now due to the potential contract? Jim?
So the shortfall that we're solving for today would be $2.8 million in the general fund.
How much, sorry? It's hard to hear.
2.8 million. Sorry, I'm not used to the feedback here, so I'm talking to myself.
2.8 million. The time when we were cutting police officers and fire department was when we were at 100 million. So, as I mentioned, there's been statements, and I'm not interested in holding space for rhetoric, as it represents a classic case of fear-mongering and misinformation meant to pit our community and our workers against themselves. We have a chance to lead by example and take minor cuts to our office budget to make sure we have a city government with real capacity. And I've seen what some would do with this money, and I fail to see how hiring content creators for our offices would help the families of our district. I don't think we need more IG Reels and TikTok videos. So I strongly urge my colleagues to reject this rhetoric, reject the fear-mongering, and vote in support of the Cohen-Foley-Jimenez memo. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Batra, you're up.
Okay, got it now. Okay. Thank you very much for all the information which was presented here today, especially the people who came and gave their input, whether they were supporting the thing, whether they were opposing the thing, but hearing their perspective is always helpful in terms of coming up with something. One thing which bothered me in those comments was that many of the city employees said that the council and the mayor don't respect the employees. I've been here now 7 months. I have yet to hear any phrase where it says that they do not respect the employees or we do not respect the employees. We give commendations. In our closed door meetings, we have always been concerned about the total well-being of our employees. And that well-being includes their salaries, includes their health, that includes their maternity leave, parental leave, or any of their senior or dependent parents' care. So the whole family and the whole employee's well-being is at the heart of the council and the mayor. In terms of trying to figure out how much raises we give it, the council also has the responsibility to budget, which you expect the council to balance the budget, have a structurally balanced budget. So the employees, if council is making attempts to share information that we will be in surplus or we will be in deficit if we do this way, it's not any form of disrespect at all for the employees. We are all on the same side. We need the employees to serve the constituents. And the constituents are no different than employees. Probably about 70 to 80% of our constituents are our employees. 100% of our constituents are probably 70% of our employees. There may be some people who live away out of San Jose, but about 70% of they live here. So they are the constituents. They're the ones who are servicing themselves by being employees of the city. So I really did not enjoy having that comments coming around that the council or the mayor do not respect the employees. Please take it. I've been only here 7 months. I can assure you there's a complete respect for the employees. There's a concern for the employees and their families. And the council wants to do the very best they can for our employees. They want to hire them, they want to retain them, they want to grow them. So let me put that out for whatever it is worth. In terms of the negotiation, we were getting regular updates at the council. I thought the negotiation process was going pretty well. We were coming to the right kind of terms, the right kind of items were being discussed. The one area which probably caused some difficulty in being able to come to some proper terms, the data which we were working from the council or from the city was being provided about the surpluses and potential deficits if we do certain things did not match at all with what the union was publicizing. Because I did receive unions briefings. Now, whether they got mistaken data from somewhere, I hope in our future negotiation, we are on the same page or at least close enough to be on the same page. And I think we'll be able to come to the similar conclusions that what will be the right kind of amount of money to be given and can be taken because we are in it all together. Because that data not being, I saw surplus numbers, which if those existed, we should be able to give 10 times more raises and we would still be surplus with the money. But we don't. We have projections which are showing the deficit. So it would be a good idea if we can find a way to be on the same page, and I think it will improve our negotiations. In terms of the current contract, yes, our negotiators worked under the guidance of the council, and they came up with this contract. So there is really no point to be saying that this contract is no good. We have to live with this contract. We have to do the best. We need to minimize the impact on our constituents, and the employees are going to get what they were promised, because the strike was averted because we promised this thing to happen by our representative, and they acted on our authority. We have to back them up that they did the right thing when they went there. So we will have to support that. I do have a question for our memo writers. Mr. Cohen, if you could, the item which says that if there is a surplus or overage, we will do third Calais, via Calais on your item number 2. Okay. When would we know the surplus on that? It's in your memo. You're looking, Pam, as if it is.
I'm sorry, what's, Councilmember Batra, what's your request? I was busy talking in my office back here.
Okay, let me. The memo, your joint memo, the item which says, let me get there.
Yeah, the one I referred to before, which was item 1B3, surplus overage funds should be used.
Item B, item number 3. In there says any surplus and overage funds should be used to continue 3 Viva Calais events per year. Now the events have to happen probably way before we will know whether we have a surplus or overage, or when is the surplus and overage to be determined?
Well, Jim, I'm going to turn to you. When do you determine that you have an overage?
I think we were interpreting that as a surplus within the amount of fundraising.
Sorry, Jim,
I think that's what.
It was actually, from my perspective, what we were thinking of when we wrote that, at least my recollection, is that the Parks Department had told us, and some folks, I think, John, I don't know if we spoke to you directly, but some folks in your department told us that they thought that there were some efficiencies that could be gained by looking through the Viva Parks and how it's spent, and some things that perhaps we could buy an element and we could get rid of others, and that the savings from doing that analysis. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's a little hard to hear on this end.
We were told that there were some economies of budgeting in terms of the Viva Parks program. That, for example, we rent some things that we could purchase and then save some cost on, and that exercise being, and we probably should have been more explicit in the memo, but that exercise being done would result in some extra PRNS budget that we would then say, the first place it should go is in restoring Viva Calle, in addition to doing fundraising and other things to get that $350,000 a non-personnel cost of Viva Calle down. I also had mentioned before the idea that there's an economic benefit that we know we can pencil in. I think we can calculate an economic benefit to the city or to some level that we gain from having a Viva Calle event that we should apply towards funding the Viva Calle event. So that's where that was meant to come from.
Yes, so it wasn't clear that which surplus and overage we are talking about. We are talking about overall budget or the departmental budget. So I think that might be a clarification if you can put in there that's the departmental budget. That would be helpful for people who are trying to look. We are here looking at the overall budget, and this is a very smaller part of that element we are looking at, which we'll know sooner. So I think that would be a helpful clarification. And so as I said, that I think this is a negotiated contract, And with this minor modification which has been done with the memo, I will be totally supportive of that, with that clarification added.
Great. So just to clarify, you'd like us to include the words, any surplus or overage funds should be applied through Viva Calle to Parks and Rec, the PRNS department, not the whole general fund.
Okay.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
Okay.
Okay,
You
great.
agree?
Is that it, Councilmember? Is that okay with the seconder?
Whoever's the seconder.
Okay. Thank you.
For
Okay,
second.
Councilmember Torres.
Great, thank you. So I had my aha moment just now, and actually just a bit ago. We had a city employee who came down here. Her name was Nora. And Nora and a few other city employees I met while knocking on doors. And Nora and these fellow city employees lived in overcrowded living conditions, just like many of our city employees who don't have to, and unfortunately so many of our families in District 3 who don't have to. And so that was my first interaction with some of our city employees who love their job, love what they do, love the people they serve, love the city, but struggle to make ends meet or struggle to have adequate housing. And so during these negotiations, I always went back to that very first conversation. Believe it or not, it was actually my very first day walking as a candidate, and here I bumped into a house full of city employees who I now represent, not only as their council member, but as a throughout the city. So I always go back to those conversations. And by the way, that was not the last time I knocked on a door where we had plenty of city employees living in overcrowded conditions. And so, again, I always went back to the conversations I had with our city employees, both at the door, but also the city employees that I've built a relationship as friends, as a city employee for over 20 years, working for this amazing city and beautiful organization, to come up with a decision that what we are offering them is the right contract, is the fairest contract. And I actually just want to give kudos to council members Cohen and Foley and Jimenez for putting forth this memo that we're currently talking about and dissecting and adding amendments and et cetera. And so I will be supporting their memo. But with that, I do have a few questions to our city staff. And I know that we have to unfortunately make some of these tough cuts. So, and I know it was slightly mentioned, kind of mentioned in my colleague's memo, but I want to make sure that the 75 Viva Parks that we have next year is tied to the Healthy Places Index. Are we gonna make sure of that?
Yes, council member.
Okay, great. Because I do want to read off some of the parks that we had, our amazing Viva Parks, our placemaking folks had our Viva Parks. McKinley Bonita, very under-resourced neighborhood in our beautiful District 3. Olinder, Tamian, which, by the way, that neighborhood took 30 years to get a park. And now we have our amazing placemaking team there having services. Roosevelt Park. And so those are the parks that we had Viva, those are the parks where we had Viva Parks. And so it's very important to make sure that we continue to have those parks for Viva Parks again. God, that's a lot of parks. Parks, super important, right? And so I know I've had this conversation with our city staff, but for the folks who are listening, because I know a few of the residents have actually asked me this question as well. Can impact fees, and this is another question, so sorry if I'm talking too fast, I'm just trying to cut to the chase. Can we use our parks impacts fees for maintenance or activation?
Generally, if we're talking about the subdivision park, like the fees that come in when a development comes in, so no, generally those that need to be used for capital purposes.
Just
So,
capital?
Yeah.
Right. And is there a reason why we can't use them, those monies for maintenance or activation? I know I've had this conversation with our city staff and folks in closed session and other folks, but residents continue to ask me this question.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, John? Oh, yeah, please do. Yeah.
So it is rare, but we have in the past used some fees, some of those impact fees for maintenance and or activation, specifically St. James Park. But that was in an agreement, a development agreement with the developer of the property who agreed that those fees could be used that way and did not have to be used for construction. However, almost exclusively we use it for construction of new or rehabilitation of existing facilities.
Great. Thank you, John. And then, again, I'm also supporting the memo because I wholeheartedly believe that Viva Calle is super important. This weekend was beautiful to see. We had hundreds and thousands of folks riding their bikes and stopping along all these amazing District 3 businesses. But also, it's great to see when we go into other council districts as well, like we did for Happy Hollow Park. I know it's literally across the street from District 3, but these types of programs are super important for our city and for our residents, and that's why I'm gonna be supporting the memo, as I mentioned. And before I yield my time, I really want to thank our city employees for all that you do. You are resilient in so many ways, and I know the past 12 years, because I'm a casualty of the mass layoffs from the 2009s, but you continue to come to your job. You continue to love the work that you do. You continue to provide the best services to our residents, and I thank you for that. And hopefully we can get you the best and the fairest contract possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dwan?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to say thank you to all the employees. I myself been an employee with the City of San Jose now for 23 years. Is it important that we support and recognize our employees so that way they can continue to do their incredible work that support the city of almost 1 million people? Tonight I hear a lot of back and forth, and I know that the citizens spoke, right? And they stated very clear, Viva Park and Viva Calle is a very essential part of our community, and that we should continue that. I recognize that we will have to work extremely hard and diligent and compromise to ensure that the budget remain healthy. So my memo stated very clear that to direct staff to prioritize the mid-year fiscal year of 2023 and 24 budget adjustment on a one-time funding basis if the funding became available to bring both Viva Park and Viva Calle back up to 100%. My memo also looked into the future of prioritization restoration on ongoing budget for 24 and year 2025 budget and beyond, so that the future of these vital PRNS program and event don't hang in limbo. So I've moved to substitute the current motion to accept the staff recommendation to include my memorandum.
Is there a second on the substitute motion? Okay. I'm not seeing any. Council member, anything else?
No, I just want to say thank you, staff, for all your hard work.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to be duplicative of some of my colleagues' statements. I just want to say a few things. First, obviously, I want to thank everybody over 50, 60 speakers that we had, both in person and online, who took the time to express their opinion and advocate for what they thought was right. And I also want to thank our city manager and your team, Jim Shannon, Jennifer, our employee relations team, and our employee groups, our employee unions, for coming to an agreement and ultimately averting a strike that would have been devastating for our community. But I think something that hasn't been stated is the morale of our employees. A strike would have been worse for our employees. And over the last decade, Jennifer mentioned it. Our staff, we had to gut our workforce to meet the budget, right? And so we have yet to fully get back to our staffing levels that we had before those devastating cuts. And so our employees are thinly staffed, they're overworked, and coming to this contract is an opportunity for us to show those folks who are operating the airport, feeding our community centers, our seniors with their community center, maintaining our parks, but most importantly, keeping our city running, that we care about them and that our residents believe in them, and that the services that they require of them are valued. And so with the rising cost of living, I know this is the right step. And this wasn't easy. This was tough. This was a tough negotiation, and it was a tough agreement that ultimately we got to. And like Councilmember Foley, I know I didn't want to be duplicative, but I think this is important. Is we are going to have to make some trade-offs. But it's not the end-all, be-all this year. It's not the end of the world. I want to be fair, and to echo on what the mayor said is, we have to function on a set of facts. And so, given your memorandum put forth, Councilmembers Foley's, Jimenez, and Cohen, I think having skin in the game and having, us as council offices provide or give up something in return for Viva Parks and for our city staff, I think signals something, acting in good faith, and I'm fully supportive of that. And so thank you for your leadership on that, and thank you for getting us over the line to hopefully a ratified agreement and an approval at the end of this council. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. I think that exhausts the comments. Let's vote.
Motion passes 9-2 with one voting, Mahan voting no and Davis absent. So it's 9-1 with one absent. Again, Mahan voting no and Davis absent, and I'm repeating that so the people on Zoom can hear what the vote is. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tony. Okay, we're back to thank you again to staff for all your hard work in the process. We're back to item 7.1, which is enhancing the youth commission and youth participation in the city. We have a staff report.
Mayor, we got the youth commissioners dinner, so they're on their way down from eating, given the length of the meeting. So if we could just give them 2 or 3 minutes, they'll be here in a bit.
Okay. We'll take a 2 to 3 minute recess.
There is some food in the back for you guys.
All right, colleagues, if we can make our way back, I think we have quorum. We're a little close. Why don't we welcome to our youth commissioners, by the way. Thank you all for being here. Looking forward to this item and appreciate your civic engagement. Why don't we jump into the presentation?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council. I know you are as excited as I am to be here for this topic. Before we get going, I do want to just acknowledge and thank our City Manager, Jennifer McGuire, our Deputy City Manager, Angel Rios, both of whom each personally helped give feedback for this work. I want to thank our City Council Liaison, Vice Mayor Kamei, the City Attorney's Office, the Budget Office, and also the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee, who considered an earlier version of what you're going to hear tonight in June, and then provided their support and guidance as well, and a referral to the full council. So without further ado, it is my greatest pleasure to introduce Megan Malloy, who is a librarian in Teenage Q, and Lizzie Nolan, who is our Youth Services Manager at the library, who both have the honor of working with your San Jose Youth Commission. And they have all worked very hard to get here tonight. So we're very happy to be here, and I'm going to turn it over to Megan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Megan Malloy. On October 4th, 2022, the City Council heard the City Initiatives Roadmap Bill of Rights for Children and Youth Audit Report and took action to accept the auditor's report and administration response and included District 4 Councilmember Cohen's memo, which focused on expanding youth voice in San Jose. City Council directed staff to determine whether the Youth Commission should be expanded to include voices of ages those 21 to 25, identify which additional City of San Jose commissions would benefit from including a dedicated position for youth, age ranging in 14 to 20 or 14 to 25, create a procedure for selecting youth members for those chosen commissions, and direct staff to report the Youth Commission's findings to the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee by spring 2023. Consideration and implementation of this direction created an opportunity for youth commissioners and staff to revisit related policies and procedures to include and uplift the lived experiences of young people in the city of San Jose who are most vulnerable, have been underserved in the past, and are often the hardest to reach.
Good evening, I'm Lizzie Nolan. To conduct analysis and develop recommendations, a staff-centered feedback from an ad hoc committee of youth commissioners who are leading today's presentation. This group examined City Council direction, provided concrete suggestions, and refined the recommendation responses. The Youth Commission was integral into providing insights from their lived experiences, crafting ideas, researching other peer organizations, outreaching to past members, and reflecting the input of a broader group of youth through their youth advisory councils.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ananya Sriram, and I am the former District 7 Youth Commissioner, and I was a member of the ad hoc committee last year that determined these recommendations. Upon close consideration of the potential benefits and challenges associated with expanding the age eligibility for the Youth Commission participation to include ages 21 to 25, the Youth Commission recommends maintaining the current age range of participants who are between 14 to 20 years of age for the following reasons. The closeness of ages and experiences of current members is essential to how the Youth Commission functions. Youth advisory councils are a critical youth engagement opportunity led by youth commissioners and are primarily after-school time volunteer activities, and most recruitment is through high schools within the commissioner's district. The functions of the Youth Commission might be made more complicated, as would the staff's ability to offer tailored support to youth of a wider range of ages. High school students have different schedules and needs than graduates. Including young adults could also create challenging social dynamics. Youth commissioners expressed concern that youth of such different ages, such as first-year high school students and a college graduate, may have difficulty relating to one another. A wide age range with older, more experienced membership may create unbalanced leadership dynamics. Youth commissioners expressed concern that the ideas of high school members might not be taken as seriously, or their voices would be harder to hear with older youth in the room. Many San Jose boards and commissions already have vacancies to which young people ages 18 and over can apply and or be recruited to. As a policy alternative to expanding the age range of participants and in order to further open the door to include more youth and young adults who can be strong advocates for how we might be better serve target population groups, the Youth Commission recommends adding a statement that is inclusive and representative of the city and the special eligibility requirements. The recommended change reads, "The Commission shall have members representative of the districts of the City of San Jose and with experience related to programs and services with school or community activities for children and youth."
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Dietra Huang, and I'm the District 3 appointee and Chair of the Youth Commission this year. I was a member of the ad hoc committee that determined these recommendations last year. In acknowledgement of the time commitment required to participate as an active and engaged youth commissioner, we recommend that appointed youth commissioners receive paid compensation for their service. This is a mechanism to include economically diverse voices on the Youth Commission by removing barriers. A stipend incentivizing prioritizing Youth Commission work and events with the goal of increasing engagement and participation. A model for paid attendance at commission meetings allows for flexibility for youth commissioners to still earn needed volunteer hours within the city for any additional duties. To codify this provision in the San Jose Municipal Code, we recommend leveraging existing language which provides the terms for compensation for all appointed commissioners and adding an additional provision for the Youth Commission section of the Municipal Code. The recommended change reads, commencing November 1st, 2023, each member who serves on the Youth Commission shall be paid a sum of $200 per meeting if they have attended. This compensation shall be in addition to any reimbursement for expenses incurred in the performance of the Commissioner's duties and functions.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Andrew Liu, and I'm the District 5 Youth Commissioner and was a member of the ad hoc committee that determined these recommendations. The directives, including a dedicated youth seat on additional City of San Jose commissions, could compound current attendance and vacancy issues as it would increase the number of seats for a quorum on other commissions. In addition to current commission vacancies, the return to in-person meetings could further impact City Commission participation. Furthermore, the Youth Commission already has established powers to select and designate members of the Commission to act as representatives on all other city boards and commissions. This means the Youth Commissions can determine its procedures to build representation and partnership with other city commissions. The City Auditor's recommendation to Article 5 of the San Jose Bill of Rights for Children and Youth highlights youth ability to engage local government. While the city has certain initiatives in place, such as the Youth Commission, it's unclear how the city meets other elements in the article. Examples address the gaps are creating space for youth to provide input on boards and commissions and committees, doing more to inform youth about laws that impact them. Staff shared Roger Hart's ladder of children participation with the ad hoc to frame the current charges of the Youth Commission. The typology describes increased levels of power over decision-making that adults can give children, presented as a metaphorical ladder with each ascending rung representing increased levels of child agency, control, or power. A single youth seat on a city commission could appear to be somewhat tokenizing in nature, as opposed to true shared decision-making and youth-initiated engagement. Two questions stuck out to us. Why tokenize youth voice in other city advisory and decision-making bodies rather than strengthening Youth Commission's roles and duties? Why not provide mayor and city council with, quote, comment and recommendation on legislation that primarily affects children and youth of San Jose? To help answer these questions, we in the Youth Commission reviewed other local Bay Area youth commissions and noted strong models that worked in partnership with their local councils and supervisors by providing them with comment and recommendation on pieces of proposed legislation that would affect the city's young people. By adopting similar language in the functions, powers, and duties of San Jose's Youth Commission, the city would be providing a seat at the table for youth to participate in shared decisions with adults. These reforms would close gaps in programs and initiatives that allow youth to provide input in local government, as pointed out by the city auditor. By creating a direct line of communication between the mayor and city council that affirms the Youth Commission's civic contribution as well as how local laws impact San Jose's young people. The recommended changes reads, the commission shall have the following functions, powers, and duties. A, to foster greater involvement of youth in municipal government and civic affairs, especially in the city of San Jose. B, to make comment and recommendations to City Council and the City Manager's Office on matters within this Commission's work plan and the City of San Jose's Children and Youth Master Plan. C, to study, review, evaluate, advise, and submit recommendations to City Council or the City Manager pertaining to the effects of legislative policies, needs, assessments, priorities, programs, and budgets of the city. D, to hold and conduct forums such as problems, activities, and concerns of youth in which various governmental and non-governmental agencies and other community organizations, fraternal or benevolent associations. E, to select and designate members of the commission, youth, or other persons to act as commission representatives to all other city boards and commissions and to agencies, authorities, boards, and commissions the city has participated in conference with guidelines approved by the council. F, to make such recommendations to the council as the commission may find necessary and desirable to carry out the purpose for which the commission is established.
So to conclude, the Youth Commission and staff suggest adopting changes in the municipal code to include language to be more inclusive and representative of the city of San Jose. Provide stipends for appointed youth commissioners as a mechanism to include more economically diverse voices on the commission and increase youth civic participation. And expand the recommendation and advisory capacity of the San Jose Youth Commission to counsel legislation that falls under the scope of their adopted work plan and the City of San Jose Children and Youth Master Plan. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and well done to our youth commissioners in particular. That was very clearly communicated. Why don't we head over to public comment before coming back to the council?
Okay, these are in-person cards. I have Aldo, Nolan, an anonymous one, and Blair. So if you submitted a youth speaker card without your name, that's fine. You're not required to, just it's your turn to come down. Whoever's first to the microphone goes first. There is a display on the microphone that shows your time.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is T. Leung, and this is my first year serving as San Jose District 4's Youth Commissioner. I stand before you as a youth who has been irrevocably changed and continues to be shaped by my participation in local government. And today I want to restate that including young people in decision-making processes starts with the compensation of Youth Commission and the strengthening of our powers. I've had the honor of working in this position for a few months now, and one thing I'll say is that Youth Commission is dedicated work. I'm balancing several extracurriculars, school, family, sleep, and Youth Commission every day, just as my fellow Youth Commissioners do. I mean, we've been here since 4. It's also a privilege for me to stand up here and have the economic flexibility to participate in Youth Commission. This is why compensation is so crucial to us. It'll not only further allow us to prioritize Youth Commission, but will also open up opportunities for economically diverse youth. Additionally, as much as the city has put effort towards youth priorities, my insights as a first-year youth commissioner has shown that our position as a commission has been tokenized over the past few years, restricting the impact of our voices. Accepting these recommendations encourages youth participation in local government and recognizes that Youth Commission is not a performative body, but one that should fluidly and fairly represent the voices of youth in our city. I know from my time working with local and state government that youth give back to the community, to their schools, to each other. These recommendations allow us and our successors and the youth that we represent to further advocate for our needs, opinions, and futures.
Oops. Thank you. Next speaker. I do want to say that the microphone auto mutes at 2 minutes. So it's not me. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I am grateful for this opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Aldo Joel Gonzalez Muñiz. I have been a youth commissioner representing District 8 since January. I stand before you as an example of the power and importance of youth participation in local government. Today, I want to emphasize the importance of involving young people in decision-making processes that shape our communities. I represent over 20,000 in youth District 8. They are future leaders, innovators, and change makers. The youth of this city are not merely bystanders, we are stakeholders with a vested interest in the well-being and positive growth of our communities. However, all too often, our voices are overlooked. This needs to change. By accepting these recommendations, you will encourage and foster youth participation in local government and include untapped perspectives and innovative ideas. We, the youth of San Jose, bring energy, enthusiasm, and a unique understanding of the challenges and dreams of our generation and the determination to transform those dreams into reality. Incorporating youth voices into decision-making processes is an investment in our collective future. When young people have our collective future, When young people have a seat at the table, we contribute fresh insights, diverse viewpoints, and a strong desire to address issues that affect us directly: educational, mental health, social justice, climate change, and so much more. Engaging young people in local government empowers us to take ownership of our communities. It gives a sense of civic responsibility and the understanding that our actions and decisions greatly impact the world around us. We develop the leadership skills.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Council members, thank you for letting me speak in front of you today. My name is Nolan Mascarenas, and I am the Vice Chair of the Youth Commission representing District 10. The city of San Jose has been my home for the past 15 years of my life, and the memories I have made will truly last a lifetime. I've always wanted to be involved in my local government, so I joined my district's Youth Advisory Council in my freshman year and have since progressed from tech director to vice president to now president. During this time, I have gotten the opportunity to participate in town halls, develop memorandums, and participate in a park cleanup hosted by my Youth Advisory Council. With this comes more responsibilities and shoes to fill, requiring more time commitments. Add in sports, schoolwork, and other passions, and I'm in quite the time crunch. Why, just last night, me and Councilmember Batra attended a community event which ended at 10 o'clock last night, and I came home to a mountain of calculus homework. In order to make my impact with the Youth Commission as big as possible, I quit my tutoring job, and they weren't quite happy about that. Thanks to my mom's hard work and support, I had the luxury of being able to make that decision, but this may not be true for prospective and current youth commissioners. To the chair and members of this committee, I urge you to accept these recommendations to strengthen the Youth Commission and its efforts. We can make San Jose a place where all youth are represented and reflected in every level of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Is the timer working? Is there a way I can know the timer is?
The timer is visible. It's on the podium.
It's not visible.
Okay, I can put one up on the screen for you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Blair Beekman. No timer is visible. Oh, up there. Thank you. I got 155 now. Thank you. Yeah, Blair Beekman, I am 54 years old. I do not very well understand how our society works and functions. These basic practices, I do not very well know. So I'm here trying to learn. I've been learning the concepts of tech accountability that I think has been a really interesting concepts for our community future that I really hope can become a part of what you guys are talking about in your lives. And
Blair, what does this have to do with the Youth Commission?
I was coming to that as we talk about the Children's Bill of Rights issues, where tech accountability can have a really important purpose and part of. It's from that the tech accountability, Children's Bill of Rights ideas that you work on. It's those sort of concepts that I hope as Youth Commission here that you can learn to convey to community and to your peer groups and to your peers. I think we need to create a process of better understanding of how our culture and society functions, what work you do. You've developed very good systems within yourselves here. How can you connect that with everyday community persons? And so they know what you're doing and that they want to come and be involved more with this process as well. I think we're in a time of learning a more open participatory form of democracy that has a real potential at this time that I hope you'll want to participate in and share. And that's where the Children's Bill of Rights things can help share that with other people of your age group, and that we grow our community as a full community and not just for a specialized few. Really good luck how you can learn those.
Rocio, followed by Ms. Rayan.
Hello, Council and Youth Commission. My name is Rocio Molina. I'm the Interim Deputy Director of Catalyze SV. I want to congratulate the youth on a great presentation and support their request, express my support for their request for compensation for their participation on the Youth Commission. It is a practice that we have found to be really empowering in order to encourage underrepresented groups to participate in public conversations. As you all probably know, we host community conversations around development, and we are recently launching an advisory group for underrepresented community members, including youth. So I will follow up with a message to the Youth Commission to see if they'd like to participate, where we will be compensating participants for their participation in those conversations. I am happy to share that I was also a youth commissioner in my days growing up in Oakland, and I remember some of these costs that the youth are expressing today. Things like paying for parking, paying for gas to get to the meetings, losing out on paying opportunities, right? Getting an after-school job or other things that might help with those expenses. So I definitely hope that the council sees the value in their voices and invests in their leadership. Thank you so much.
Ms. Rayan, followed by Gerben.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ms. Ryan Mendoza. I live in District 7. I work in District 5. I'm a community activist and advocate. I'm here in support of the Young Commission and the young participation in the city of San Jose. We're lucky to have this. You don't even know. I'm sure you guys know how lucky we are to have them. So please compensate them. I'm here in support of that request. We have this commission to voice the issues in this city with a different pair of eyes. And this is our future. This is the young women, men, and maybe my community, the LGBTQ plus community, maybe some are there as well, I don't know. The voices need to be heard, okay? This is from a different lens, okay? From a fresh lens, from an everyday lens, okay? They see things and issues the adults don't see, the politicians don't see, you know? So please compensate them. I know the city of San Jose can do this because we better than anywhere else, okay? So yeah, compensate the young and please, I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Gerben, followed by Paul.
Hey guys, great afternoon. My name is Gerben. I agree strongly with giving students stipends. I'm a student myself, 19 years old. Just to give a quick background, essentially I was in an issue where I had publications coming out, and I reached out to several members of the district, which I'm going to speak about in the open forum later on. But I wasn't able to, reach them, and I think this is where them being very close to me in my age with the youth and being able to have this stipend, will have increased participation because hours are great, but money is even better, and I feel like this stipend can help level the playing field for our students who are coming from difficult places, who may have to take transportation, who may have to miss out on different money opportunities. And I feel like these are young professionals who are just like myself, and we have limited financial resources. And I feel like they can better assist and understand students like myself, when you send countless emails to you guys who are busy, but these students can better relate to myself, considering STEM. And no disrespect to you guys, but I noticed that older people aren't into STEM as the younger ones are. So I feel like the more that we can compensate and give the stipend to these individuals, the better we can have the corresponding relationship with our underrepresented youth. Thank you.
Paul, followed by Giovanni.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'm a regular attendee at the Youth Commission, and I am very, very impressed when they create racial equity policies. These youngsters are on fire. They are on fire. They get what needs to happen, even though they don't have a whole lot of life experience. They get it. And it's very, very clear in their articulation of what the issue is, the generational impact, and how to identify it within a contemporary context. They're very deft at that, and I appreciate their work. I challenge them a lot. Oh yeah, I challenge this youth commission a lot. Okay, and they respond. They're very respectful to me, and they respond with courtesy and very thoughtful input to follow up on some of the issues that I brought to the meetings. So a stipend is good. I would also throw in a laptop. Google's got to get Google to finance those. A dedicated laptop to the work. Okay, they shouldn't be having to use their own computers. So I want, in addition to this, and I'm hoping some of the council members will kind of side with me on this one, I want dedicated laptops donated by Google to these kids because they deserve it. I want flash drives, anything that they need necessary in order to fulfill their capacity as youth commissioners. That's what I want to see. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Giovanni.
Hi, I just wanted to start by saying what an excellent job the Youth Commission did on that presentation. I think it was really lovely and well presented, and I wholeheartedly support these really excellent individuals being compensated for what seems like incredibly hard work. I'm a first-generation college and graduate student myself. I came from an economically disadvantaged background, and I definitely remember how difficult it was early on in my life to juggle all of the responsibilities that come with economic disadvantage. To that point, I would urge council, if possible, to really think about the outreach strategies for this commission. I think it would be a really wonderful thing to encourage more economic diversity on the commission. And I don't know what the current mechanisms for that are, but good old-fashioned door knocking, going into your districts and really looking at under-resourced neighborhoods and trying to identify students there, I think would be really great. And so as part of all of the great recommendations that have been put forth by the Youth Commission, I would also just urge City Council to think deeply about those outreach efforts. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Great. Thank you, Tony. I'm going to turn to Councilor Cohen first.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say, as usual, I always get my greatest feeling of hope when I listen to the youth presenting, as I did today, and there's no exception. It's impressive to hear you articulate your vision for the city and your needs and your desires for the commission. I know your work started based on a memo that I wrote, I don't know, probably a year ago or so. I came back from the League of Cities conference and heard how other cities' youth commissions are set up and how they involve youth, and thought, it doesn't feel like we involve our youth as much as we should. And particularly Sacramento had a model similar to what was outlined in the memo that you then discussed as a baseline for the conversation. And I'm glad it led to the conversation that you had and the series of recommendations that are different than I expected the outcome to be, but that was your job to do, and the position that I think it was right for you to be making the decision and not us about how youth should be involved in making decisions in the city. I just have two questions about the recommendations. Maybe these are questions that staff will answer more than the youth, unfortunately. I'd love to listen to the youth more. But the first question is, there was the talk about, one of the items is to select and designate members of the commission to represent the voice at other commissions. I assume, since the recommendation to serve on other commissions was not part of this, maybe first the youth can answer and then also the staff. Is there going to be a process by which the youth will have be on the agenda of other commissions so that they can speak differently than a public commenter would speak at a commission? Or what is the vision that the youth have, and then what is the staff position on how that'll work?
Thank you so much for your question, council member. So I am staff, but I will let them, if they want to contribute, they are more than welcome to. But the idea is that using the outline of the revised functions and powers and duties kind of sets up the work plan for the year. And some of the items identified in that work plan may be something that it behooves us to coordinate, the Youth Commission to coordinate a little bit closer with another city commission or a city department. And it may be a situation where we have reports from like Parks and Rec or the library where we may go and report. We have a standing report with the Library and Education Commission, updating them on the stuff that the Youth Commission is working on and working towards. But that provision has always been a part of their functions, powers, and duties, and continues to be a part of that.
If I could add.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I forgot to introduce myself, Jill Bourne, City Librarian. Really this rearticulation of the powers puts some onus on city staff to work with the commission to really pay attention to what's on council agendas coming up, what's happening in other commissions. And then, and as Megan said, as the commission has come up with their priorities for the year, let's say one of them is the environment, and I'm not going to do a spoiler because they are bringing their work plan to NSC this Thursday, I believe. So stay tuned for that. But if one of them was with the environment, and there are items coming to another commission or to council that are about that topic, we would anticipate that the commission would work together to develop their recommendation and then prepare that information for either the commission, the committee, or the council in advance of your discussion and decision making, so that you would have their input when you're having your discussion.
As we often get reports from commissions about their input on issues, that makes a lot of sense. I was curious about that interaction with other commissions. For example, if something's happening at the Parks Commission that is of interest and you wanted to participate, obviously there's public comment participation, or there could be a standing report where the member of the Youth Commission has the opportunity to give a more free kind of comment. And so I'm just wondering if we're thinking about setting something up more than just the standard public comment at the commissions.
I don't know if one of the commissioners would like to comment. I know that there was a discussion of, as was stated in the presentation, just the challenge of time, and for them to have to sit on multiple committees while they're full-time students and have other responsibilities like calculus homework. And so, but we could look at other liaison roles like we have with the Library Commission, we thought. So again, I think we wanted to let it be topic driven at this point, and again, driven by the work plan that they've established.
Okay, thank you. And that kind of answers my second question, was about the topics and how they would come to the commission, because somebody has to make sure that they know what's being discussed at other commissions, and so they might have a topic of interest, but it needs to be brought forward in some way and give them the opportunity to comment on it when it's something that clearly would be of interest. We know, for example, that something related to anything related to parks would go to the Parks Commission. Any public art would go to the Arts Commission first before it comes to us. Historic landmarks hears things first, but each of those might be something that the youth would want to weigh in on, and so we need to have that extra step of figuring out which items should be brought to the Youth Commission. There's probably a question in there, but
No, thank you so much. So we have gone ahead and we've already taken a look at some of the Horizon reports as well as the committee's work plans for the next 6 months, and kind of using the Youth Commission's soon to be adopted work plan as a guide, sort of cross-reference different items that of our interest or fall within that scope, and are preparing opportunity to outreach to those city departments or commissions to give that report to the Youth Commission as well.
Okay, well, thank you. I just want to thank all the, I guess, 6 of you that are here tonight commenting, taking time out of your day. I apologize that we didn't do it at 4 o'clock, but you had to wait a little bit. But you got a really interesting, I think, civic lesson about other things that we do on the council by being here. But I really appreciate the time you put into this work, and I will move approval of the recommendation.
Second.
Great. I'm not sure who got the second, unfortunately. I heard it over here, I think. Who was it? We'll give it to Torres. All right. Thank you, Councilman Cohen. Appreciate you initiating this work with your memo as well. Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. As liaison to the Youth Commission, I just am always amazed at how robust and wonderful the commission is. I really want to take the time to thank the ad hoc committee. I know you went above and beyond and spent a lot of time on this, so thank you so much for that. And, I want to thank the entire commission, because I know there are some members who are missing, but perhaps they're listening out there. And, they really are very, very interested in a lot of the different work, and I'm glad that you're able to sort of prioritize the ones that you want to be able to put in your work plan. So thank you so much for that. I think that compensating you for your time, and I know that it's a small amount, but we really appreciate it, and encouraging that youth voice in the work that we do here on council and for the city and for the community. So I really just want to say thank you. I want to thank Miss Malloy. She is a tremendous driving force that supports the commission, and I always hear, "Oh, Miss Malloy, Miss Malloy, Miss Malloy," and so I know that you give it your all, and I personally want to say thank you, and thank you to the rest of the staff that also supports the Youth Commission. You are our future, and maybe one of you will be sitting up here, I hope, at some point. So I just want to encourage you to keep going, encourage your friends, and I look forward to what else you're going to have for us this year as you participate a little bit more. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilor Torres.
Great. No, first I want to say thank you to our youth commissioners for your presentation, but also to our staffers who put in the work with these amazing youth. And speaking about that, Vice Mayor Kamei, I was part of my YAC back in Guadalupe, Washington, District 3, many moons ago. I think Bill Clinton was president, and the youth now probably don't even know who that guy is. But that's when I was part of my YAC, long time ago. And here I am today. So one of you all will be here soon, making these decisions for our city. So again, thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm not gonna continue to repeat what my other colleagues have said, but for me, investing in our youth is super important. It makes our city successful, and so again, continue to be involved and continue to hold us accountable on making sure that you have a seat at the table. So I think it is very important, because I know that when I was a yacker, as we would call ourselves, when I was part of the yak, I know that some of us couldn't participate, or there was just so many barriers for youth of color to participate in their yak or in the youth commission. And so compensating our commissioners is of utmost importance to all of us. And so thank you for that. And I know I'm looking forward to the presentation at NSC coming up on Thursday, because I love sitting on NSC, because that's where I came through, right? I worked at PRNS and the Strong Neighbors Initiative program, and I was a school board member. So of course, investing in our youth is super important to me. And so looking forward to the presentation on Thursday. And I always continue to have to say that it's very, very important that we continue to work with our Youth Empowerment Alliance, right? Formerly the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force, because we are seeing an uptick in youth getting involved in gangs or other negative activities that hamper their ability to be successful in our city. So again, thank you so much for all your work.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It was so articulate, and it made me really renewed my spirit and joy of young people. I'm former school board member, a lot of years, loved being around high school kids. It's just so much fun to listen to what issues are important to you and how you can help us make the world a better place. So your challenging of us is really, really critical. I want to encourage you. Of course, I'm going to support the recommendations that you brought forth. I think they're well thought out and articulate. But I wanted to encourage you to sit down with council members. And it doesn't have to be the council member that appointed you. If you have an issue that's coming up, if there's something that is related to your world that is of interest to you that you think we should take a look at, please reach out to us. We are very accessible, and we want to hear what you have to say. So your presentation is all about elevating your voice within City Hall, and one way you can elevate your voice is by reaching out to us and coming and meeting with us. And I know your schedule's hard, so I'll meet you in your place too, whatever's convenient for you. And I'll just throw that out to you. With that, I'm really excited to accept this and approve this.
Thank you. Councilmember Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Your presentation was clear, concise, and you impressed us with exactly what you want, in a sense, to be the leadership in this community. I want to say thank you, the staff that guide these young adults to be able to be the leader of our community in the future. And it's paramount that we support our young or youth, in a sense. And if we don't, our future will not reflect what you want to be. And I just want to say I inspire and I empower you to continue to move forward, and not only for yourself, but to lead others who are underserved and bring them to your meetings. And so that way they can see what you're doing. Because there's a lot of kids out there who so scared. They're so afraid because they were raised in a economic, underserved community, and they don't have that same guidance. But by having peers who can show them the way, that's the way you should lead. Thank you very much, and I will support this motion as well.
Thank you. Councilor Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank staff and thank the Youth Commission for their presentation and for being here, waiting through hours and hours of your government at work. And so I'm excited to support the motion on the floor. And shout out to my Commissioner Aldo for speaking. Nice work. Proud of you. All right.
Nice shout out. Councilmember Batra.
That was an excellent presentation by the youth. And as my colleagues have already said, that youth is our future. So the more we invest in them, the better our future is going to be. So it is in the interest of all that we guide our youth, provide them opportunities, and give them the tools necessary to develop themselves in the youth commissions, then as interns at the councilmen's offices, councilwomen offices, and develop their skills and continue to do, and like my colleague said, move over to this side of the desk and run the government. So that's the progression, and you're on that track. So good luck with that. I will be supporting the motion to have these recommendations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. At first, I wasn't going to talk, but then I didn't want to be the only council member not to talk. So I just wanted to add a few cents in. I really appreciate the work and the leadership of our youth commission, as well as the leadership of our staff, guiding and cultivating the future leaders of our city is key, and it's a responsibility of all of us. I just want to give a shout out to my commissioner, Andrew, who did an excellent job presenting, and I've tried to engage with Andrew as much as I could. We're partnering to put together an event in October, so really excited for that. But you all are, I started out on a commission, not a youth commission, but on the Human Relations Commission. It's a great way to get involved, and I know you all have the ability to continue your activity in civic engagement. So looking forward to your future. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. So suffice it to say, we're all very impressed. Even council member Jimenez, who spared us his comments, I'm sure he agrees. So I think a lot of appreciation for the recommendations, particularly around reducing barriers to access and participation for youth. And we're going to hear from Councilmember Jimenez, it looks like. No? Okay. And I just want to say, I'm excited to see the expanded scope and hear your comments and recommendations on legislation. And I will, and I'm sure all my colleagues will be keeping a particular eye out for those recommendations coming from the commission. So with that, I think we are prepared to vote.
Motion approved unanimously with those present, and Davis is absent.
Great. Congratulations and good work. And have a great evening, and don't forget to do your homework. All right. We are on to open forum, which is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on any city business that was not on today's agenda. Tony?
I have Cole Cameron and Blair Beekman. And it looks like Cole Cameron is online, so I'm going to go to Blair first. Unless he's in both locations. Okay, Blair followed by Surinder. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman, thanks for the meeting today. It's Guadalajara, Mexico, that's done some interesting work that I think we're all proud of. I used the term Guadalupe, sorry about that. Can I have a timer?
Yes, I'm working on it.
Thank you. Is that my timer?
Yeah, you started it when you started speaking.
Well, I paused for a few minutes. Can you put back 10, 15 seconds?
Blair, you're running out of time. Let's go.
Oh, guys, man. Okay. Well, this is the time. You guys really took time away from me. This is a time of 9/11, you know, and a time of mourning. I think it's important to really consider what happened on the day of 9/11, and we have to learn how to be more accountable and speak more honestly what happened on that day. And when we do, we will be addressing the concepts of war, I think, and talking more about concepts of peace and how to practice peace and open democracy. It's important to learn how to do that. I hope we can. I think we can. We need to because we don't know how to be honest with each other about what happened on that day. Good luck how we can do that. I think it would really address how to limit war and work more towards peace and open dialogue to solve our issues. With my remaining time, there is another real big problem at the local level that Paul Soto is being really, really hurt by our city government at this time. He comes to city government public meetings to participate in the process. And what you are doing to him in return is throwing him in jail. You guys really have to stop that practice. I'm really here to say you got to stop. We got to do something about Paul's situation. And I'm going to be talking a lot about this issue. You're going way the wrong way about it. Let's work on it together. Thank you.
Surrender followed by Sean.
All right, so San Jose Gurdwara is where I go daily to pray for my prayers for world peace and all of humanity. My mental health challenged daily as my son, both ages, kept from me by Judge Zecker of Santa Clara Family Court. Last week on September 4th, 2 police officers on Quimby Road going double the speed limit almost hit my car. They didn't have their sirens on or their lights on, and I feel like it was very intentional, and I feel very threatened by them. There's a man by the name of Simrit Kambao who calls himself head of security of the San Jose City Gurdwara. Him and his team are licensed to carry guns at our Gurdwara to do security. He continues to target and threaten me, as does his team. Yesterday, he threatened to call the police and say I'm suicidal. And I've already been through that. My ex-husband did that to me 4 years ago, and I spent 72 hours on a 5150 because my ex-husband lied. And so I don't feel safe in San Jose. I don't feel safe now to go to the Gurdwara, where I should feel at peace. And I thought you should all know that.
Sean?
I just wanted to speak on 2 things. I think earlier it was confusion on not understanding why employees don't feel valued. They don't feel valued based on the way that they're treated by their immediate supervisors. They don't feel valued in their pay, how much they put out, and not getting raises and things like that. So it doesn't matter what you say, it's what you do. And so I know that there are supervisors that are micromanaging people, that they're harassing people, et cetera. And I know that this is in City Hall, that this is on the 17th floor, the 18th floor, it's up and down. So it doesn't matter if you say that you value people and stuff like that. It is that their immediate supervisors do not. And so you should, look into that probably. Anyway, the rest of what I wanted to say, which is not here either, I feel like Blair, is just that obviously things were settled with me earlier today, but it doesn't change the fact that I have intense PTSD, that I still have a leg that I can't feel. It doesn't change what happens at night when I worry, when I just can't sleep. It doesn't change how I feel when I enter the city of San Jose and I go on red alert. It doesn't change outside the 4th Street entrance where I got shot, that I can't go near that entrance. It doesn't change that when I go to this building, I freak out like this. It doesn't change any of that. And I hope all of you know that, especially those of you who know me really well, that the settlement does nothing for this. It does nothing for everything that has happened to me and everything that continues to happen.
Thank you. Paul, followed by Gerbin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. First of all, I'd like to state that the power of the huelga is what brought the city of San Jose to the table. And in this city, we have a history of la huelga. And so I don't want that connection, that historical connection to the huelga and its power to bring those that have power to the table. That needs to be acknowledged in this context, because San Jose and Sal Si Puedes is the birthplace of the huelga. Secondly, on 2 different occasions last week, the city of San Jose, the city attorney, and people in that office sent officers to me. Number one, I was doing research on Sonny Madrid in the California room. 8 police officers went there, embarrassed me, and removed me from the California room under threat of arrest. This is disgusting, what you people are doing. I'm not breaking the law. You serious? I'm in the California room doing research on Sonny Madrid. It was a privilege for the cops to show up on a situation like that, because you just proved unequivocally that the Chicano movement is still necessary in this generation. Thirdly, at the county building at 1075 East Santa Clara Street, in the same week, I was put in handcuffs, sat on a bench, and it took all of the, Officer Gutierrez needs to be acknowledged. This city is disgusting what it's been doing to me, and I'm filing the lawsuit.
Urban? And Cole, if you wanted to speak, raise your hand. I know you submitted a speaker card earlier. Go ahead, Gerben.
All right, thank you so much. Great afternoon again, guys. My name is Gerben. Like I explained, I'm 19. I'm a college student. My message is directly to the commissioners, and especially the mayor. If you remember, you made a article on July 24th, 2020, stating "Is education the great equalizer?" And I noticed that everybody on the commission board explains that we do have a problem with our homeless youth, and we need to reach out to them. But I've sent several emails to you guys about the research work that I was doing, on my own, and how I was on the wait list for Stanford University. And because I couldn't pay my past due hold at my previous university I was at, I wasn't able to go. So I decided, to take this year as a gap year. And I was wondering if they had any funding that was available. And I would respect if people were to respond to me, because the thing is, I'm one of those homeless disadvantaged youth. And that's sort of what turns people away that are more economically disadvantaged from joining the youth panel, just because of the fact they feel like nothing's being done. So if you guys could just, I kindly request that you guys just respect when individuals email you, especially a student like myself that was first gen, also in foster care as well, and was a student at the Bill Wilson Center. Just being able to respect the fact that I'm doing all these great things, but I don't have these resources like the rich Stanford students, like the rich Santa Clara students, these Harvard students. All I ask is for a chance and just to get a small stipend that can help me with my publications. And I already have a track record of multiple publications already. And you guys expect us to be able to pay rent, be able to go to school, have publications, have all these things come out with no assistance or replying to my emails. I just feel like these are the things that are pushing away youth, especially African American youth like myself, from even want to be involved. And I hope that we can come to a resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Rayan?
Hello. Wow. We really need to work in different things in this city, and I hope we're all willing to work together. And for the person that speak before me, please try to contact me. My phone number is 408-426-0131. I hope this meeting is recorded. My name is Ms. Ryan Mendoza. So I hope you can get the brother and see what I can help you out with. But yeah, we need to work a lot in this city, and we're not gonna do it by ourselves. Okay, we need to work in equity. Okay, and that's what we need to start working on. And the reason I'm calling in is because 2 weeks ago, one of the reasons I'm in these meetings because I'm always here to learn. But one of the reasons is because I'm a LGBTQ community, and they put us plus and whatever those things. But I'm a gay man, and I live in District 7, and I want to make sure that as a representative of the people, you need to know your work, and we need to know who we're meeting with. Okay, so I want to be I hope this is the first and the last that I hear anything like that there, because we need to know. We cannot be a council member and say, I don't know what I'm doing. We need to know. We need to know what we're doing, please. Okay, if an immigrant like me can come here and trying to educate yourself, we cannot do it. Okay, and let's keep helping the unhoused community members because they still need us, especially the young. Okay, and the unhoused, and they're trying to make it, and we all deserve a chance. And again, 408-426-0131. Call me, brother. Okay, thank you.
Cole?
Good evening, everyone. Hopefully we'll be going home soon. You've had a heck of a full day. Those kids sure impressed me. I'm looking for some young new veterans to join the Veterans Commission with me, and when they get a little older, there might be some options there. I really appreciate everybody that was able to show up at the various services over the weekend, and appreciate that. I'm here to ask that you consider an email I sent to you about a week ago, where, as you did at Oak Hill in the memorial ceremony, you were able to come as a council instead of individual cars. We want to make this Veterans Parade about veterans. I'm on the planning team for that. And I know you got a formal request, as I did, which I'm turning down, to be in a car myself and have you consider coming as a council, because it's a community parade for sure, and we want to have it with a focus on the veterans. I really appreciate that possibility. Another option that we're talking about in that team is having a veteran ride with each politician, as another suggestion. So thank you for your time this evening. Have a good break, well deserved. A lot of really great conversation as an old finance guy, so thank you for every bit of your work and different viewpoints. Have a good night. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Great. Thank you all. We're adjourned.